Chapter 3187. 5 of the 7 great demon ancestors of the exterminating demon palace had already fallen, apart from the 6th demon ancestor, who fought with the Meng brothers. Only the 3rd demon ancestor was left. The 3rd demon ancestor wanted to escape when he saw that the situation wasn't good. However, the moment he rushed into the starry sky, he was caught by a demonic net. Then, he was lifted by a demon expert. That guy finally came. At this time, the experts of the mystical demon mountain couldn't help but be shocked. The expert who captured the 3rd demon ancestor was actually Mo Mingtian. It's you! At this time, the 3rd demon ancestor also recognized Mo Mingtian. Mo Mingtian was the number 1 demon in the eastern region. The 3rd demon ancestor naturally recognized him. Mo Mingtian, we have no enmity with you. Why did you attack me? The 3rd demon ancestor said angrily, "Ha! You have no enmity with me, but you have enmity with my master." Mo Mingtian said with a smile. What? The 3rd demon ancestor couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Could it be that this Mo Mingtian had also surrendered to the mystical demon mountain? How could this be? One should know that this guy was the number 1 demon in the eastern region. The 3rd demon ancestor didn't know that Mo Mingtian had already surrendered to Gu Fei. The 3rd demon ancestor had been in seclusion all year round. This time, if it wasn't for the exterminating demon palace being in a life-and-death situation, he wouldn't have come out. What and what? You should just obediently accept your death. After saying that, Mo Mingtian directly used his demonic arts and activated the demonic net in his hand. Waves of demonic flames immediately emerged from the net and burned towards the 3rd demon ancestor. Haha, you want to kill me? You aren't qualified. The 3rd demon ancestor, who was trapped in the demonic net, suddenly laughed. At the same time, a demonic light emerged from his body and blocked the demonic flames. Break for me! The 3rd demon ancestor roared angrily. The demonic light on his body immediately swept out like a raging wave. It was unstoppable and actually broke the demonic net in Mo Mingtian's hand. Just as the 3rd demon ancestor was about to break free, a figure darted over from the side. A demon spear pierced right through the forehead of the 3rd demon ancestor. A stream of demonic blood flowed down from the 3rd demon ancestor's forehead, making him look even more ferocious. Roar! The 3rd devil ancestor roared into the sky. Monstrous demonic chi erupted from his body and instantly enveloped half of the starry sky. It's just a deathbed struggle, Mo Mingtian sneered. At the same time, a terrifying aura that made even the 3rd demon ancestor's heart palpitate spread from his body. A hideous skull emerged from his body. Swoosh! The skull rushed out of Mo Mingtian's body and swallowed the 3rd demon ancestor in a single gulp. Roar! The 3rd devil ancestor's terrified voice rang out from within the skull. Very quickly, the 3rd devil ancestor's voice faded away, and a devil spear fell out of the skull's mouth. My Dao weapon, Man Xiong extended his right hand, and the devil spear immediately flew back to his hand. When he looked down, he was dumbfounded. The demonic nature of the devil spear had disappeared, and it had turned into scrap metal. This Man Xiong's forehead was sweating. This Mo Mingtian was indeed powerful, much more powerful than the rumors said. Although Man Xiong was unhappy that his Dao weapon had been destroyed, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Mo Mingtian. One should know that in the primal chaos devil world, the strong were respected. Even if Mo Mingtian killed him, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. No one would stand up for him. Man Xiong was very clear that although he was an expert of the Battle Devil clan, the Battle Devil clan would definitely not want to provoke a malignant star like Mo Mingtian. Mo Mingtian was the #1 demon in the eastern region. This was a name he earned through killing. Although Mo Mingtian's territory was in the eastern region, the experts of the central region had also heard of his ferocious might. At this time, the skull that rushed out of Mo Mingtian's body seemed to burp and spat out a mouthful of foul air. Then it flew back to Mo Mingtian and entered his body. This Man Xiong was startled when he saw this scene. Could it be that Mo Mingtian's skull was a demon weapon with a soul? How could this be possible? Because only demon weapons of extreme path had a soul. The third demon ancestor had fallen. He was directly refined by Mo Mingtian's skull, and both his body and soul were destroyed. At this time, only the 6th demon ancestor was left out of the 7 demon ancestors of the God Extermination Demon Palace. The 6th demon ancestor was extremely powerful, and he was fighting the Meng brothers. No one knew the outcome of this battle because no one went to the depths of the starry sky to watch the battle. With the fall of the 3rd demon ancestor, the experts of the demons who were loyal to the God Extermination Demon Palace despaired. Some died in battle, and some chose to escape. However, the Black Devil Palace's experts still managed to catch up to the escaping Devil Race experts and beheaded them. Black Demon Mountain Lord led a group of experts to clean up the battlefield. Mo Mingtian didn't meet up with Black Demon Mountain Lord. Instead, he directly rushed towards the ancestral land of the God Extermination Demon Palace. Boom! At this time, with an earth-shattering sound, the void above the God Extermination Demon Palace suddenly collapsed, and a demon jar actually rushed out. A heaven-devouring power was released from the demon jar, and then it swallowed the earth demon vein below. This is when Gu Fei saw this demon jar. He was startled because this demon jar was the heaven-devouring demon jar from back then. However, Gu Fei clearly remembered that he had destroyed the demonic pot back then. So how could it appear here in perfect condition? When the heaven-devouring demon jar was about to swallow the earth demon vein, a demon eye rushed out from the primal chaos that was broken by the heaven-devouring demon jar and came to the side of the demon jar. It's that demon eye? Gu Fei was startled when he saw the demonic eye. Back then, the appearance of the demonic eye in the burning demon desolate domain had shocked the world. But now, when the demonic eye appeared once again, the aura on it had been greatly restrained. At the moment when the demon eye appeared, in another part of the void collapsed, and a blood-red heart rushed out from the shattered void. This Gu Fei's expression was extremely solemn. The demon eye of annihilation and the ancestral god's heart had appeared here at the same time. This was definitely not a good thing. It seemed that both the demon eye of annihilation and the ancestral god's heart wanted to obtain the earth demon vein. The importance of the earth demon vein was self-evident. It had attracted the strongest existence in the chaos demon world to come personally. Chapter 3188. The heaven-devouring demonic pot appeared once again, and a powerful devouring power immediately surged out from it. The mouth of the pot seemed to have turned into a terrifying black hole, and the devouring power erupted. The entire void of the world was collapsing and annihilating and was devoured by the pot. Song Ke, who bore the brunt of the devouring power that erupted from the heaven-devouring demonic pot, was directly pulled towards the pot. What? Song Ke turned pale with fright. He did not dare to be negligent, and quickly performed the supreme killing technique of the divine path. 2 immortal divine lights rushed out from his back, directly breaking the devouring power that erupted from the killing light of the heaven-devouring demonic pot, and then rushed out. Buzz! The heaven-devouring demonic pot vibrated, and rays of extreme path demonic inscriptions emerged from it. An even more powerful devouring power immediately erupted from the top of the pot, and it went to devour Tsang Quebec. This time, Tsang Ke would not fall for it so easily. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void that he was just in immediately collapsed, annihilated, and was devoured by the heaven-devouring demonic pot. At this moment, a blurry demonic shadow emerged from the top-secret demonic eye. The demonic shadow stretched out its hand and directly grabbed the earth demon vein in the air. Rumble. The huge demon vein was shaking, and there were actually signs of it being taken away. The demon eye of annihilation was frantically devouring the earth demon vein's essence chi. This was a plundering devouring. Rays of demonic light continuously rushed out from the earth demon vein and then entered the demon eye of annihilation. This kind of extremely pure demonic essence chi did not need to be refined at all. It could be devoured by the demon eye of annihilation and turned into its own demonic primordial essence chi. However, at this moment, a divine light transformed into a peerless divine sword, and it descended from the sky, slashing towards the demon eye of annihilation. Extreme path divine power erupted. This was the ancestral god's heart making a move. A divine shadow emerged from the ancestral god's heart, and it was this blurry divine shadow that was performing the ultimate sword principle. The sword descended from the sky, as though it was splitting the entire world in half. The demonic shadow on the demon eye of annihilation waved its right hand, and the heaven-devouring demonic pot that was fighting with Tsang Ke immediately flew back and landed in the hand of the demonic shadow. Buzz! The heaven-devouring devil jar vibrated. In the hands of Mo Ing, this devil jar displayed a supreme demonic might. Mo Ing raised the devil jar in his hand, and the peerless sword light that fell from the sky was sucked into the devil jar. Humph! The divine figure in the sky continued to attack. Boundless divine power rapidly condensed, and 9 beams of sword light appeared in the sky. Each beam of sword light was erupting with extreme sword chi. Swoosh! Under the control of Shin Ing, the 9 beams of sword light slashed down from the sky. The terrifying waves of sword chi caused heaven and earth to lose their color. The remnant soul of the extreme Tao ancestral god was going all out. If the demon eye of annihilation devoured the earth ancestral vein, the remnant soul of the extreme Tao ancestral god would be able to reconstruct his nascent divinity and regain his former supreme demonic might. Of course, if this earth devil vein was refined and devoured by the ancestor god's heart, the ancestor god's remnant soul would be able to reform and regain the cultivation base and battle prowess of an extreme great ancestor god. The earth ancestral vein in the ancestral ground of the god exterminating Devil Palace had existed for countless years. The demonic essence that it had condensed was naturally enormous to an unimaginable extent. Tsang Ke had only devoured a small portion of the essence of the devil vein, and he could already feel that his cultivation base had recovered a little. Naturally, he would not allow the demon eye of annihilation to take away the devil vein just like that. Kill! Tsang Ke roared angrily. He held the saber with both hands and directly slashed at the demon eye of annihilation. An extremely overbearing saber light immediately rushed out from the peerless saber in his hand. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The extreme saber light that rushed out from the peerless saber turned into a huge dragon and fiercely pounced towards the demon eye of annihilation. What? The demonic figure on the demon eye of annihilation was shocked to see this scene. The extreme ferocious might that erupted from the peerless saber made him feel uneasy. He was facing enemies from both sides and could only decisively give up on devouring the essence of the devil vein. Then, he used the heaven-devouring demonic jar to protect himself and directly rushed out. He dodged the 9 incomparably sharp swordlights that the remnant soul of the supreme ancestor god had unleashed, and also dodged Song Kei's domineering saber. Gu Fei, who was standing high up in the sky, was shocked to see this scene. These 3 experts were not true extreme grade supremes, but they could all use the power of the extreme grade. Even a quasi-supremes would be as weak as an ant in front of these guys. Let's go and join in the fun. As Gu Fei spoke, the shadow of an ancient cauldron immediately emerged from his body. A powerful aura of the extreme grade spread out from his body. He fused with the mountain and river cauldron as if he had transformed into an extreme grade supreme being. The terrifying aura of the extreme grade supreme being caused the entire world to shake and crack. Song Kei and the others immediately felt the great pressure from Gu Fei, especially from the demon eye of annihilation and the ancestral god's heart. One must know that Song Kei still had a complete primordial spirit and divine body, but the demon eye of annihilation and the ancestral god's heart only had remnant souls. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly joined the battle. He directly punched the demon eye of annihilation. The violent fist force collapsed the void and blasted the demon eye of annihilation into the chaotic void. However, in the next moment, the demon eye of annihilation rushed out from the chaos. The demonic figure that appeared from the demon eye of annihilation activated the heaven-devouring demonic jar in its hand and tried to devour Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled. He did not dodge at all. The terrifying devouring power of the heaven-devouring demonic jar directly enveloped him, and the void around him collapsed. However, what shocked the experts was that Gu Fei seemed to be standing casually, but he was as still as a mountain. No matter how powerful the devouring power of the heaven-devouring demonic jar was, it could not move him at all. He had fused with the mountain and river cauldron. Devouring him was equivalent to devouring the mountain and river cauldron. Since ancient times, there had never been an extreme grade demonic weapon that could devour the mountain and river cauldron. Ha! This move of yours is useless against me. Gu Fei smiled as he took large strides forward. He threw another punch at the demon eye of annihilation that had just rushed out from the chaos. Simple and direct attacks were often able to bring out the greatest power. Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached the level of returning to one's natural state. What he pursued was a one-hit kill. The simpler the move, the better. However, in the eyes of his opponents, Gu Fei's attack was another matter. The other opponents only felt that Gu Fei's punch could not be avoided at all. This was an invincible punch. Even the remnant soul of the demon eye of annihilation was extremely shocked. Clang! Chapter 3189. In the ancestral land of God, destroying Demon Palace, the appearance of the Earth Demon Vein had attracted the demon eye of annihilation and the ancestral god's heart. Back in the burning demon desolate domain, the demon eye of annihilation and the ancestral god's heart broke the seal and rushed out of the burning demon desolate domain. After a great battle, they disappeared. But now, the demon eye of annihilation and the ancestral god's heart seemed to have recovered quite a bit of their cultivation. They actually came out to fight with Song Kei for the Earth Demon Vein. Song Kei had a peerless, ominous saber in his hand, so he was naturally not afraid of the demon eye of annihilation and the ancestral god's heart. At this time, Gu Fei also merged with the mountain and river cauldron and joined the battle. He punched the heaven-devouring demon jar. A violent power instantly erupted from Gu Fei's fist. The entire void was shaking, and cracks appeared on the heaven-devouring demon jar. At the same time, Gu Fei was also pushed back by the powerful power that erupted from the heaven-devouring demon jar. An unbelievable wave of divine thoughts came from the demonic shadow on the demon eye of annihilation. The remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor was shocked. This guy could actually resist the power of the heaven-devouring demon jar and not be devoured by it. Moreover, he could even cause cracks to appear on the heaven-devouring demon jar that had been repaired with great difficulty. The original heaven-devouring demon jar had already been smashed by Gu Fei. It was unknown what method the remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor in the demon eye of annihilation used to repair the heaven-devouring demon jar. Just as the remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor was shocked, the remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor had already attacked. The two shadows fought fiercely. The fluctuation of the extreme demon ancestor's power was vast and mighty. The entire heaven and earth were destroyed, and the mighty residual power directly destroyed the ancestral land of God-destroying Demon Palace. The land within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was sinking, as if doomsday had arrived. At this time, be it the remnants of the Black Demon Mountain or the God-destroying Demon Palace, they had already hidden far away from the ancestral land of God-destroying Demon Palace. But even though they were so far away, the aura of the extreme Tao still arrived, causing the souls of countless experts to tremble and tremble. The more powerful the existence, the more intense this feeling would be. The great demon venerables were unable to withstand the suppression of the aura. They were terrified and had no choice but to retreat further away. Some even left the central region. All the demons in the central region were alarmed, especially the primitive demons in the central region. These primitive demons had an incomparably deep foundation. An unimaginably powerful existence came out of the primitive demons' ancestral land. At the same time, the news of the destruction of the God-exterminating Demon Palace also spread. Instantly, everyone was shocked. Countless demons couldn't believe it. One must know that the God-exterminating Demon Palace was also a demonic force established by the primitive demons. Since the Mystic Demon Mountain could destroy the Destruction God Demon Palace, then the Mystic Demon Mountain could also destroy the other primitive demons. This made all the Devil Path forces feel uneasy. Kill! At this time, Gu Fei also joined the battle. His fists smashed the heaven and earth, and even the stars in the starry sky fell from the sky. He was like a peerless war ancestor descending to the world, fighting against the heaven-devouring demon jar with his fists. Just when Gu Fei blocked the heaven-devouring demon jar, Song Ke took the opportunity to attack the demon eye of annihilation. The peerless ominous saber in his hand directly slashed at the remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor. In an instant, 3 experts attacked the remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor at the same time. Even if the remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor was stronger, it couldn't resist such an attack. Very soon, the remnant soul that appeared on the demon eye of annihilation was blasted away. Swoosh! At this time, the closed demon eye finally showed its power. The demon eye opened abruptly, and a destructive demonic light immediately rushed out from the demon eye, piercing towards Gu Fei. At the same time, the demon eye of annihilation kept rushing out from the demon eye, piercing towards Song Ke and the ancestor god's heart. At the same time, it attacked the 3 experts. Has this guy lost his mind? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. Even if the demon eye of annihilation was stronger, it couldn't defeat the 3 experts unless a miracle happened. Melt! Gu Fei used secret art of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, nihility, to melt the demon light of annihilation that pierced through the heart of annihilation. Then he pounced forward ferociously, raised his fist, and smashed it towards the demon eye of annihilation. At the same time that Gu Fei showed his power, Song Ke destroyed the demon eye of annihilation that pierced through the demon eye of annihilation with his saber and charged towards the demon eye of annihilation. The remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor on the ancestor god's heart of annihilation entangled the extreme demon soul. With the three experts working together, the demon eye of annihilation was no match for the extreme demon artifact, the heaven-devouring demon jar. The heaven-devouring demon jar was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Swoosh! An overbearing saber light flashed, and the demon eye of annihilation was split in half by Tsang Kei's saber. The remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor was shocked and angry. He did not dare to continue fighting and directly forced the remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor to retreat. Then he merged with the demon eye of annihilation that was split in half toward the void and escaped into the chaos. Gu Fei and Tsang Kei did not chase into the chaos, nor did they move the ancestor god's heart. This was because the demon eye of annihilation was severely injured, and it would be a long time before it could come out to do evil. How about we refine this earth demon vein together? Gu Fei glanced at the remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor god and said, "All right." The remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor god agreed, without hesitation. Then, the remnant soul rushed back and merged with the ancestor god's heart. In fact, the remnant soul of the extreme demon ancestor god knew that it was at a disadvantage. If Gu Fei and Tsang Kei joined forces, it would not be a match for them, and it could only escape. However, Gu Fei and Tsang Kei also had concerns. The longer it dragged on, the more experts of the demons would know that the earth demon vein had appeared. No one knew if there were any experts of the extreme Tao in the chaos demon realm. If there were two experts like Tsang Kei, it would not be fun. Without hesitation, Gu Fei and the others directly used their divine sense to refine this huge earth demon vein with all their strength. The essence chi of the earth demon vein was continuously refined and devoured by them. The three auras of the extreme Tao spread between heaven and earth. Not only were the demons in the central region extremely terrified, but the experts of the demons in other regions could also feel the three auras of the extreme Tao. For a moment, all the experts of the demons in the chaos demon realm were alarmed. For some old demons, the extreme Tao aura of the divine Tao was not strange. Is the extreme Tao ancestor god of the ancestor god realm here again? Chapter 3190. There were no longer any demons in the vicinity of the ancestral ground of the god-exterminating demon palace. The aura of the extreme Tao shrouded the area, and no other demons could withstand it. In the center of the area, there was a black mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles long. It was an earth demon vein that was trapped from the ground by a supreme divine power. This demonic vein was like a sleeping demonic dragon, and it was an extreme demonic dragon. Of course, the earth demonic vein had gathered endless demonic chi, and the demonic essence chi was not inferior to a real extreme demonic ancestor. This was also the reason why even the demon eye of annihilation and the ancestral god's heart jumped out. If they could devour such a large amount of demonic chi essence, even if they could not completely recover their former cultivation, they could at least recover 70% to 80%. Rumble, high up in the sky, the huge demon vein was shaking. Gu Fei, the ancestral god's heart, and Tsang Kei were using their mystic arts to devour the demonic chi essence. At this moment, with the earth demon vein as the center, Gu Fei and the others had jointly set up a super killing formation. Anyone who entered would die. Even if the heavenly horned demon from the falling moon demon palace came, he would not dare to enter the killing formation set up by three supreme martial artists who were not supreme martial artists. This great formation could also isolate the aura of the earth demon vein and greatly reduce the power of the extreme Tao. Otherwise, countless living beings would be engulfed by the power of the extreme Tao. In the center of this peerless killing formation, there was a heaven steel that emitted the divine light of the three realms. This was the three boundaries steal. Gu Fei used the three boundaries steal to suppress the eye of the formation to ensure that nothing went wrong. Even if a supreme expert came with an extreme Dao demon weapon, they would not be able to break this killing formation in a short time. Of course, this was not what Gu Fei was relying on. Gu Fei, let me in. Just as Gu Fei was circulating his mysterious art to refine the earth demon vein, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind, causing him to be startled. Demon Rock Lady? Gu Fei immediately knew who the owner of this voice was. The Magic Rock Lady and her junior had been hiding in the dark and hadn't made a move. This was a hidden chess piece that Gu Fei had arranged. One must know that the Magic Rock Lady's cultivation was extremely strong. Just like Song Ke, there was something wrong with her body. So her cultivation realm had fallen from the extreme grade supreme martial artist level. An existence like the demonic rock lady was naturally not an extreme supremacy, but she could use the extreme supremacy. Therefore, she was known as a supreme who was not a supreme. Be it in terms of strength or physical body, they were both at the level of an utmost being. The only thing he was lacking was his cultivation realm. He had the power and the supreme physique, but he couldn't use the extreme grade laws because the demonic rock lady and Song Ke's cultivation realm had fallen from the extreme grade realm. What's going on? Both Song Ke and the heart of the ancestral god sensed a powerful aura appearing outside the formation. There were experts whose cultivation and battle prowess were no weaker than theirs who were blocked outside by the formation. A fellow Taoist is coming. Gu Fei said, "It's her." At this moment, Song Ke recognized the person. It was a familiar aura. "What do you think?" asked Gu Fei. After all, they had worked together to chase away the demon eye of annihilation. He naturally had to ask for Song Ke's and the heart of the ancestral god's opinion. You decide. Song Ke and the heart of the ancestral god didn't have any objections because they knew how important Gu Fei was. They wouldn't go against him. To a certain extent, Gu Fei was in charge of everything. At this time, outside the supreme killing array, a masked woman in black was waiting anxiously. Gu Fei actually devoured the demon vein's essence with an outsider and didn't call me. "I'm so angry." The masked woman muttered to herself. Right at this moment, a door suddenly appeared in front of the black-clothed masked woman without any warning, startling the masked woman. This masked woman was none other than the demonic rock lady. "Come in." Gu Fei's voice rang in the demonic rock lady's mind. The demonic rock lady was overjoyed. She quickly rushed into the void door and disappeared inside. This was the life door of the peerless killing formation that Gu Fei had opened. Through the life door, one could pass through the killing formation without encountering any danger. However, if Gu Fei had opened the death door, it would be fun. Anyone who entered would definitely die. Even the demonic rock lady with her cultivation would not be an exception. One must know that this killing formation was set up by Gu Fei, Song Ke, and the heart of the ancestral god. It was specifically used to stop peerless experts like Song Ke and the demonic rock lady. What a pure demonic energy! The moment the demonic rock lady passed through the killing formation, she could not help but exclaim. She felt a thick wave of essence rushing towards her. It was as if her entire body was bathed in essence that had almost solidified. All the pores on her body opened up, greedily devouring the demonic essence around her. Without any hesitation, the demonic rock lady sat cross-legged in the void and attracted the surrounding essence. The surrounding essence immediately gathered towards her. Under the frenzied devouring of the four experts, the enormous demonic vein of earth that had been imprisoned in the void was rapidly losing its essence. However, the essence of the demonic vein of earth was simply too vast. Even the four experts could not refine it all in a short period of time. Rumble, the ancestral earth vein, was shaking. A dazzling, chaotic divine light enveloped Gu Fei's body. Endless demonic energy gathered towards him and was converted into chaotic energy before entering his body. The chaotic essence in Gu Fei's body was constantly condensing and being refined into his muscles, bones, and flesh. Of course, this level of chaotic essence was not enough for Gu Fei's martial body to undergo another transformation. It was too difficult for him to take the final step. Gu Fei was very clear that what he had to do was actually very simple. He had to refine the essence of the demonic vein of earth as much as he could in preparation for the final step. However, no one knew how to take that step. Not even Gu Fei. Even though he was a martial arts inheritor, he did not know. This was because he had to completely rely on himself to take this step. No one could help him. As for Song Ke, he was devouring the demonic qi like a ravenous wolf. Endless demonic qi was crazily rushing towards him. The pitch-black demonic energy instantly turned into a dazzling divine light. Song Ke was in dire need of essence because his entire body was lacking it. The demonic energy was constantly being refined into divine essence and absorbed by his divine body. His entire body was radiating divine light. Every inch of his flesh and bones was greedily devouring the divine essence. Chapter 30, 191. While the four supreme experts were dividing the essence of the earth demon vein, for extremely powerful auras erupted around the earth ancestral vein. The might of the extreme path filled the world. However, with the suppression of the peerless killing formation, the four extreme Daos were greatly weakened. Even so, the four extreme Daos still managed to pass through the killing formation and reach the outside world. Although it was a very weak extreme Dao aura, it still caused countless devil race beings to be extremely terrified. No one dared to rashly approach that super-killing formation. Only powerful existences with extreme path demonic weapons dared to approach the supreme killing formation. Some extremely powerful figures began to appear near the supreme killing formation. Some unimaginable existences were finally alarmed. The heavenly horned demon in the western region wasn't the only supreme existence in the chaotic demon world. There were other supreme beings who weren't supremes. These existences were the most powerful beings in the world. There should be such existences among the primitive demons. In the supreme killing formation next to the huge earth demon vein, an ancestral god's heart was constantly changing. Flesh and blood were gradually growing on the ancestral god's heart. As the demon chi was constantly refined into divine path essence and then absorbed the divine path essence, the ancestral god's heart was being reborn in blood. Several hours later, a figure appeared in the void. It was a powerful silhouette, its entire body radiating boundless divine light. Ancient divine patterns rushed out from this silhouette and then imprinted themselves onto this silhouette. The ancestral god's heart had become a thing of the past. The remnant soul of the extreme path ancestral god had finally reconstructed his physical body. It was a young man. He was tall and handsome. Good heavens! Sensing the shocking changes in the ancestral god's heart, Gu Fei and the others were extremely shocked. It should be known that the rebirth of flesh and blood was too shocking. Of course, this kind of thing had happened before. In the past, Gu Fei had already seen this kind of technique. However, the technique of that existence back then was much more brilliant and thorough than this guy's. As the endless earth demon vein's essence was continuously devoured by the four experts, the entire earth demon vein began to shrink. Even if the four great experts joined forces, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time if they wanted to completely divide up the earth demon vein. It would take time. Unknowingly, another 10 to 12 hours had passed. The earth demon vein was still gradually shrinking, However, according to the rate at which the Earth Demon vein was shrinking, it seemed that it would take at least 10 to 15 days for Gu Fei and the others to completely absorb the essence of the Earth Demon vein. At this time, it was already night time. The sky was filled with stars. Under the curtain of night, the area enveloped by the super-killing formation was completely silent. Not even a single creature could be seen. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from outside. The entire killing array shook for a moment as a terrifying aura of extreme Tao surged in from outside. What Gu Fei and the others were startled by the sudden loud noise. Dense Tao patterns appeared in the void and intertwined to form a mysterious array diagram. The extreme Tao's power erupted, and the superformation gradually stabilized. "What's going on?" Song Ke said. His voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. He was communicating with Gu Fei using his divine consciousness. "Someone can't sit still anymore." Gu Fei transmitted his voice. It was obvious that there was an extreme Tao's power colliding with this super-killing array. However, this killing array was not simple. Even if someone used an extreme Tao's demonic weapon, it would be difficult to break this super-killing array. "Who's going to get rid of that guy?" The young man who was reborn from the ancestor god's heart said. "Let's not care about the person outside first. Right now, raising our cultivation and combat power is the most important thing," Mo Peng Lady said. She greedily devoured the essence around her. She did not need to refine the essence of the Earth Demon vein at all. She could almost directly devour and absorb this kind of essence. "That's right." Gu Fei nodded. This super-killing array used the Three Boundaries Monument to suppress the formation I. If one wanted to break the array, they would have to have the ability to resist the Three Boundaries Monument. Buzz. At this time, the Three Boundaries Monument that was floating high in the sky let out a loud sound. The killing array that was still shaking continuously immediately stabilized. At this time, outside the super-killing array, a figure looked at this scene in disbelief. It was a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe. This middle-aged man looked very majestic. He had a straight eyebrow and blood-red long hair draped over his shoulders. He was also tall, and his body was emitting an extremely powerful demonic aura. The middle-aged man was holding a demonic treasure in his right hand. It was a black pagoda. The black pagoda had 9 floors. In each floor, there was a fire of death burning. This 9-floor demonic pagoda emitted an extreme Tao's qi that caused people's hearts to palpitate. This was an extreme Tao's demonic weapon. "Lu Ao, did you not eat? Are you out of strength? You can't even break a killing array." At this time, another figure appeared outside the super-killing array. It was an old man in black. This old man was carrying a turtle shell on his back. Lu Ao did not say anything. He stared at the old man, his eyes flashing with ferocity. This Lu Ao was the white-haired elder of the Lu clan. No one knew what he was doing. His white hair had turned black, and his appearance had become younger. The old man had turned into a middle-aged man. This astonishing change caused the experts of the demons who recognized Lu Ao to feel incredulous. "What, you want to fight?" The old man who had just arrived said disdainfully. He looked at Lu Ao with a sharp light in his eyes. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lu Ao stared at the old man and said coldly. He moved his feet and was about to attack. However, at this time, another figure descended from the sky and landed directly between Lu Ao and the old man. Lu Ao and the old man were shocked. They looked carefully and saw that the person who suddenly descended from the sky was a white-haired young man. "It's you?" When Lu Ao and the old man saw the white-haired young man, they couldn't help but be shocked. This guy's origin was very powerful. He was the descendant of the Nether Blood Sea. The white-haired young man's name was Xue Songxiao. He was a demon ancestor from the Nether Blood Sea. He was extremely powerful. Even Lu Ao was afraid of him. The three great experts had arrived at the same time. It seemed that the other forces could not sit still and were about to attack. However, the super-killing array that Gu Fei and the others had set up was not to be trifled with. The three great experts had arrived at the same time. It seemed that the other forces could not sit still and were about to attack. Chapter 30:192. The commotion caused by Gu Fei and the others refining the Earth Demon Vein was too great. The power of the extreme way spread out. Not only did the countless living beings in the central region sense this aura, even the true supreme living beings in the Chaos Demon realm were alarmed. Even the experts of the demons who had been sleeping for countless years were startled awake, thinking that another battle of the extreme way had broken out in the Chaos Demon realm. It should be known that if another battle of the extreme way broke out in the Chaos Demon realm, it would definitely be a disaster. The war that happened countless years ago had almost crippled the Chaos Demon realm and the Ancestral God realm. Countless living beings of the two realms had perished in that war. Many old antiques directly broke through the void and rushed towards the location of the palace of God-destroying demons in the central region. Some old antiques who were close to the palace had already appeared 1,000,000 miles away from the palace. Powerful figures paced back and forth. They didn't dare to move forward because the supreme killing formation was right in front of them. If the aura of the extreme way was vast and mighty, no one would dare to barge in. Damn, this killing formation covers a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. It's definitely not something that a single person can set up. It seems like there are at least 2 old undyings involved. A formation grandmaster of the devil race saw through this super-killing formation. This formation, grandmaster couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the primal chaos demon world, no one had laid down a killing formation of this level for tens of thousands of years. At this time, 3 great experts arrived outside the killing formation. They were Xue Songxiao of the Nether Blood Sea, Lu Ao of the Willow Demon Clan, and Shi Tong of the Stone Demon Clan. Shi Tong's figure was like that of a child, but he had white hair and eyebrows. He was an old man. Shi Tong was driving a stone chariot that was pulled by a pair of stone horses. He sat high up on the chariot. Although his figure was like that of a child, the power that emanated from his small body was not to be underestimated. Compared to Lu Ao and Xue Songxiao, this guy was much more imposing. Lu Ao and Xue Songxiao were all alone and didn't have chariots or mounts. How about we join forces? Lu Ao glanced at Xue Songxiao and Shi Tong. Join forces. Both Shi Tong and Xue Songxiao were startled. They had never thought about this before. Actually, they knew very well that it was impossible for either of them to break through the peerless killing formation in front of them with their own strength. Within that supreme killing formation, the phantom of an ancient monument could be seen faintly. That was the manifestation of a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering energy. They could already tell that it was a supreme Tao treasure. The other party actually used an extreme Wei Dao artifact to guard this supreme killing formation. Who could break through it? Dao artifact. Soon, Xue Songxiao nodded. He too did not have confidence in breaking through this super killing formation. Seeing Xue Songxiao nod his head, Shi Tong didn't seem to have any reason to refuse. Breaking this peerless killing formation was the most important thing right now. They had already received the news that the ancestral land of the god-destroying demon palace had been breached. Those people were currently devouring the essence energy of the Earth Demon Vein in the ancestral land of the god-destroying demon palace. The Earth Demonic Vein was very powerful, and the demonic Tao spirit chi it contained was so great that all the forces were envious. The Stone Demon clan was one of the primordial demons of the Chaos Demon realm. The ancestor of the Stone Demon clan was a supreme stone demon born from chaos. The Netherblood Sea was also one of the primordial demons because it had existed since the beginning of the world. It was unimaginably ancient. The three strongest primordial demons of the Chaos Demon realm had appeared in front of the Supreme Killing Formation at the same time, and they had joined forces. When the news spread, all the old demons in the surrounding regions were shocked. "Then let's do it," Lu Ao said. Then a dark green demonic light rushed out from his body and soared into the sky, turning into a towering demonic willow. The huge demonic willow opened up the sky, as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart. It was extremely terrifying, and every willow branch hanging from the demonic willow danced in the air like a giant dragon. A branch of the Lu clan's ancestor? Shurtong couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect Lu Ao to bring such a thing. It was definitely comparable to an extreme demonic weapon. The demonic willow formed from a branch of the willow was so huge that it directly propped up the starry sky. There were stars circling around the demonic willow. Compared to the demonic willow, the stars in the starry sky were too small. Countless living beings in the central region saw the sudden appearance of this strange phenomenon. It was too shocking, and all the living beings who witnessed it were extremely shocked. The aura that spread from the demonic willow was too shocking. Even Shurtong and Xuet Songxiao were stunned by what they saw. Although Lu Ao was a bastard, the thing he brought was really not bad. The demonic willow took root in the void and actually began to devour the essence of the super killing formation. Its willow branches fell from the starry sky and directly pierced into the killing formation. "You two don't need to hide anymore," Lu Ao said proudly. Lu Ao said proudly. The branch he brought with him was enough for him to sweep away all his enemies. However, it was still a little lacking if he wanted to break this super killing formation. Buzz. In the killing formation, the ancient tablet appeared, and the three realms' divine light shot out from the ancient tablet. It directly forced the willow branch that pierced into the killing formation out. "All right." Shurtong nodded, and then opened his mouth to spit out a stone bead. The moment the stone bead flew out, it soared into the sky and became as huge as a mountain. It directly suppressed the killing formation in front of it. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook, and there was actually some primordial chaos chi appearing on the stone bead. A strand of primordial chaos chi was enough to crush the mountains and rivers, and it had an incredibly terrifying power. The stone bead contained a strand of primordial chaos chi. One could imagine how heavy this stone bead was. If hit by it, even an old undying expert like Tsang Ke would be seriously injured. Boom! With a loud noise, the primordial chaos demon bead directly smashed into the killing formation. Countless array patterns appeared in the void, interweaving into ancient Tao diagrams. The layers of Tao diagrams stimulated the supreme power of the Great Path, and it actually blocked the primordial chaos demon bead. Shurtong was really shocked when he saw this scene. It should be known that no one knew the power of the primordial chaos demon bead better than him. This demon bead could smash anything, and as long as it was hit, even an extreme Tao treasure would be smashed away. Countless demonic patterns appeared on the primordial chaos demon bead, and the powerful power of the extreme Tao exploded from the demon bead. Rumble. The entire killing formation shook, and the two extreme Tao powers collided. The primordial chaos demon bead gradually sank down. Inside the super killing formation, Gu Fei and the others, who were refining the earth demon vein with all their strength, suddenly looked up. through the layers of array diagrams, they were shocked to find that a demon bead was actually suppressing them. The primordial chaos demon bead of the Stone Demon clan. The demonic rock lady said in surprise. Song K was at a critical juncture, so he naturally didn't want to be disturbed. His face darkened, and he waved his right hand. An extremely domineering blade light immediately shot up into the sky, slashing at the demon bead that was descending from the sky. Why is this guy so angry? Gu Fei's eyelids twitched involuntarily when he saw this. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon's roar reverberated between heaven and earth. The peerless blade transformed into a black dragon that pierced through the layers of array diagrams and slammed into the demon bead. In the next moment, under Shurtong's dumbfounded gaze, his primordial chaos demon bead, which was shrouded in primordial chaos chi, was sent flying by a black dragon that had rushed out of the super-killing formation. The giant demon bead was sent flying into the starry sky by the black dragon formed by the peerless blade, and an extremely domineering aura erupted from the black dragon. All the old demons outside the super-killing formation were stupefied. That was the primordial chaos demon bead, the ultimate treasure of the Stone Demon clan. How could it be sent flying? How was that possible? All of them found it hard to believe. Suddenly, the black dragon that had charged out of the super-killing formation dissipated into the void and transformed into a black blade. It was a ferocious blade that possessed an extremely strong killing intent. All the old demons shuddered with fear when they saw the blade. The saber then fell from the sky into the super-killing formation below. "A Supreme Tao artifact," exclaimed one of the old demons. Only a truly flawless Supreme Tao artifact could send the primordial chaos demon bead flying. The might of a flawless Supreme Tao artifact was absolutely equivalent to an attack from an extreme Tao exalt. "You reckless fools. If you don't fuck off, then I'll kill all of you." A murderous voice resounded from within the super-killing formation. "TCH, who do you think you are? A real extreme Tao demon forefather?" Shuet Songxiao, who hadn't attacked yet, said disdainfully, "I really was an extreme Tao demon forefather countless years ago." Suddenly, the voice resounded once more, and then a beam of demonic light charged out of the super-killing formation. It transformed into the image of an enormous rock that swooped down towards Shuet Songxiao. A supreme power erupted from the rock, and the surrounding space was instantly obliterated. It was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. What? Shuet Songxiao's shock was no small matter. He hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, a ball of blood light rushed out from his body, turning into a terrifying pool of blood that swallowed the rock specter that was charging towards him. However, the devouring power from the blood pool was unable to devour the Kuan Peng demonic image. The Kuan Peng demonic image directly crashed into the blood pool. The pool of blood exploded, and dark blood splashed everywhere, directly drowning the Kuan Peng demonic shadow. Chapter 30, 193. Shuet Songxiao came from the mysterious Nether Blood Sea. The Nether Blood Sea was a place that had existed since the beginning of the world. However, not many people knew where the Nether Blood Sea was because the Nether Blood Sea couldn't be seen at all. Some people said that the Nether Blood Sea was hidden in the depths of the earth. Only the people of the Nether Blood Sea could enter and exit freely. It was impossible for outsiders to enter and exit the Nether Blood Sea. Shuet Songxiao was naturally one of the strongest existences in the Nether Blood Sea. The nether demonic blood that he conjured actually engulfed the rock demon lady's demonic shadow. The nether demonic blood had a terrifying corrosive power. The space that was enveloped by the blood was constantly being destroyed. Shuet Songxiao opened his mouth, and inhaled. The nether demonic blood immediately flew back to him and was devoured by him. A layer of blood-red light appeared on his body. However, the blood-red light quickly disappeared and was hidden within Shui Sangxiao's body. Humph! A sneer came from the killing formation. The rock demon lady's demonic shadow was destroyed by the nether demonic blood. She was naturally displeased. However, she did not want to miss the opportunity to devour the earth demon vein. However, she did not want to let the guy outside go just like that. She pondered for a moment. Then, a pair of pitch-black wings appeared on her back. She flapped her wings, and a loud clanging sound was heard. Rays of black light rushed out from her wings and turned into rays of shocking sword light. They pierced through the void and rushed out of the killing formation, then stabbed towards Shui Sangxiao. Every ray of sword light was like a sword rainbow, flashing through the void and reaching Shui Sangxiao in the blink of an eye at an extremely fast speed. The cold sword chi spread out, and the temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. The cold chi was pressing. Demonic Peng Lady was still sitting in front of the earth demon vein in the killing formation. She did not get up and continued to use her mystic arts to continuously devour the extremely pure demonic essence of the earth demon vein. Endless demonic aura surged around her. A giant demonic Peng shadow appeared within the demonic aura, emitting a powerful aura. Streaks of extreme Tao Devil tattoos appeared and intertwined in the air around her. As the demonic chi was constantly devoured and absorbed by the demonic rock woman's demonic body, her body gradually began to change. Her flesh and bones seemed to tremble. The immortal demonic nature of the dormant extreme demon body began to awaken. This was very important to Mo Peng Girl. She was not the real supreme demon ancestor. She wanted to return to that invincible realm, but it was definitely not an easy task. The demonic rock lady was refining an endless amount of demonic energy to strengthen her body, allowing her extreme demon body to once again glow with immortal vitality. Very quickly, primordial demonic patterns appeared on her body. Every demonic mark was imprinted on her flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, releasing an immortal demonic nature. The aura that emanated from her body gradually became stronger. The shattered laws actually showed signs of condensing again. This was the extreme Tao laws. There was a problem with the demonic rock lady's demonic body, and the extreme Tao laws were scattered. Just as the demonic rock lady was trying to reassemble the extreme Tao laws that she had once cultivated, the shocking sword light that shot out from her black wings instantly pierced through Shui Sangxiao's demonic body, causing a large amount of demonic blood to spurt out. This was a shocking scene. Shui Sangxiao's demonic body was almost destroyed by the shocking sword light, and he suffered unimaginable damage. However, he was originally a living being that was born from the nether blood sea. The demonic body that was condensed from blood could be scattered and condensed. As long as a single drop of demonic blood was not destroyed, he could condense a demonic body again. At this moment, Shui Sangxiao's entire body was emitting a bloody light. Every drop of blood seemed to be burning, emitting an extremely powerful demonic power. The bloody holes on his body rapidly shrunk and were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, Shui Sangxiao's demonic body was completely healed. The bloody holes on his body disappeared, as if they had never been pierced by the sword light. As for the sword light that pierced through Shui Sangxiao's body, it was corroded by the demonic power and directly disappeared into the void. Roar! Shui Sangxiao roared into the sky, and the entire world trembled from his roar. Swoosh! At this moment, willow branches hung down from the towering demonic willow. Every willow branch was like a huge dragon, and they charged towards the depths of the super killing formation. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from the super killing formation. The entire killing formation was shaking, and the tricolored divine light was intertwining. It was extremely terrifying. The power of the three boundary monument was activated. A divine monument rushed out from the super killing formation, and the willow branches that hung down from the sky were directly broken. The power of the super killing formation was exploding. The divine monument's attack directly forced the demonic willow to retreat. The two extreme powers clashed, and the void between the two powers was collapsing and annihilating. The power of the three realms that erupted from the divine monument seemed to be superior. Boom! At this moment, a demonic bead that looked like a star smashed down from the sky towards the super killing formation. It was like a falling star, but it was far more terrifying than a falling star, because this was a primordial chaos demonic bead, and it was said that there was nothing it couldn't smash. The demonic orb descended from the sky, and the ripples of the extreme Tao's power shook the heavens. Black cracks appeared in the void. Torrential blood sea. Xue Sangxiao did not dare to be careless, and immediately performed his strongest killing technique. A torrential blood light rushed out from his body, turning into a netherworld blood sea, and surged towards the super killing formation. The blood-colored wave swept up to the sky, and it was a giant wave formed by the demonic blood of the netherworld. This demonic blood was very terrifying, and a single drop could turn into a sea of blood. As long as they were swept away by the wave, even a quasi-supreme would die. Boom! The endless blood wave slammed against the super-killing formation, and countless formation runes immediately dimmed. The three great experts joined forces and shook the super-killing formation, and pitch-black cracks appeared on it. Even the heavenly monument in the middle of the killing formation showed signs of breaking. That heavenly monument was not the real three boundaries monument, but a shadow. The real three boundaries monument was in the center of the super killing formation, suppressing the formation core. This was definitely an extremely shocking scene, and all the experts who saw this scene were shocked. The huge demonic willow pressed down from the starry sky, and its roots directly pierced into the super killing formation. This demonic willow was practically treating the super killing formation as nourishment, and it wanted to directly devour the essence of the super killing formation. The three extreme powers exploded at the same time, and the super killing formation that was jointly set up by the three great experts actually showed signs of collapsing, and many of the formation runes were obliterated. In the super killing formation, Gu Fei and the others could not sit still. Once the super killing formation was broken by the people outside, the earth demon vein might break free and fly away. This earth demon vein had long gained intelligence, and it had some basic independent consciousness. This was a kind of consciousness that urged luck and avoided danger. In order to not be devoured, this earth demon vein would definitely choose to escape. Seeing that more and more cracks appeared on the super killing formation, the supreme ancestor god who had just reconstructed his body suddenly shot out a drop of blood essence from his forehead. That drop of blood essence shot up into the sky, and then emitted endless blood light. Compared to Xue Sangxiao's nether demon blood, which was monstrous and evil, this drop of blood essence of the supreme ancestor god was emitting an incomparably holy aura. Rumble! In the next moment, the drop of blood essence of the supreme ancestor god turned into an endless sea of blood and directly went against the mighty nether blood sea. The nether blood sea emitted an extremely powerful evil aura, and within the monstrous blood waves, there seemed to be countless blood-colored figures struggling and roaring, as if the countless creatures that had fallen into the sea of blood were trying to break free from the shackles of the sea of blood. On the contrary, in the sea of blood formed by the blood essence of the supreme ancestor god, a divine land appeared, as if a divine kingdom had appeared in the eyes of the world. Boom! The evil nether blood sea and the ancestor god's blood sea collided. This was the collision of evil and holy powers. In just an instant, the shock waves that erupted from the two powers tore apart the void between heaven and earth. Even the formation diagram of the super killing formation was torn by the two powers, and it was over 30 meters long. Fortunately, the killing formation set up by the three experts was not an ordinary killing formation. The formation diagram that was torn apart by the extreme powers quickly repaired itself. At the same time, the demonic rock lady opened her mouth and spat out a blood flag. The blood flag fluttered in the wind and became incomparably huge. Then it directly rushed out of the killing formation. This was the supreme treasure of the Chaos Demonic Rock Clan, called the Heavenly Demon Blood Flag. Back then, the demonic rock lady had once used the Heavenly Demon Blood Flag to fight against Gu Fei. Of course, she was still mercilessly defeated by Gu Fei in the end. The demonic rock lady's Heavenly Demon Blood Flag blocked the demonic willow, while Song Ke released the peerless ominous blade, which blocked the primordial chaos demon bead. This was a battle of extreme powers. The super killing formation was gradually collapsing, and countless formation runes were constantly being ground down by the extreme powers. The entire world seemed like it was about to collapse. This was a power that could destroy heaven and earth. All the experts outside the super killing formation were stunned by what they saw. The vast and mighty aura of extreme powers caused their souls to tremble, and they had no choice but to retreat far away. The unlucky fellows with weaker cultivations were directly turned into clouds of blood mist by the ripples of the mighty extreme Tao power, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Only those experts with forbidden treasures on them would be able to survive. At this moment, the super killing formation was collapsing, and an incomparably huge black shadow appeared between heaven and earth. It was filled with boundless demonic essence. That's Chapter 3194. Although the supreme killing formation was powerful, Xuet Songxiao and the others had used their extreme strength. With the three experts working together, they managed to break the supreme killing formation. As the supreme killing formation collapsed, the earth demon vein that Song Ke had captured from the depths of the earth appeared in the world. It was a huge earth vein that was tens of thousands of miles long. It looked like a giant dragon, but it was definitely not a giant dragon. It was just a sealed earth demon vein. Of course, if the earth demon vein was given enough time to grow, it might be able to give birth to an innate demon dragon. But now, the earth demon vein had lost the qualification to grow into an innate demon dragon. The huge earth vein lay between the heavens and the earth. Endless demonic qi surged out from it. Within the demonic qi, there seemed to be countless figures vaguely visible. That is the earth demon vein. Seeing the huge demon vein, all the experts of the demons were shocked. Such an earth demon vein was enough to make any cultivator jealous and want it. Damn it! At this moment, Song Ke, who was disturbed, was furious. These guys actually dared to disturb him while he was refining the earth demon vein's essence. They really deserved to die. Swoosh! As Song Ke thought about it, a figure rushed out from his body and attacked the demon willow in the sky with the peerless ominous saber in his hand. It was Song Ke's doppelganger. His real body was still refining the earth demon vein's essence. Buzz! The peerless, ominous saber hummed. Song Ke's doppelganger slashed out with all his might. The dazzling saber light immediately soared into the sky and slashed at the demon willow in the sky. An extremely overbearing aura erupted from the peerless ominous saber. Lu Ao saw this and quickly activated the demon willow. Immediately, the demon willow let down many green willow branches and entangled the peerless ominous saber. However, The saber light flashed by, and a dozen willow branches were directly cut off, falling from the sky. Roar! Song K's doppelganger roared into the sky and slashed again. This time, the saber light lit up the sky. This time, the peerless, ominous saber slashed on the demon willow's trunk. The blade sank into the tree trunk. Song K's clone exerted force and pulled out the peerless blade. However, at the same time, a willow twig wrapped around Song K's clone and tied him to the huge trunk of the demon willow. Swoosh! The peerless saber light flashed, and the willow twig that was entangling Song K's clone was immediately cut into countless pieces. Song K's clone took the opportunity to rush out. However, at this moment, countless willow branches hung down from the demonic willow. Every willow branch was like a huge dragon, entangling Song K's clone. When Song K's clone saw this, he was shocked. He hurriedly used the peerless, ominous blade to protect himself and rushed out. However, that primordial chaos demon bead smashed towards him. Damn it! Song K's clone was shocked again. Luao and the Stone Child actually attacked him at the same time, wanting to kill him. However, the demonic rock lady and the mysterious ancestral god also attacked. The demonic rock lady spat out a blood flag and directly attacked the demon willow that stood between the heavens and the earth. The blood flag fluttered, and a ferocious demonic beast directly rushed out from the demonic flag. It fiercely pounced on the demon willow and started fighting with it. That was the heavenly demon blood flag, the most precious treasure of the Chaos Demonic Rock clan. It was a true ultimate demonic weapon. The demon willow trembled, and an extremely powerful demonic force erupted. Countless willow branches were like demonic dragons, dancing in the air and entangling the blood-colored demonic beast. At this moment, the demon willow could no longer care about attacking Song K's clone. One should know that the demonic rock lady was not attacking with her clone, but her real body that was controlling the heavenly demon blood flag. The demonic rock lady blocked the demon willow, while the mysterious ancestral god used a drop of blood essence to form an endless sea of blood, blocking Shuet Sangxiao's nether demon blood. Everyone was attacking, but Gu Fei had been watching coldly from the sidelines, as if he was not in a hurry to make a move. "Brother Gu, when are you going to make a move?" Song K transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. He sat calmly in front of the earth demonic vein, his whole body shrouded in a mass of chaotic divine light. Endless demonic chi gathered towards the mass of chaotic divine light, and was then devoured and refined into chaotic essence. "What's the hurry?" Gu Fei said. Then he stood up from the void, stopped devouring the demonic chi of the earth demonic vein, and raised his head to look up. "Just a bunch of clowns," Gu Fei said. Then his figure disappeared into the void. Even an expert of Song K's level did not see how he disappeared. At the next moment, a dull sound of impact was heard. Gu Fei suddenly appeared in front of the huge demon willow and then directly punched. The primordial chaotic force immediately erupted from his fist. The entire void was collapsing, and destroyed. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist mercilessly smashed on the trunk of the demon willow, and the demon willow was shaken away. Cracks appeared on the trunk. What Lu Ao, who was hiding on the demon willow, could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Who is this guy? He can actually shake the demon willow. Just after Gu Fei punched the demon willow, he directly appeared next to the primordial chaotic demon bead in a flash. Then he stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the demon bead. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from the demon bead. The demon bead was shaking violently, trying to break free from Gu Fei's right hand and rush out. However, at this time, Gu Fei had fused with the mountain and river cauldron, and could use the power of the mountain and river cauldron for his own use. He directly grabbed the demon bead in his hand. No matter how hard the demon bead struggled, it could not break free from Gu Fei's 5 Fingers Mountain. The Stone Demon Clan's primordial chaotic demon bead was actually taken away by someone. Seeing this, the Stone Demon Clan's primordial chaotic demon bead was really not a small matter. Even he would not be able to survive if the demon bead was taken away. He would not be able to explain to the clan leader of the Stone Demon Clan, "Return my ancestral weapon." The Stone Demon crazily attacked Gu Fei. He waved his hand crazily, and rays of demonic light immediately rushed out from his hand, piercing towards Gu Fei. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered. He just waved his right hand, and the rays of demonic light immediately dissipated in the void. Swish! A ray of sword light flashed, and the Stone Demon directly turned into a cloud of dust, dissipating in the void. His body and soul were directly destroyed. "You're courting death." Gu Fei shook his head, feeling a little regretful. Such a powerful existence should have died on the battlefield. Not here. This place was sacred. The Stone Demon died in battle, and the primordial chaotic demon bead was taken away by Gu Fei. This scene made Lu Ao and Xue Zhangxiao shudder. The battle strength that Gu Fei displayed was really too strong. "Go!" Lu Ao directly soared into the sky, using the demon willow to protect himself, and fled into the distance. Xue Zhangxiao saw that the situation was not good. He did not even retract the nether demon blood that he released. He turned around, broke the void, and rushed into the chaos, trying to escape from the chaos. "Humph! You think you can escape?" Gu Fei said disdainfully, and then his figure disappeared in the void again. In the next moment, he caught up with Lu Ao and the demon willow. Without any words, Gu Fei directly turned into an ancient cauldron and suppressed Lu Ao and the demon willow. Rays of primordial chaotic chi fell from the ancient cauldron like a huge dragon, a terrifying aura that could change the color of the 9 heavens and 10 earths spread from the ancient cauldron. Without any suspense, the mountain and river cauldron slammed down, directly killing Lu Ao and the demonic willow. Lu Ao's body and soul were destroyed, but the demonic willow turned into a willow twig floating in the air. This willow branch was the original form of the demon willow. After killing Lu Ao, the ancient cauldron disappeared, and Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. He grabbed the willow branch that was floating in the void. The supreme treasure of the Demon Willow clan was taken away by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's strength had reached an unimaginable level. He had killed 2 super powerhouses with a single move, and had even taken away their supreme demonic weapons. At this time, Xue Zhangxiao had already disappeared in the chaos. Gu Fei smiled and directly rushed into the chaos to chase after Xue Zhangxiao. However, he also knew that it would not be easy to find Xue Zhangxiao in the chaos. However, Gu Fei had already locked onto Xue Zhangxiao. No matter where he escaped to, as long as he was still in the chaos, he would be able to find him. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the chaos. Soon, he returned with a head in his hand. This head was Xue Zhangxiao's head. Xue Zhangxiao was not a match for Gu Fei at all. All the experts of the older generation of the demons who saw this scene in the sky were shocked to the extreme. This guy was really strong to the point of being abnormal. Gu Fei actually killed 3 experts and took away their supreme ancestral weapons. This was definitely something that could shake the entire cultivation world of the Chaos Demon realm. Even the Magic Rock Lady and the others were very surprised. The battle strength that Gu Fei displayed was really beyond their expectations. After killing the 3 experts, Gu Fei returned to the Earth Demon Vein, sat in the void, and continued to devour the essence of the earth demon vein. The experts, who were watching from afar, were inexplicably shocked. Everyone had witnessed Gu Fei killing 3 experts. Such battle strength made the experts from all sides feel great pressure. For a moment, no one attacked again. At this moment, the 3 boundary steel appeared in the sky. Runes rushed out from the 3 boundary steel and directly imprinted themselves in the void. The super killing array that was about to collapse finally stabilized at this moment. Chapter 3195. Gu Fei had killed Luo and Shitong, as well as Shui Songxiao. Such a method had truly suppressed the restless demons. It should be known that Luo, Shitong, and Shui Songxiao were not weaklings. They had also brought great killing weapons, weapons that would make even the old fogies' hearts palpitate. But now they had all fallen, and their killing weapons had been taken away by Gu Fei. The old fogies in the distance were indescribably shocked at this scene. At this time, heaven and earth shook. The 3 boundaries monument was blooming with hazy 3 realms divine light. Formation runes condensed in the void and intertwined with each other. The super-killing formation that had been broken was rapidly being repaired. Soon, a shocking murderous aura reappeared between heaven and earth. Gu Fei returned to the earth demon vein and continued to operate his mysterious technique to refine the huge amount of demonic essence. Soon, he was enveloped by a mass of primal chaos divine light. Endless demonic energy frantically converged towards the mass of primal chaos divine light, then was refined into primal chaos essence and melted into the primal chaos divine light. At this time, the demonic rock lady, Song Ke, and the mysterious ancestor god calmed down and focused on refining the demonic energy of the earth. The demonic energy contained within the earth demon vein was constantly decreasing. The earth vein was shaking, and the huge earth vein was gradually shrinking. The aura of demonic energy emanating from it was gradually weakening. The 4 experts were simultaneously devouring the demonic energy of the earth demon vein. Even if the earth demon vein had condensed an endless amount of demonic energy, it still couldn't withstand the 4 experts devouring. While the 4 experts were devouring the demonic energy of the earth demon vein, the experts of the mystical demon mountain were not idle. The 6 demons of the exterminating demon palace had not been killed by the Meng brothers in the depths of the starry sky. There were also many survivors of the exterminating demon palace who were loyal to the death. After the battle, the demon warships of the exterminating demon palace were almost completely destroyed. 2 of the 3 Black Moon demonic ships that Gu Fei had borrowed suffered varying degrees of damage. The experts of the mystical demon mountain were still besieging the survivors of the exterminating demon palace under the leadership of the mystical demon mountain lord. The territory of the god exterminating demon palace was huge because the central region of the primal chaos demon world was the largest among the 5 great regions. Even if the other 4 great regions were added together, they still wouldn't be able to compare to this region. The territory of the god exterminating demon palace was comparable to a small half of the western region. It was not an easy task to conquer such a large territory. Although the mystical demon mountain had destroyed the ancestral land of the destroying god's demon palace, the destroying god's demon palace still had countless cities under its command, ruling over billions of creatures. Not all the cities would surrender. Some of the demons even had the idea of becoming a local tyrant. They would take advantage of this opportunity to break away from the demon extermination palace and become their own overlord. Of course, there weren't many demons who dared to do this. Before becoming an overlord, one had to be clear about one's own cultivation and combat power. The cultivation and battle prowess of the city lords under the god exterminating demon palace were far inferior. The city lords of small cities could barely be considered experts. They weren't even devil lords. However, the city lords of large cities were different. The reason why these city lords could control the entire city was very simple. They were strong enough. Devil Elephant City, Flying Eagle City, Fire Lion City. Are the city lords of these three cities unwilling to surrender? Thousands of miles away from the God-exterminating demon palace, banners were fluttering in the sky. A murderous aura filled the sky. The demon army of the mystical demon mountain was marching in the sky. On the ground in front of the army, there was a huge city. There was an incomparably exuberant vitality coming from the city. It was obvious that there were countless creatures gathered in the city. In front of the army stood a group of high-level officials of the mystical demon mountain. The person in the lead was the Lord of the mystical demon mountain. Lord, the city lords of these three cities are very determined. The city lord of the Devil Elephant City even killed the emissaries we sent. A demon general kneeling in front of the Lord of the mystical demon mountain said loudly, "Since that's the case, there's nothing else to say. Let's just wipe them off the face of this world." The Lord of the mystical demon mountain looked at the city in front of him and said solemnly, he was very clear that once a war broke out, the countless creatures in the city in front of him would most likely die. But this was something that couldn't be helped. Unless the city lords of those cities were willing to surrender, a war was inevitable. "Pass down my order, attack." In the next moment, the Lord of the mystical demon mountain gave the order to attack. Yes, the demon general immediately stood up from the ground, turned around, and walked out. Very soon, a horn sounded, and a dense crowd of figures immediately rushed out from the sky. They were countless armored demonic soldiers. Under the leadership of the demonic generals, these demonic soldiers formed a killing formation and attacked forward. The city in front of them was the Devil Elephant City. At this moment, the Devil Elephant City was shrouded in a desolate aura. Figures flashed on top of the city wall. At this moment, the city lord of the Devil Elephant City was not afraid of the Lord of the mystical demon mountain, and the others because he planned to establish himself as a king. If he wanted to establish himself as a king, he would need the support of a strong military force. The city lord of the Devil Elephant City was a devil elephant that had lived for an unknown period of time. His cultivation was incomparably strong. He was a demon ancestor, and no one in the Devil Elephant City was a match for him. At this moment, the city lord of the Devil Elephant City was sitting on the throne in the main hall of the city lord mansion. The main hall was filled with the higher-ups of the Devil Elephant City. Report, the demon soldiers of the Black Demon Mountain have begun their attack. A voice suddenly came from outside the main hall, breaking the silence among the crowd. What? Everyone in the main hall was shocked. They never thought that those fellows from the Black Demon Mountain would actually start their attack so soon. What should they do? Then let's fight. The city lord of the Devil Elephant City, who was sitting on the throne, said, "City lord, someone in the main hall hesitated. The other party could even destroy the ancestral land of the god-destroying demon palace, let alone a small Devil Elephant City. No one wanted to die. We killed the emissary of the Black Demon Mountain. There's no way back." Someone said calmly, "Boom." At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Then, the whole main hall shook, and everyone couldn't help but change their expressions. The war against the Devil Elephant City had finally broken out. At this time, the news of Lueo's death had already reached the ancestral land of the Devil Willow clan. The Devil Willow clan was shaken up, especially the clan lord Lu Tianzheng, who wanted to swallow those fellows from the Black Demon Mountain alive. The news of Shirtong's death had also reached the ancestral land of the Devil Golem clan. The experts of the Devil Golem clan were indescribably shocked, and the clan lord of the Devil Golem clan came out of seclusion immediately. Lueo was dead, but the branch of the supreme demon willow that Lu Ao brought out did not fly back. This was most likely because the branch of the demon willow had been taken away by someone else. In the ancestral land of the Devil Willow clan, Lu Tianjing sat on the throne without saying a word. He glanced at the experts below. "Clan Lord, what should we do? The branch of the ancestor can't be left in the outside world." An expert from the Devil Willow clan said loudly, "Yes, the demonic body of the ancestor can't be lost." Many experts from the demons agreed. It should be known that if the body of the ancestor was missing a branch, it would not be perfect. For them, the branch of the ancestor was a supreme sacred object. Then use the last trump card and kill all the experts from the Black Demon Mountain. Lu Tianjing said with a murderous look, "That's right." All the experts from the Devil Willow clan in the hall nodded in agreement. "Then what are you waiting for? Get out of here," Lu Tianjing said as he glanced at the crowd. "Yes, Clan Lord." The experts of the Willow Devil clan in the main hall immediately accepted the order, then turned around and rushed out. The Devil Willow clan began to mobilize their troops. The unusual movements of the Devil Willow clan naturally could not escape the eyes of those with ulterior motives. Soon the news spread. Subsequently, chariots rushed out from the ancestral land of the Devil Willow clan. On each chariot stood an incomparably powerful existence. This was the foundation of the Devil Willow clan. This time, in order to teach the experts of the Black Demon Mountain a lesson, the Devil Willow clan also sent out all the experts. The territory of the Devil Willow clan was very far from the exterminating demon palace. It was impossible to instantly arrive at the ancestral land of the exterminating demon palace because the ancestral land of the exterminating demon palace no longer existed. At this time, the Lord of the Black Demon Mountain and the others did not know that the Devil Willow clan had already attacked their location. In addition to the Devil Willow clan, the Stone Demon clan also took action. Not only did the Stone Demon clan lose an incomparably powerful existence, but even the clan's most precious treasure, the primordial chaos demon bead, was taken away. Soon, the Stone Demon clan also sent a dozen extremely powerful experts to the ancestral land of the exterminating demon palace. They wanted to take back the primordial chaos demon bead. One should know that the primordial chaos demon bead was the clan's most precious treasure of the Stone Demon clan. They could not afford to lose it. However, the creatures of the Nether Blood Sea did not make any moves. Shui Sangxiao had fallen, but the creatures of the Nether Blood Sea did not seem to want to avenge him. Just as the Stone Demon clan and the Devil Willow clan were attacking the ancestral land of the exterminating demon palace, Gu Fei and the other three experts had already devoured and refined a huge amount of Earth Demon Qi. The Earth Demon vein had actually shrunk by a third. The super killing formation was in operation. No one dared to attack again. The three great demons were a good example. Those who attacked were all dead. Time passed. Another few hours passed. The day turned into night. Under the starry sky, the Earth Demon vein that was enveloped by the super killing formation had actually shrunk by 2/3. Soon, the essence of the Earth Demon vein would be completely divided up by Gu Fei and the others. The primordial chaos essence that Gu Fei had refined into his body was already strong enough. However, his martial body was like a bottomless black hole, continuously refining devil qi into primordial chaos essence. Chapter 3196. Gu Fei's strength made all the experts of the demons' hearts palpitate. This person was simply unscrupulous. He had actually killed an important figure of the three superpowers. Whether it was Lu Ao of the Demon Willow tribe, Shirtong of the Stone Demon tribe, or Shui Sangxiao from the Nether Blood Sea, they were all existences with great backgrounds. The Demon Willow tribe was the primitive demons. This tribe was even stronger than the exterminating demon palace. Lu Ao had been killed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei had absolutely pierced through the sky. Lu Ao had always been favored by the Demon Willow tribe's patriarch, Lu Tianzheng. He was the most promising person to become the next patriarch of the Demon Willow tribe. But now Lu Ao was dead. The Demon Willow tribe naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. They would definitely make the strongest response. However, no one had expected that the Demon Willow tribe's anger would erupt so quickly. Rumble, not long after Gu Fei killed Lu Ao, a pitch-black spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the super-killing array that Gu Fei and the others were in. A warship broke through the void and directly rushed out from the void. A shocking, murderous aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly. On the deck of the warship stood a middle-aged man in white. This middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair danced in the wind. He had a handsome face, and 3 strands of long beard fluttered in front of his chest. This was an elegant middle-aged man. However, at this moment, this middle-aged man's murderous aura was soaring. The shadow of a demon willow was faintly discernible on his body. The powerful murderous aura that erupted from the warship originated from this middle-aged man. This person was the current patriarch of the Demon Willow tribe, Lu Tianzheng. The patriarch of the Demon Willow tribe had actually personally led the Demon Willow army to attack. At the end of the distant horizon, a leader of the demons saw the figure on the warship. His eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Lu Tianzheng had actually personally attacked. This time, there will be a good show to watch. The other leaders of the demons were also shocked, but they were also very curious. They were looking forward to the battle between Lu Tianzheng and the guy named Gu Fei. As the leader of the demons in the Chaos Demon realm, he was naturally well informed. Gu Fei's origin did not seem to be a secret. He could find out after a little investigation. Rumble, the huge battleship, appeared in the sky above the super-killing array like a mountain. It blocked the sunlight in the sky and cast a huge shadow. An extremely terrifying demonic aura erupted from the figure on the warship. At that moment, one powerful figure after another walked out from the ship's hold. Every single one of them exuded a monstrous demonic aura. They were all important figures of the fiendish Willow clan. Of course, these people were also big shots in the entire Chaos Demon realm. They belonged to the kind of existences that could shake the entire Chaos Demon realm with a single step. The demonic Willow clan has actually turned out in full force. Many leaders of the demons who were watching from afar were in disbelief when they saw the group of people coming out from the warship. They were a group of ancient existences. Every one of these guys who came out from the fiendish Willow clan was a leader of the demons. There were a total of 9 experts, and every one of them was a demonic ancestor. The 9 great demonic ancestors of the fiendish Willow clan appeared at the same time. The aura that erupted from the 9 figures seemed to be able to crush the sky. Even the leaders of the demons who were watching from afar felt their hearts palpitate. It should be known that these 9 great experts were not demon sovereigns or great demon sovereigns. They were the demonic ancestors who were even more powerful than great demon sovereigns. Experts of this level were absolutely rare to see in ordinary times. It could be seen that the fiendish Willow clan was really serious this time because of Lu Ao's death. There had never been anything that could make the 9 great demonic ancestors of the fiendish Willow clan take action at the same time. This also showed that the fiendish Willow clan was determined to kill Gu Fei to avenge Lu Ao. Rumble, the warship, floated above the super-killing formation, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. On the body of the ship, runes appeared one after another. Those were the unique demonic patterns of the fiendish Willow clan. Those demonic patterns were shaped like willow trees. Every demonic pattern was shining with demonic light, emitting powerful fluctuations of the extreme Tao level. This is actually an extreme Tao level worship. Seeing this worship, all the leaders of the demons were stunned. It was not an ordinary worship. The entire body of the worship was actually an incomparably huge divine tree. It was hard to imagine that apart from the fiendish willow, there was also an extreme Tao demonic tree in this world. Moreover, the body of this extreme Tao demonic tree had been refined into a worship by the fiendish Willow clan. Didn't the chaotic demon world only have one extreme Tao demonic tree? Of course, the secrets of the chaotic demon world were actually not completely known even by the leaders of the demons. The appearance of the extreme Tao worship made the leaders of the fiendish Willow clan want to retreat. Gu Fei, come out and accept your death. A loud shout came from the extreme Tao demonic ship. In an instant, the voice spread throughout the entire world, echoing endlessly between the sky and the earth. Even the super killing formation below could not completely block the voice. Someone else has come to die. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Gu Fei, who had been refining the essence of the earth demonic vein with all his might, opened his eyes impatiently. The other party had pointed out his name, which made him very unhappy. Swoosh! 2 beams of chaotic divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's eyes. He suddenly looked up. His gaze instantly pierced through the super-killing formation and saw the demonic ship floating above the formation. This is a bit troublesome. Gu Fei sighed helplessly. He had never stirred up any trouble. Why did these fellows always want to find him? It's Lu Tianzheng of the fiendish Willow clan. Do you need help? Demon Rock Lady's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. She recognized the murderous guys outside. The one who had come was the leader of the fiendish Willow clan. The leader of the fiendish Willow clan was a descendant of the legendary Willow tree. He had the bloodline of the fiendish Willow in his body. This was an existence with the bloodline of a supreme being. He was definitely extremely powerful. He was probably only half a step away from the level of the extreme demon ancestor. Although Gu Fei was powerful, it would be difficult for him to win against such an existence alone. The other party came prepared. They even used the extreme demonic ship and the 9 great demon ancestors of the fiendish Willow clan. They were going to kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei, are you not going to come out and accept your death? Fine, then you don't need to come out. The voice on the demonic ship sounded again. Then, countless Tao patterns emerged and intertwined on the ship. Many demonic diagrams emerged from the ship. The extreme demon power was condensing. This was an extreme demon ship. This demonic ship was condensing the extreme demon power. It was about to launch an earth-shattering attack to directly destroy the super-killing formation and Gu Fei's group below. Of course, this was an attack of the extreme demon power. No one knew if it could break the super-killing formation. However, such an attack would definitely be horrifying. In the super-killing formation, the ancient tablet floated in the eye of the formation. It released a powerful extreme demon power aura. Ancient extreme Tao patterns appeared on the ancient tablet. The power of this super-killing formation was also condensing. A dazzling light of destruction emerged in the eye of the formation. The super-killing formation felt threatened and was also responding. It should be known that this super-killing formation could use the 3 Boundaries Monument to suppress the eye of the formation. The 3 Boundaries Monument was an extreme Tao artifact. It originally had its own will. At this time, a light of destruction emerged from the bottom of the extreme demon ship. terrifying, destructive demon power was condensing. These madmen, the demonic Tao giants who were watching from afar, saw this and immediately turned to leave. This was a confrontation between the extreme Tao powers. If they were not careful, the entire region would be destroyed, and they would also be affected. Who is shouting? Don't you have any manners? At this time, a voice came from the super killing formation. How dare you? Kill! The voice on the extreme Tao demonic ship roared furiously. Then, the annihilation demonic light beneath the extreme Tao demonic ship erupted with extreme power. Boom! With a muffled sound, the light of destruction above the extreme demon ship rushed out from the bottom of the extreme demon ship like a demonic sun and blasted towards the super killing formation below. The power of the extreme path erupted, and the void below the extreme path demonic ship was instantly shattered. Everything was destroyed, and wherever that mass of demonic light passed, nothing existed. This was definitely a terrifying power that could kill a supreme expert like Sang Quebec. However, at the same time, a divine light also shot up into the sky from the eye of the super killing formation below. It went towards the light of destruction. That was the extreme Tao power condensed by the Three Boundaries Monument. It was not weaker than the extreme Tao demonic ship condensed. Boom! With a loud sound, the light of destruction and the divine light collided. The two extreme Tao powers exploded and turned into a ball of destructive wave. It spread out in an instant. The void was annihilated. Everything that was enveloped by this wave was directly obliterated. Nothing could be preserved. This was the extreme Tao power that could obliterate everything. It was extremely terrifying. On the ground, apart from the area covered by the super killing formation, all the mountains on the ground were instantly erased from the ground. The entire ground was collapsing. This was the situation on the ground. High up in the sky, the void was constantly being annihilated. Even the extreme demon ship in the sky was affected by the wave and trembled slightly. What the demon ancestors of the Demon Willow clan on the extreme demon ship were extremely shocked. They did not expect the super killing formation below to have such power. I underestimated that guy. On the bow of the ship, Lu Tianjing's expression was extremely solemn. He thought that by using the extreme demon ship, he would be able to easily kill the guy who took away the branch of the ancestor. But now, it seemed that this guy was not simple. The consequences of underestimating him would be very serious. At this time, there was a wave of extreme Tao power in the void far away. The void there shattered, and a stone ship rushed out. The Stone Demon Clan, Chapter 3197. Gu Fei's killing of Lu Ao had provoked Lu Tianzheng, the patriarch of the demonic Willow tribe, to mobilize all of his tribe's experts. Lu Tianzheng had even mobilized a demonic ship. Of course, there was only one demonic ship in the demonic Willow tribe. The terror of the demonic ship was obvious to all. The ancient demonic diagram that emerged from the ship could condense extreme demonic power and attack the super killing formation that Gu Fei had set up. However, the super killing formation that Gu Fei had set up was not simple. The power displayed by the Three Boundary Monument shocked the experts of the demonic Willow tribe. On the demonic ship, Lu Tianzheng was about to activate the demonic ship again. He wanted to destroy the super killing formation below and drag out Gu Fei, who was hiding in the killing formation. Lu Tianjing's plan was brilliant, but it was only his wishful thinking. Things often developed beyond expectations and did not go according to plan. At this critical moment, a muffled, thunderous sound came from the distant sky. The void there collapsed, and a stone ship broke through the void and appeared between heaven and earth. All the experts of the demons were stunned when they saw this scene. The stone ship could only be used by the higher-ups of the Stone Demon clan. Obviously, the Stone Demon clan had sent out all of their experts. The death of Shurtong had caused great grief and indignation to the Stone Demon clan. Shurtong's primordial chaos demon bead was the most precious treasure of the Stone Demon clan. They could not afford to lose it. This was also the reason why the Stone Demon clan could kill their way here so quickly. Even the experts of the Stone Demon clan are here. At this time, in the super killing formation, in front of the earth demonic vein, the demonic rock lady opened her eyes. Even she felt uneasy when two primitive demons had arrived. One should know that they were primitive demons. The strength of primitive demons was undeniable because such a race had once produced the extreme demon ancestor. They were the descendants of the extreme demon ancestor and had the inheritance of the extreme demon ancestor. It could be said that the foundation of primitive demons was much deeper than any other demons. All the demons who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. It should be noted that there had never been a situation where two primitive demons attacked the same force at the same time. This was because a single primitive demons could run amok in the entire chaos demon realm. There were very few forces that could contend against them. Mystic Demon Mountain is going to be in big trouble this time. Someone said, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei and the others. It should be known that after being targeted by the two primitive demons, which force in the entire chaos demon world could contend against them? Lu Tianzong? I didn't expect you to be here earlier than me. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man walked out of the stone ship. This middle-aged man was dressed in animal skin and held a stone spear in his hand. As the middle-aged man in animal skin appeared on the bow of the stone ship, an extremely powerful demonic aura appeared between heaven and earth. Shurhong, you're not slow either. Your Golem clan is much further away from here than we are, Lu Tianzheng said. The clan leader of the Golem clan was named Shurhong. This time, the Golem clan was the same as the Magic Willow clan. He had brought all the experts cultivating in the ancestral land of the Golem clan to this place. Where's Gu Fei? I'm going to kill him. Soon enough, the stone ship arrived in the vicinity. Extremely powerful figures stood on the bow of the ship. They were the powerhouses of the older generation of the Stone Demon clan. Haha, Shurhong, you've come at the right time. Gu Fei is hiding in the killing formation below. It won't be easy to kill him. Why don't you and I join forces to break this formation? Lu Tianzheng said seriously. Join forces? Shurhong shook his head and said, I'm not interested. If your Magic Willow clan can't break the formation, then get lost. I'll show you how I break it. Shurhong said loudly. All right, let's see how powerful your Golem clan is. After saying that, Lu Tianzheng steered the extreme Dao demonic ship backward to make room for Shurhong and the others to display their skills. Although the Magic Willow clan and the Golem clan were both primitive demons, the relationship between Lu Tianzheng and Shurhong was not that good. Both of you come at me together. At that moment, Gu Fei's voice was heard from the killing formation. What? Lu Tianzheng and Shurhong were both shocked and furious when they heard Gu Fei's words. How presumptuous! Shurhong shouted and waved his right hand. An extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and slashed at the killing formation below. However, a shocking scene took place. The sword light that had rushed out from Shurhong's hand was immediately reversed and pierced through Shurhong. While Shurhong was shocked, he waved his right hand again, and the reversed sword light immediately dissipated in the void. This is interesting. Shurhong stared at the super killing formation below, and his pupils shrank. He was just testing the waters with his attack, so it was not a big deal. However, He was going to get serious next. If you want to fight, let's fight. What's with all this talk? Gu Fei's voice rang out from the super killing formation. After that, a figure charged out from the super killing formation. A powerful aura immediately spread out from the figure. What? Shi Hong was shocked. This Gu Fei actually dared to come out alone? Is he crazy? Suppress. Although Shi Hong was shocked, he did not panic. He formed a seal with both hands and charged at Gu Fei, who had just rushed out from the super killing formation. However, Gu Fei only needed to throw a punch to directly disperse the powerful force that Shi Hong had condensed with a seal technique. At the same time, he also sent Shi Hong, who was standing on the bow of the stone ship, flying. Witnessing this scene, the experts of the Stone Demon clan on the stone ship were immediately dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Damn it! As Shi Hong was sent flying, he immediately unleashed the power of the stone spear in his hand. Then, the stone spear turned into a ray of destructive light that instantly pierced towards Gu Fei's chest. So fast, Gu Fei was shocked. A layer of immortal light emerged from his body. Clang! The destructive light of the stone spear stabbed at Gu Fei's body. However, it failed to penetrate the immortal armor that he was wearing. The destructive light was directly sent flying. How is this possible? Shi Hong was extremely shocked when he saw his stone spear being knocked away. Could it be that this little fellow had cultivated the supreme physique of an extreme Tao sovereign? Shi Hong had already rushed back to the stone ship. With a wave of his right hand, a demonic light immediately flew back from afar and landed in his hand. He stared at Gu Fei, who was standing in the void, with an ominous glint in his eyes. The place where the stone spear had pierced had a large hole in Gu Fei's clothes, revealing a layer of blue immortal armor underneath. This was the sky blue immortal gold battle armor. The sky blue immortal gold was an immortal material. The defensive power of the sky blue immortal gold battle armor, refined from sky blue immortal gold, was unimaginably strong. Gu Fei wore such an immortal armor underneath his clothes. He was unafraid of the stone spear's attack. However, although the sky blue immortal gold battle armor saved Gu Fei's life, the powerful force from the stone spear sent Gu Fei flying thousands of meters away. An extreme path demonic weapon, Gu Fei's expression turned solemn as he stared at the stone spear in his opponent's hand. Set up the god-slaying formation. Shi Hong bellowed. The dozen Stone Demon clan experts on the stone ship immediately rose into the sky and spread out in the void around Gu Fei. Gu Fei noticed that the 18 Stone Demon clan experts were holding something in their hands. In the next moment, the items in their hands erupted with dazzling demonic light. They were 18 demonic weapons that resonated with each other. Countless demonic patterns appeared in the void and intertwined with each other, forming a huge formation diagram between heaven and earth. Gu Fei happened to be enveloped by this demonic formation diagram. Tisk! The corner of Gu Fei's mouth curled into a sneer. In the next moment, an ancient cauldron rushed out from his body. Primordial chaos chi surged from the ancient cauldron. The huge demonic formation diagram was actually suppressed by the power that erupted from the ancient cauldron. Primordial chaos chi? So much? When Shi Hong and the others saw the vast amount of primordial chaos chi pouring from the ancient cauldron, they were extremely shocked. They did not expect the ancient cauldron to be a Tao artifact of this level. One must know that a single strand of primordial chaos chi was enough to crush the heavens. The number of strands of primordial chaos chi falling from the ancient cauldron was more than 10,000. All the demon clan experts who saw the ancient cauldron were extremely envious, especially the Stone Demon clan. The primordial chaos chi was of great use to them. Even Lu Tianzheng, who was watching from afar, could not help but want to snatch the ancient cauldron. The power of a Tao artifact of this level was definitely earth-shattering. However, Lu Tianzheng resisted the urge to make a move at this moment. It was not the best time to make a move. He could only wait until both sides were injured before making a move to reap the benefits. Lu Tianzheng suppressed the urge to make a move at this thought. This is what true suppression looks like. Gu Fei stared at Shi Hong on the stone ship and said with a smile, "You." At this moment, Shi Hong was shocked to find that the 18 Stone Demon Clan experts had been frozen in the void. Even the incomparably huge demonic formation diagram was frozen in the void at the same time. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly revealed a cruel smile. In the next moment, 18 sword lights shot out from his body and instantly pierced through the bodies of the 18 experts from the Stone Demon Clan. Roar! Shi Hong's eyes turned red when he saw this. An extremely violent wave of energy erupted from his body. Die, Gu Fei! Chapter 3198. Gu Fei was fighting against the experts of the Stone Demon Clan, all of whom were at the level of the demon ancestor. Any one of them who walked out of the Stone Demon Clan's ancestral land would be an overlord. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Gu Fei had used the cauldron of mountain and river to seal off a part of the void. 18 beams of destructive sword light rushed out of his body and killed the 18 demonic ancestors of the Stone Demon Clan, who had set up the formation on the spot. Only the clan lord of the Stone Demon Clan managed to escape. Shi Hong, the clan lord of the Stone Demon Clan, unleashed a surge of extreme demonic energy, forcefully breaking through the suppressive force of the mountain and river cauldron and rushing back to the demonic ship. How is this possible? Shi Hong landed on the deck and looked back. It was not a big deal, but he just happened to see the 18 demon ancestor level clansmen disappear into the void. Even a powerful existence like the demon ancestor would be annihilated after being struck by Gu Fei's heaven-punishing sword ray. No one was spared. Roar! On the deck, Shi Hong roared into the sky. Murderous intent surged from his body, and he almost went crazy. The 18 demon ancestors were the trump card of the Stone Demon Clan. It was a terrifying force. The 18 demon ancestors of the Stone Demon Clan could form a terrifying killing formation. This killing formation could easily kill supreme experts like Song Ke and the heavenly horned demon who had fallen from the honorable realm. However, the formation had just been laid down when it was sealed off by the extreme power that erupted from the ancient cauldron. The killing formation could not unleash its power at all. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow, Gu Fei said disdainfully. Then the cauldron of mountain and river vibrated. A transparent ripple immediately spread from the ancient cauldron like a wave. Wherever the transparent ripple passed, countless formation runes crumbled. Even the 18 demonic weapons that were used to lay down the killing formation were shattered in the void. Even the ultimate demonic ship in the sky shook violently as if it was hit by a huge wave, as if it could be overturned at any time. Lu Tianzheng, you bastard! Shi Hong gritted his teeth and roared. The corner of his eyes was bleeding. Lu Tianzheng retreated so easily because he knew how powerful Shi Hong was and was trying to trick him. Ha ha! At this moment, Lu Tianzheng, who was on the wooden boat in the distant sky, burst into laughter. Wasn't Shi Hong very awesome? Now he can't be that awesome anymore. The Stone Demon Clan lost 18 demon ancestor-level powerhouses in an instant to the Stone Demon Clan. This was a heavy blow. Such a loss was difficult to make up for. One should know that the Stone Demon Clan had lost 18 demon ancestor-level powerhouses. They were not ordinary powerhouses. Even the primordial demon clan, which was the corpse demon clan, would not have more than 30 powerhouses of this level. At this moment, as the clan leader of the Stone Demon clan, Shi Hong's heart was dripping with blood. Lu Tianzheng was too much. He knew that this guy was difficult to deal with, but he didn't even warn him. After all, this guy was their common enemy. I told you all to come at me together, but you didn't listen. Now you've suffered. Gu Fei did not attack again. He stood in the void and looked at Shi Hong, who was on the stone ship, with a faint smile. Shi Hong was so angry that his face turned red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was a descendant of the primal chaos stone devil, and his body contained the bloodline of the primal chaos stone devil. His demonic body was very special. It could transform into an incomparably hard demonic body that even Tao artifacts would find hard to destroy. Moreover, it could also transform into a body of flesh and blood. At this time, Shi Hong's demonic body was gradually changing. His entire body became incomparably black, and even the hair on his head turned into stone. His eyes emitted a black light, like two black holes, as if they could swallow everything. It was a sight that made people's hearts race. At the same time, an unimaginably powerful demonic aura erupted from Shi Hong's demonic body. Io, dead or alive. Other people only have a black face when they are angry, but when you are angry, your whole body turns black, and you become a black ghost. I admire you, Gu Fei teased. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Lu Tianzheng, who was in the distance, could not laugh anymore. This guy is still so relaxed. Is he really not afraid that Shi Hong will use the Stone Devil clan's trump card to kill him? Die. On the stone ship, Shi Hong roared and directly attacked Gu Fei with the stone spear in his hand. The powerful demonic power shattered the void between heaven and earth. At this time, Shi Hong's entire body was blooming with black demonic light. A demonic pattern appeared on his brow, and a terrifying aura surged from the demonic pattern. An immortal demonic light directly pierced towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. It was the demonic light formed by the stone spear in Shi Hong's hand. The stone spear in Shi Hong's hand was no ordinary demonic weapon. It was an ancestral weapon refined by the Stone Devil clan's ancestor. This ancestral weapon was an extreme demonic weapon. It was also because of this stone spear that Shi Hong was able to break through the void sealed by the mountain and river cauldron and escape back to the stone ship. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and moved at the speed of 8 steps. It was as if he had merged with the surrounding void. He moved extremely quickly and evaded the immortal demonic light that pierced towards him. At this time, he waved his hand, and the standing mountain and river cauldron flew back into his hand. Roar! Shi Hong roared, and the stone spear in his hand flew up. In an instant, it turned into countless immortal divine lights and pierced towards Gu Fei. He attacked with all his strength. As he released the stone spear, he directly pounced towards Gu Fei. You're courting death. This time, Gu Fei did not retreat. He directly rushed forward, and a sky-blue, immortal light surged from his body. The immortal demonic lights that pierced towards him were all repelled by the immortal light. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's fist and Shi Hong's fist collided. An extremely tyrannical force erupted from the two experts' fists. However, in the next moment, cracks appeared on Shi Hong's fist. Black demonic blood seeped out from the cracks. His strongest combat physique was actually cracked by Gu Fei's fist. How is this possible? Shi Hong was extremely shocked. He stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. His strongest demonic physique was cracked by his opponent's fist. While Shi Hong was still in a state of shock, a powerful force suddenly erupted out from the other party's fist like a volcanic eruption. Bang! Shi Hong's fist that was blocking Gu Fei's fist exploded. black fragments scattered in all directions. Then, his forearm also exploded. Chapter 3199. If it were the human realm or the heavenly realm, it would be extremely foolish to engage in close combat with a warrior of the same level. However, in the Chaos Demon realm, no one knew how terrifying a warrior could be. Hence, the clan leader of the Stone Demon clan made a mistake that even he was unaware of. He actually allowed Gu Fei to get close to him, and even clashed head-on with Gu Fei. Hence, in Gu Fei's opinion, there was no suspense in the outcome of the clash. Shi Hong's right fist exploded, and his right forearm was shattered into pieces. This was the power of Gu Fei's punch. As a warrior, his martial body was tyrannical to the extreme. Even the bodies of divine birds and ferocious beasts were far inferior to Gu Fei's martial body. Although Shi Hong was a descendant of the primal chaos stone demon and inherited the supreme bloodline of the primal chaos stone demon, the power of the bloodline had been stimulated. However, his strength, body, and physique were still inferior to Gu Fei's. To be precise, whether it was strength, speed, or physique, which Shi Hong was once proud of, he was inferior to Gu Fei. Shi Hong was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. Not only was his fist and forearm shattered, but a small part of his body was also cracked. How can this guy be so strong? After Shi Hong stabilized his body, he couldn't believe that his supreme demon body had been damaged to such an extent. He had stimulated the power of his bloodline, and his flesh and bones had turned into stone. At this moment, he was like an invincible stone demon. Even a powerful ancestral weapon couldn't hurt him. However, his fist and forearm had been shattered by a single punch. "Haha, nothing is impossible for me." Gu Fei laughed. At this moment, he held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand. The immortal demonic light flew towards the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron and was swallowed by it. Shi Hong was extremely shocked by this scene. One must know that the immortal devil light was formed from the Stone Devil clan's supreme ancestral artifact. The supreme ancestral artifact was extremely important to the Stone Demon clan. The 18 demon forefathers of the Stone Demon clan had all fallen. If they lost the supreme ancestral artifact, as well, the Stone Demon clan's strength might not even be comparable to the major forces that were not part of the primitive demons. Shi Hong couldn't care less about his wounded body. He used all his might to summon back the stone spear. The undying demonic light that was being absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron suddenly gathered together, wanting to fly away. However, the heaven-devouring power from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron was too strong. The stone spear had not fully awakened, so it was unable to unleash its true demonic power. It was swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. No, Shi Hong's expression changed. The thing he did not want to see the most had happened so quickly. His extreme Tao ancestral artifact had actually been taken away by his opponent. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and rushed back to the stone ship. He wanted to return to the stone ship. Only then would he have the strength to continue fighting against Gu Fei. Without the protection of the extreme Tao ancestral artifact, no matter how strong he was no match for Gu Fei. "Haha, you come in too." Gu Fei laughed and pointed the mountain and river cauldron in his hand at Shi Hong. A heaven-devouring power immediately erupted from the mountain and river cauldron and instantly enveloped Shi Hong. Oh no! Shi Hong immediately felt his body tighten. His body flew towards the mountain and river cauldron involuntarily. He was about to be sucked into the ancient cauldron. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand suddenly trembled. The heaven-devouring power that had surged out from the mountain and river cauldron had disappeared. Shi Hong hurriedly soared into the sky and rushed into the stone ship in the sky. He fell directly on the deck. Although he had escaped death, he was not happy at all. He rolled and crawled as he rushed into the cabin of the ship. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand shook even more violently. It was as if something was about to rush out of the mountain and river cauldron. Interesting. Gu Fei looked at the mountain and river cauldron in his hand with a strange expression. He did not expect the stone spear that had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron to explode with such a powerful extreme Tao demonic power. It was obvious that the mountain and river cauldron was shaking because the stone demon clan's extreme Tao ancestral artifact had awakened and was trying to break out of the mountain and river cauldron. However, the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme Tao artifact. Nothing that had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron had ever escaped. Streams of primordial chaos energy began to emerge from the fist-sized mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos energy on the mountain and river cauldron gradually erupted. The shaking mountain and river cauldron gradually calmed down. The Stone Demon Clan's extreme Tao ancestral artifact was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron's power. Even if the Stone Demon Clan's extreme Tao ancestral artifact was awakened, it could not compete with the mountain and river cauldron. However, as the mountain and river cauldron suppressed the Stone Demon Clan's extreme Tao ancestral artifact, a destructive demonic light descended from the sky and directly blasted onto Gu Fei's body. The power of the extreme Tao erupted. Gu Fei was blasted down from the sky by the destructive demonic light and directly smashed into the depths of the earth. Ha! Lu Tianjing's laughter came from afar. It was him who had sneak attacked Gu Fei from behind and blasted Gu Fei down from the sky. Lu Tianjing, you despicable and shameless bastard. At this moment, an angry roar came from the stone ship. Then, an immortal demonic light directly rushed out from the stone ship and instantly blasted onto Lu Tianjing's extreme Tao demonic ship. Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Tianjing's extreme Tao demonic ship was directly blasted away by the immortal demonic light. Several experts of the Demon Osier clan on the deck were instantly crushed into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Lu Tianjing's feet were firmly nailed to the deck. The extreme Tao demonic ship was tossed about, and cries of shock and agony could be heard from the cabin. Shihong, you bastard! Did a donkey kick you in the head? Lu Tianjing roared angrily. The Demon Osier clan's extreme Tao demonic ship was incomparably powerful. Although it was blasted by the extreme Tao demonic light from the stone ship, it was only blasted away and did not suffer much damage. You despicable person. You knew that guy was so difficult to deal with, yet you didn't warn me. Did you think that I didn't know what you were thinking? You wanted to screw me over. Shihong almost went crazy when he thought about how 18 demon ancestors had fallen to Gu Fei's sword, and how even the Stone Demon Clan's extreme Tao ancestral artifact had been taken away by Gu Fei. If that old thing, Lu Tianjing, had warned him, the Stone Demon Clan would not have suffered such a huge loss. He wanted nothing more than to swallow Lu Tianjing alive. I wanted to screw you over. So what? What can you do to me? Lu Tianjing was also angry. Damn it, I'm not done with you. Shihong was furious. Then, another extreme Tao demonic light rushed out from the stone ship and blasted towards the Demon Osier clan's extreme Tao demonic ship. This lunatic! Chapter 3200. As the clan leader of the Stone Demon Clan, Shihong was enraged that he was tricked by Lu Tianjing. He immediately attacked Lu Tianjing after escaping back to the stone ship. Madman Lu Tianjing was enraged. He activated the power of the extreme demonic ship and stabilized it. Countless demonic runes in the shape of willow trees emerged on the ship. Boom! a destructive demonic light rushed out from the demonic ship and bombarded the stone ship. "Sure, Hong, do you really want to go against me at this time?" Lu Tianzheng roared. "Lu Tianzheng, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood." Sure Hong stood on the stone ship. His long hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes flickered with a murderous glint. A destructive demonic light also rushed out from the stone ship. Boom! With a loud bang, the two beams of demonic light instantly collided with each other, causing a terrifying sound to erupt. The void between the two demonic ships was collapsing and being destroyed. A pitch-black hole appeared in the void. Rumble, a heart-palpitating sound, came from the pitch-black hole. In the next moment, a heaven-devouring power surged out from the depths of the black hole and devoured everything around it. The two ships were shaking and emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Two extreme demonic powers were colliding, and the void was constantly collapsing. "Sure Hong, you bastard, why don't you take this chance to kill that Gu Fei? Do you want him to kill us?" Lu Tianzheng was also showing signs of going mad. It was fine that Sure Hong didn't go after Gu Fei, but now he was fighting with his life on the line. It was extremely stupid. "Die! All of you die!" Sure Hong roared crazily and attacked continuously. The demonic power that erupted from the ancient stone ship gradually grew stronger. The ship's power was recovering. The stone ship of the Stone Demon clan was refined by the primogenitor of the Stone Demon clan. This stone ship was also a demonic ship of the extreme Tao. Moreover, this stone ship had been refined by the progenitor of the Stone Demon clan for countless years. Its power was probably above the Demon Willow clan's demonic ship. At this time, Sure Hong was fighting with his life on the line. He seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. "Ha! Dog biting dog, very good." While Sure Hong and Lu Tianzheng were fighting, Gu Fei, who was on the ground, walked out of a large pit step by step. He was laughing loudly. "Sure Hong, you idiot! Look at what you've done." Lu Tianzheng was furious. He had just ambushed Gu Fei and managed to blast Gu Fei down from the sky with great difficulty. If he joined forces with Sure Hong, he might have a chance to kill Gu Fei. But now, it was clear that Gu Fei had recovered, and it was impossible for Lin Yun to defeat him. "Ha! I'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. I'll just carry a stool and watch the show." Gu Fei soared up into the sky and brought out a stone stool from who knows where. He sat on it and watched Sure Hong and Lu Tianzheng fight. The demons who had retreated to the distant sky were dumbfounded when they saw this dramatic scene. "Die!" Sure Hong roared. The destructive demonic light that rushed out from the stone ship became even stronger. It was terrifying to the extreme, shattering the sky and earth. This was a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The demonic ship that Lu Tianzheng was on was constantly shaking. It was actually being forced back. "Brother Gu, if you don't come and devour the essence of the earth demon veins, you won't be able to anymore." At this time, the demon rock lady's voice suddenly rang in Gu Fei's mind. "Forget it. If I want to take that step, I can't just swallow a lot of essence chi." Gu Fei sighed and said. He looked at the battle between the two demon race experts with interest. These two fellows were very interesting. "Sure Hong, Lu Tianzheng, what are you two doing?" Just as Sure Hong was fighting Lu Tianzheng like a madman, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Then, endless blood light shone from the horizon. A figure stepped on a blood cloud and rushed towards the battlefield. A faint smell of blood appeared in the sky. "Nether blood, see?" Seeing this scene, the pupils of Gu Fei, who was sitting on the stool, contracted. The blood cloud came close in an instant, and on it stood a lady in red. The lady's face was covered with a blood-colored scarf. No one could see her face clearly. Even Gu Fei, who had cultivated the martial Tao heavenly eye, could not see through the blood-red scarf that was covering her face. Why are the people from the Netherblood Sea so late? Don't you want to avenge Shuet Songxiao? Lu Tianzheng roared at the lady standing on the blood cloud. If the three experts joined forces, no matter how strong Gu Fei was, it would be nothing. Lu Tianzheng, even your father doesn't dare to speak like this in front of me. Who do you think you are? The mysterious lady standing on the blood cloud said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The identity of this person was incredible. Her seniority was even higher than Lu Tianzheng. How was this possible? Could this lady in red be the legendary master of the Netherblood Sea? The Netherblood Sea had once given birth to a supreme existence. That was the master of the Netherblood Sea. That existence had once shaken the heavens and earth and made a name for himself. However, no one would have thought that such an invincible existence had existed for a long time. She was simply a living extreme sovereign. Ha ha, Gu Fei, you're dead. Lu Tianzheng suddenly laughed crazily. There was actually an extreme sovereign in the Netherblood Sea. This was something that Lu Tianzheng had never expected. The one from the Netherblood Sea was actually this ancestor. Do you really think I'm dead just because you said I'm dead? Gu Fei stood up from the stone stool and said with a smile. He looked at the lady in red without the slightest nervousness or fear. At this moment, Shi Hong was still madly attacking Lu Tianzheng. Terrifying, destructive demonic lights continuously shot out from the stone ship and bombarded the extreme sovereign demonic ship. Shi Hong, you lunatic, why aren't you stopping? Lu Tianzheng hurriedly used the power of the extreme sovereign demonic ship to block Shi Hong's attack. He didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was an attack from an extreme sovereign demonic force. The lady in red frowned when she saw this. She waved her right hand, and the two demonic ships were immediately blown away by the vast power from her sleeve. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's expression couldn't help changing. The red-clothed lady had easily sent two extreme demonic ships flying. Perhaps only an extreme sovereign could achieve such a cultivation. Little guy, are you really not afraid of me? The lady in red looked at Gu Fei and said, I'm scared to death. Gu Fei also looked at the lady in red on the blood cloud. He didn't sense any killing intent from her. Of course, an existence of this level could definitely control their killing intent. Once such an existence unleashed their killing intent, heaven and earth would be turned upside down. Why aren't you running if I'm scared? The lady in red was just like an ordinary person. There wasn't a trace of death aura on her, which made Gu Fei feel incredulous. Do you think I can run away from my sister? That's why I'm not running. Gu Fei said with a smile. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the powerhouses of the demon race nearly staggered and fell from the sky. Sister, did I hear it wrong? He actually called the Nether Blood Ocean's ancestor sister. I'm going to faint. The demons were really going to faint. Ha! The lady in red on the blood cloud burst into laughter. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, the lady in red didn't attack Gu Fei. Instead, she said, You're quite interesting, little guy. Be careful. This guy might be the Nether Blood Ocean's ancestor. The demon rock lady's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind again. The Nether Blood Ocean's ancestor was definitely one of the most powerful beings in the world. Even the demonic Willow clan's ancestor and the Stone Demon clan's ancestor were afraid of her. Now, the demonic Willow clan's ancestor and the Stone Demon clan's ancestor had disappeared. They hadn't returned for countless years. Many people thought that they wouldn't be able to return, but now the Nether Blood Ocean's ancestor had appeared. This was definitely a big event that would shake the entire Chaos Demon realm. There was no real supreme demon ancestor in the Chaos Demon realm. In other words, the Nether Blood Ocean's ancestor was definitely invincible in the Chaos Demon realm. Is she very strong? Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the Demon Rock Lady. Supreme Demon Ancestor. You think she's strong? The Demon Rock Lady said, angrily. Run if you can't win. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Fei transmitted his voice. The problem is that you can't run away with your cultivation. The Demon Rock Lady's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Is that so? Gu Fei didn't believe it. One should know that he had many Supreme Dao weapons with him. With these Supreme Dao weapons, he wouldn't be able to run away. Sister, why have you come here? Gu Fei asked, even though he already knew the answer. Little guy, you're too smart. Be careful that you don't live long. The red-clothed woman suddenly uttered these thought-provoking words. Ha, sister, you misunderstood me. I'm not smart. On the contrary, I'm very stupid. Gu Fei said with a smile. If you're stupid, there won't be any smart people in this world. The lady in red said. At this moment, the two supreme demon ships that were sent flying by the lady in red had already rushed over from afar. Shi Hong had already stopped attacking Lu Tianzheng. Greetings, Senior. Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng steered the extreme Dao demonic ship closer, and then they bowed to the red-robed woman standing on the blood cloud, addressing themselves as juniors. There's nothing for you to do now. Get lost. The lady in red glanced at Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng and said indifferently, Yes, Senior. We'll get lost immediately. Shi Hong said to the woman in red as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Chapter 3201. The old ancestor of the Nether Blood Sea was still alive. Moreover, that old ancestor was actually a woman, a masked woman in a red dress. The woman in a red dress just said one sentence. She made Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng leave obediently. The two leaders of the primitive demons didn't even dare to let out a fart. Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng didn't expect that. The one who came from the Nether Blood Sea was actually the old ancestor of the Nether Blood Sea. It would be fine if it was someone else from the Nether Blood Sea, but it was the old ancestor of the Nether Blood Sea. That was different, whether it was Lu Tianzheng or Shi Hong. In front of this old ancestor, they lost their temper. Even Shi Hong, who was furious, could only suppress the anger in his chest in front of the woman in a red dress. He didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the woman in a red dress. One had to know, this was an extreme Dao supremacy. Since ancient times, the extreme grade supreme was the strongest existence. Only existences at the extreme Dao supremacy stage could be their opponents. Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng weren't real extreme grade demon ancestors. In front of the woman in a red dress, they, who were high up, were as weak as ants. They had no choice but to lower their heads, unless they wanted to die. Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng didn't want to die, so they could only lower their heads. In the Chaos Demon world, this kind of thing was very common. The weak, lowering their heads in front of the strong. It wasn't a shameful thing. The experts of the Stone Demon clan and the Demon Willow clan retreated, but the woman in a red dress didn't have any intention of retreating. You're not bad, little guy. You actually killed Xue Zhangxiao. The woman in a red dress stood on the blood cloud. She looked down at Gu Fei. Her eyes were shining brightly. Gu Fei heard the woman in a red dress's words. His expression also became solemn. What was supposed to happen? It still had to happen. He couldn't hide. I can't blame him for dying in my hands. I didn't want to kill him either. Who told him to provoke me? Gu Fei shrugged. He said indifferently, Really? The woman in red did not expect Gu Fei to be so calm. How could he say such words? That's the truth. Gu Fei said, "Then tell me, should I avenge him or not?" The red-robed woman said, That would depend on what kind of relationship you have with Shui Songxiao. If their relationship was average, whether or not you can avenge him will depend on your mood. Big sister. Gu Fei said seriously, "But if that Shui Songxiao is your successor, sister, if you don't avenge him, it won't make sense, right? Although he's not my successor, But it did matter. You think I should kill you?" The red-robed woman said, "Oh, in that case, even if you kill me, sister, there didn't seem to be any benefits. I think it's better if you don't kill them." "Ha ha," Gu Fei laughed. "You really know how to talk, little fellow." The red-robed woman stared at Gu Fei below. She was an extreme Tao sovereign. Naturally, she could see through Gu Fei's true strength. This little fellow was very amazing. He didn't cultivate for long, at least for her. Not long, but he had already touched that level. This was the red-robed woman's many years, the most amazing rising star she had ever met. Moreover, this little fellow's body emitted an aura of the extreme Tao. She could tell this little fellow had fused with an incredible extreme Tao artifact. This was a method that could fuse an extreme Tao artifact into one's body. This was not something that an ordinary person could master. Most importantly, this little fellow had more than one extreme Tao artifact on him. This made the red-robed woman very curious. One had to know. Those were all extreme Tao artifacts. Even in her era, it was impossible for a few extreme Tao artifacts to be gathered in one person's hands. The red-robed woman was very curious about who this little fellow was. What kind of background did he have? Whose successor was he? Who could have taught such a disciple? Sister is here. It's definitely not to avenge that Shui Songxiao. Gu Fei said with a smile as he looked at the red-robed woman who was standing on the blood cloud. "It's rare for you to be so calm. You guessed right. I'm not here to avenge Shui Songxiao. He's not qualified enough." The red-robed woman said. Gu Fei's calm demeanor surprised her. If it was an ordinary person in front of her, he would have peed his pants long ago. "Sister, you're such a good person. There's no need for me to be nervous." Gu Fei said, "If I were to attack you, I'm afraid those guys will say that I'm bullying the weak. How about this? My successor is about to be born. When the time comes, my successor will fight with you." The red-robed woman muttered to herself, "Ah, is that so? To be able to spar with elder sister's successor. This is your little brother's honor. I couldn't ask for more." Gu Fei quickly said, "Did he dare to disagree?" She was an extreme Tao supreme. This red-robed woman was definitely not someone a fake supreme like Song Ke could compare to. The red-robed woman was definitely a genuine extreme Tao supreme. It was hard to imagine. There was actually an extreme Tao supreme in the Chaos Demon realm. To the entire Chaos Demon realm, it was a subversive thing. This was because countless living beings in the Chaos Demon realm thought that the supreme demon ancestors in the Chaos Demon realm had disappeared. For countless years, there was no sign of the extreme Tao demon ancestor in the Chaos Demon realm. The aura of the extreme Tao Supreme was different. In the void where the red-robed woman was, she was the absolute ruler. Even the Tao of heaven and earth was trembling. "All right, little guy, I'm leaving. I hope you don't die too early. Those guys you offended are hard to deal with. If you die too early, you won't be able to fight with my successor." The red-robed woman looked at Gu Fei. She said seriously, whether it was the Stone Demon clan or the Willow Demon clan, they were not weak clans. Even the guys behind Shui Songxiao were not to be underestimated. This Gu Fei did not know why the red-robed woman said that, but her words made him feel a sense of crisis. Could it be that in the Chaos Demon realm, was there anyone else that could threaten him? Of course, except for the red-robed woman in front of him. At this moment, the red-robed woman did not care about Gu Fei anymore. She stretched out her right hand in the ancestral land of the destroyed god destroying Demon Palace. Something had actually rushed out of it. When Gu Fei saw that thing, he was shocked. He was taken aback, because it was a head that emitted the aura of the Extreme Tao, a Extreme Tao living being. Gu Fei was really shocked. He would never have thought that in the ancestral land of the god destroying Demon Palace, there was a head. It was a head that looked like a dragon's head. Of course, it was definitely not a Extreme Tao ancestral dragon, because since ancient times, the only Extreme Tao ancestral dragon that had ever appeared was Old Tortoise's father, Tai Huang, the head that looked like a dragon's head. It was definitely not the head of Tai Huang. The red-clothed woman took the head away. She disappeared into the void. It was as if she had never appeared. Gu Fei could not believe it. The power of her Extreme Tao Supreme. It was really hard to imagine. Even he could not see how the red-robed woman disappeared. However, the red-robed woman's departure, this caused Gu Fei to heave a sigh of relief. Although the red-robed woman did not emit any Extreme Tao aura, however, he still felt great pressure in front of the red-robed woman. That person is finally gone. At this moment, a voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. It was the voice of the Demon Rock Lady. She seemed to recognize the red-robed woman. The Demon Rock Lady was the ancestor of the Chaos Demon Rock race. Countless years ago, she and the red-robed woman were both Extreme Tao Supreme. But now, she was still a true Extreme Tao Supreme. She, on the other hand, had become a fake Extreme Tao Supremacy. As the former Extreme Demon ancestor, the Demon Rock Lady naturally had a certain understanding of the red-robed woman. At this moment, they had reached the final stage of devouring the Earth Demon vein essence. The Demon Rock Lady and Tsang Quebec, the mysterious god ancestor who was reborn from the heart of the ancestor god, worked together. The three great experts directly divided the remaining Earth Demon vein's essence chi. A huge Earth Demon vein disappeared into the void, just like that. The devil chi that shrouded the whole world was disappearing quickly. Then, it all entered the bodies of the three experts. The aura exuding from the three experts was extremely powerful. I can't believe she is still alive. And she is an Extreme Tao Supreme. The mysterious god ancestor stood up in the void. Then he said such words. The battle back then, whether it was the Chaos Demon realm or the Ancestor God realm, there were Extreme Tao Supreme Masters who died. Even the Extreme Tao Supreme Masters who did not die, just like Tsang Ke and the mysterious Ancestor God. She fell from the Supreme Master realm. After her cultivation, realm fell. She wanted to cultivate back. That would definitely be extremely difficult. Of course, that wasn't impossible. I saw her from afar. I can't believe she is still the same. Tsang Ke sighed. Back then, he attacked the Chaos Demon realm. He fought with many Extreme Tao Demon ancestors. He recalled the battle back then. He still had a lingering fear, because there were too many living beings that died. The battle back then, even an Extreme Tao Supremacy, would fall. Not to mention the other living beings. One had to know, not a Supreme Master. They were just ants. the Battle of the Supreme Masters. It was destined to have a huge impact. It would affect countless living beings. You all know that sister just now. Gu Fei said. You actually called her sister. Song Ke and the others looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. What's wrong with that? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. I can only say, you are really awesome. Song Ke glanced at Gu Fei. Then he sighed and said, The mysterious ancestor god and demoness Peng nodded. Since ancient times, the person who dared to speak to the lady in red like that, Gu Fei was probably the only one who could do so. All right, let's clean up the current mess first, Gu Fei said. At this moment, the god-destroying demon palace was destroyed, but it was difficult to take over the territory of the god-destroying demon palace, because many followers of the god-destroying demon palace did not believe that the ancestral land of the god-destroying demon palace had been destroyed. Chapter 32:02. The ancestor of the nether blood sea suddenly appeared. Not only Gu Fei and the others were shocked to the extreme. The news spread. Even the entire Chaos Demon realm was shaken. There are still extreme supremes in this world. How is this possible? Some of the super antiques who had lived for countless years made such a sound. One had to know. They knew a lot of great secrets of heaven and earth. The disappearance of the extreme supremes. It was not a coincidence. In the dark, there seemed to be an invisible black hand driving all of this. There were no true extreme supremes in the Chaos Demon realm. This was already the consensus of the Chaos Demon realm. Of course, there were still some supremes in the Chaos Demon realm who had fallen from the extreme realm and were not supremes. However, although that kind of existence could use the power of the extreme path, but in essence they were no longer a true extreme path supremes. And now, a true supremes had actually jumped out. This made all the forces. All the experts were shocked to the extreme. The appearance of the woman in red caused an unimaginable wave in the entire Chaos Demon realm. Even some super antiques appeared. Some of the big shots who were thought to have fallen in the ancient times also appeared. At this moment, Gu Fei did not forget his purpose of attacking the god-exterminating demon palace. He wanted to find the ancient super teleportation array that could teleport across realms. To be precise, it was the teleportation array that was sealed by the primitive demons. Only the primitive demons had such a thing, because the primitive demons were the most powerful race among all the races in the Chaos Demon realm. However, after this battle, the entire ancestral land of the god-exterminating demon palace had been turned into ruins. Under the attack of the extreme path power, there was nothing that could be preserved. Gu Fei entered the ruins. He began to search carefully. Very soon, he discovered that there was a spatial node in this ancestral land. It was the entrance to a small world, although the entrance was sealed. But this kind of seal was not difficult for Gu Fei. One had to know. He had the mountain and river cauldron. Interesting. There's actually a small world in the god-exterminating demonic palace's ancestral ground. Gu Fei stood in front of a collapsed cliff. In front of the cliff was a bottomless abyss. If it was someone who could not fly, one step and he would fall to his death. At this moment, a figure flashed beside Gu Fei. Mo Peng Lady and Song Ke appeared behind him. The mysterious elder god had already left. The mysterious ancestor god reconstructed his body. Then it devoured a huge amount of earth demon vein essence energy. Naturally, he had to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. He needed to consolidate his cultivation. At this moment, the peerless killing array laid down by Gu Fei, and the others still enveloped this part of the world. He did not hesitate. He directly used the mountain and river cauldron to break the seal of this spatial node. Buzz. An ancient cauldron flew up from Gu Fei's hand. A wave of primordial chaos power immediately surged out from the mountain and river cauldron. Immediately, lines of demonic patterns appeared in the void. Countless demonic runes interweaved. They formed a demon diagram. A wave of extreme magic power spread out from the demonic diagram. This demon diagram sealed the entrance to the small world. Streams of primordial chaos power descended from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, it enveloped the demon diagram. The moment the primordial chaos chi collided with the demon diagram, the primordial chaos chi, the devilish light emanating from the devilish diagram, immediately dimmed. Primordial chaos power was the ancestral energy of heaven and earth. It could refine all the essence energy of heaven and earth. Demonic energy was also one of the countless essence energies of heaven and earth. However, this demon diagram sealed the entrance to the small world. It was an extreme demon diagram. It was not an easy task to completely obliterate such a demonic diagram. The primordial chaos power surged. Under the control of Gu Fei, the mountain and river cauldron, the primordial chaos power was constantly increasing. The demonic patterns on the demon diagram were gradually dispersing. The extreme demonic power was constantly being destroyed by the primordial chaos power from the mountain and river cauldron. More than 2 hours later, the demon diagram that sealed the entrance to the small world was forcefully destroyed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron that Gu Fei activated. At the moment when the demon diagram was destroyed by the primordial chaos power that erupted from the mountain and river cauldron, an aura of heaven and earth immediately spread out from a void gate. Gu Fei waved his hand. When the mountain and river cauldron stood up, it flew back to him. Then, it floated above his head. Streams of primordial chaos power fell from the mountain and river cauldron. It protected him within it. He took a step forward. He walked out from the cliff. Then, his figure disappeared into the void in front of the cliff. He entered the small world. Demon Rock Girl and Song Ke looked at each other. At the same time, they walked forward. After passing through the void gate, Demon Rock Girl and Song Ke entered a different world. In front of them was an endless mountain range. In the sky above the mountain range, there were also many mountains surrounded by demon chi floating in the air. They realized behind them was a bottomless abyss. They had walked out from the bottomless abyss, where they were standing, at the edge of the cliff. At this moment, they realized that Gu Fei had already soared into the sky. He charged towards the mountains floating in the sky. Roar! At this moment, a beast roar rang out. The entire world was shaking. A few of the mountain peaks floating in the sky instantly crumbled. A demon beast that was even bigger than a mountain suddenly charged over from the sky. It directly slapped its claw towards Gu Fei. This is Demon Rock Girl and Song Ke were shocked when they saw this. That demon beast was extremely ferocious. Terrifying, destructive magic power erupted from the sharp claws that were swatting out. You're courting death. When Gu Fei saw the demon beast suddenly appear, his eyes instantly turned sharp. He didn't think much of it. He directly slapped the demon beast with his palm. A huge primordial chaos hand appeared in the world. Like a chaotic divine mountain, it crushed forward. Gu Fei used the heaven-covering hand. The heaven-covering hand. The entire world was collapsing and being annihilated. It was as if a single palm could destroy this part of the world. This small world wasn't a perfect one. If an expert like Gu Fei dared to make a move here, it would be impossible for him to do so. It wasn't impossible for him to destroy this small world. There was no suspense. Gu Fei's primordial chaos hand directly destroyed the demon chi. It blasted the extremely ferocious demon beast into 4 or 5 ranks. It died. What? The ancestral beast was killed, just as Gu Fei killed the demon beast. A cry of alarm came from a mountain peak that floated in the sky in the distance. Chapter 3203. Gu Fei had never thought that there would be a mysterious small world hidden in the ancestral grounds of the exterminating demonic palace, which had already been reduced to ruins. He did not find what he was looking for outside, so perhaps the thing was in this small world. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to break the seal at the entrance of this mysterious small world and charged in. The mysterious small world was very big, but it was not a real big world after all. The space in the small world was not as stable as the big world outside. With Gu Fei's cultivation, he could cause devastating destruction in this small world with just a wave of his hand. He used the heaven-covering palm and directly shook the small world, killing an ancestral beast that was guarding this small world. The battle strength that Gu Fei displayed made all the living creatures in this small world extremely terrified, especially the powerful ones. Swoosh! After killing the ancestral beast, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above a mountain that floated in the sky. He looked down. The mountain below was tens of thousands of meters tall. It was lush and green, with waterfalls, flowing springs, and pavilions. The scenery was very good, but the only flaw was that the mountain was surrounded by demonic aura. Buzz! In the instant that Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the mountain, the peak of the mountain immediately shook. Then a ball of demonic light appeared and completely enveloped the entire mountain. A formation? When Gu Fei saw this, he was not surprised at all. This small world was probably the most important place in the exterminating demonic palace. Otherwise, the extreme demon diagram would not have been used to seal the entrance of this small world. If he did not have the mountain and river cauldron, it would not have been so easy to break the extreme demon diagram that was sealed at the entrance. Who are you? Why did you kill my ancestral beast guardian? A furious roar sounded from the mountain peak. An elder stood there, a black-clothed elder. This elder was shocked and furious because he understood clearly how powerful and terrifying the ancestral beast protector was. The ancestral guardian beast had the cultivation of a demon ancestor. It was the ancestral guardian beast of this world, and it had been guarding this world for countless years. But now, this ancestor beast guardian had fallen. It was slapped to death by a single palm strike from this black-robed young man. That scene from before had the elderly man completely flabbergasted. A mere ant dares to be impudent in front of me? Gu Fei looked down at the old man as a bright light flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, a ray of purple light shot out from between his brows. The beam of purple light broke through the demonic light that enveloped the entire mountain and rushed into the old man's forehead in an instant. The old man couldn't dodge at all because the speed of the purple light was too fast. The old man didn't even have time to think before he was hit. In the next moment, the old man's gaze became dull, and he stood there motionlessly. "Grand Elder, what's wrong?" At that moment, a few more figures appeared on the mountain peak. This is the place of inheritance of the celestial exterminating demon palace. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was using one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the godly seizing secret technique, to forcefully read the memories of the old man's soul. This old man was the grand elder of this place of inheritance. This was something that Gu Fei didn't expect. This grand elder is so weak. Gu Fei was surprised. Was this really the place of inheritance of the celestial exterminating demon palace? He was doubtful and in disbelief because the cultivators here were too weak. However, as he continued to read the memories of the Grand Elder's soul. Gu Fei finally understood why the cultivators here were so weak. As it turned out, this really was the place of inheritance of the celestial exterminating demon palace. The extreme demon book of the extreme demon ancestor of the celestial exterminating demon palace was hidden here. If one could obtain the extreme demon book, they would be able to inherit the extreme demon ancestor's legacy. However, besides the 7 great demon ancestors of the god exterminating demon palace, no one else in this world had seen the extreme demon book, and the person who sealed this small world was the extreme demon ancestor from all those years ago. Therefore, this small world had been sealed for countless years, and the cultivators here had passed down their legacies for countless generations. The Grand Elder was no longer the first generation Grand Elder. This small world wasn't a perfect one, so the cultivators sealed here were getting weaker and weaker with each generation. Even the most talented among them would find it difficult to become a demon ancestor. For countless years, Gu Fei and the others were the first outsiders to enter this place. However, to the natives of this small world, these outsiders were extremely unfriendly, especially the black-robed young man who killed the ancestral beast that guarded this small world with a single palm strike. There's actually an extreme demon book hidden here. Even Gu Fei was a little tempted. One should know that the extreme demon book was not an ordinary cultivation method. It was the legacy of the extreme demon ancestor, not to mention Gu Fei. Even others would be envious of such a demon book. However, in the Grand Elder's soul memory, Gu Fei couldn't find any clues about the extreme demon book. In other words, the Grand Elder of the celestial exterminating demon palace didn't know where the extreme demon book was. This was too much. Swoosh! Gu Fei retracted his divine telekinesis. What did you do to me? The elder at the peak of the mountain stared at Gu Fei in the sky. His voice was trembling because he knew what had just happened. He was actually controlled by this person. Just now, he even felt that his body was no longer his own. This feeling made him have the urge to go crazy. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with this fella. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Just as Gu Fei disappeared, Song Ke and the magic rock lady also disappeared into the void. The elder heaved a sigh of relief after the 3 experts left. This small world was big enough. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he couldn't reach the end of this small world in a short period of time. In the depths of this small world, there was a huge mountain. This was a demon mountain that was surrounded by demonic energy. The demon mountain was bare, and there was no vegetation on it. Could it be here? Gu Fei sensed a trace of extreme demon qi on this demon mountain. What are we doing here? Song Ke and the magic rock lady didn't know what Gu Fei was planning. Hence, Song Ke asked Gu Fei directly. This is the inheritance ground of the celestial exterminating demon palace. There's an extreme demon book here. Chapter 3204. The inheritance place of the god exterminating demon palace. There is an extreme demon book here. Song Ke and demonic rock girl were stunned by Gu Fei's words. Extreme demon book. This was something that even the other extreme demon ancestors were jealous of. Actually, Song Ke and demonic rock girl did not lack extreme Dao cultivation techniques, because they were once extreme Dao cultivators. Naturally, they had their own set of cultivation techniques. However, only they knew how important the extreme Dao inheritance left behind by other extreme Dao cultivators were to them. Countless cultivators in Jiuqian Shidi thought that the extreme Dao realm was the strongest, the invincible realm. However, since ancient times, many extreme Dao cultivators still wanted to take a step forward. Some extreme Dao cultivators thought that the extreme Dao realm was not the end, above the extreme Tao. Perhaps there was an unknown realm. However, over the years, this was all a guess, because in all the cultivation history of Jyotian Shitty, there were no records of that realm. This might just be a guess of the extreme Tao cultivators. Moreover, over the years, there was no existence that was stronger than the extreme Tao cultivators. Of course, regardless of whether it was a legend, they were all guesses. Many extreme Tao cultivators wanted to try and to learn from the cultivation techniques of other extreme Tao cultivators. This was one of the methods. Song K and demonic rock girl actually wanted to obtain the inheritance of other extreme Tao cultivators, and then use it to verify their own Tao, to see if they could really take another step forward. Therefore, when Song K and demonic rock girl heard Gu Fei say that there was an extreme demon book hidden in this small world, they were tempted. Your eyes are shining. Why? You guys also want to get that extreme demon book. Gu Fei looked at Song K and demonic rock girl. Greed could be seen in the eyes of these two fellows. They were like starving beasts looking at their prey. Of course, such an extreme Tao inheritance. If I can use it to study it, who knows, it might even improve my cultivation. Song K nodded. He didn't hide his intentions. Not bad, using other extreme Tao inheritances to verify one's own great Tao. Perhaps I can discover my own shortcomings. The demonic rock lady gave this explanation. Really? Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Both of them were once extreme Tao Supremes. He actually wanted to obtain the legacies of other extreme Tao Supremes. Was it really as simple as borrowing the legacies of other extreme path sovereigns? Intuition told Gu Fei. Song K and Mo Peng Girl were hiding something from him. All right, let's find the extreme demon book that's hidden in this small world first, demonic rock lady said. She couldn't wait any longer. Not bad. Song K nodded. Then let's search, Gu Fei said thoughtfully. Song K and Mo Peng Girl were waiting for Gu Fei to say this. The demonic rock lady shot up into the sky. He rushed towards the peak of the Devil Mountain. She wanted to start from this Devil Mountain first. Song K, on the other hand, rushed towards the depths of this small world. He instantly disappeared into the void. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't like he didn't have the legacies of extreme Tao. Moreover, he didn't want to switch to demon Tao. The extreme demon book was not very attractive to him. As he willed, a powerful wave of divine will immediately envelop the area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Under the coverage of his divine will, he could instantly sense every move of all living beings. At this moment, the land of inheritance of the god exterminating demon palace was already in a mess. The ancestor beast that protected this part of the world was actually killed. The news spread. It caused the protectors in this part of the world to panic. One had to know. The ancestor beast that protected this part of the world was an invincible existence in the eyes of these protectors. The ancestor beast had lived for countless years. In the land of inheritance, no living being could live that long. Dang! A melodious bell rang from a mountain peak that was floating in the sky. It spread throughout the entire land of inheritance. At the moment when the bell rang, the entire place was filled with people. An incomparably powerful demon, Tao, aura immediately spread out from various parts of the land of inheritance. The incomparably powerful demons were alarmed. To be more precise, they were alarmed by the bell. After all the demons in the land of inheritance heard the bell, they all rushed towards the mountain peak in the sky. All of a sudden, the entire small world was filled with demon chi. many powerful demon shadows soared into the sky. Demons danced wildly. All of this was within Gu Fei's senses. However, he didn't care. To him, those demons were too weak. He had no intention of attacking these guys at all. From the sole memory of the great elder of the land of inheritance, he found out the most powerful existence among the protectors here was the great elder, and that ancestor beast. It was the demon beast clan that protected this world. It was the guardian beast. Ever since this small world was created, this guardian beast had already existed. In the present world, this guardian beast was called the ancestor beast by the protectors here. At this moment, there were already many devil experts gathered on the mountain peak in the sky. A demon bell at the peak of the mountain kept ringing. All the demons had gathered. There were still powerful demons arriving, because what happened today was too serious. The ancestor beast was killed. The land of inheritance was facing its biggest crisis. Those who broke into the land of inheritance were too powerful. Perhaps they had to use their last resort to protect the land of inheritance. However, once that resort was used, the consequences would be very serious. It was so serious that even the great elder couldn't bear it. Therefore, the great elder was hesitating. He needed to gather all the demons to discuss this, because the land of inheritance didn't belong to the great elder alone. Gu Fei didn't care about all of this. He had the mountain and river cauldron to protect him, apart from the extreme Tao Supremes. No one could really threaten his life. Of course, like Tsang Quebec, an existence like Demon Rock Girl, she could still threaten him. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward. He disappeared into the void in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in another area. His divine will immediately shrouded this area. He used his divine will to sense the existence of the extreme demon book. This was a method that Gu Fei thought of. However, obviously, if he could find the extreme Tao immortal palace this way, in that case, the guardians of this small world would have long found the extreme Tao demon tome. Gu Fei soon realized this. Therefore, in the end, he sat cross-legged in the sky. He used his heart to sense the pulse of this world. At this moment, at the peak of the demon mountain that pierced through the clouds, there was a figure standing there. That person was Demon Rock Girl. Demon Rock Girl was closing her eyes to sense. She suddenly opened her eyes. Then she chuckled. The next moment, he directly smashed his fist down on the demon mountain under his feet. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The entire demon mountain instantly exploded. It was directly blown up by Demon Rock Girl's punch. Instantly, rocks flew into the sky. Smoke and dust billowed. The entire area shook. The surging dust covered half of the sky. What happened? The rankers of the demons on the mountain peak in the sky were alarmed. The demon mountain exploded. This was definitely an extremely terrifying scene. This was a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It's those people. Could it be that those outsiders want to destroy our land of inheritance? A ranker of the demons exclaimed. No. At this moment, Demon Rock Girl had already arrived high up in the sky. She looked down at the dust that was violently billowing and spreading out. She couldn't help but frown. She thought that the extreme demon book that Gu Fei mentioned was hidden in this demon mountain, but from the looks of it, she had miscalculated. Rumble, the demon mountain collapsed. The entire area was shaking. There were constantly flying rocks that landed in the distance. Loud sounds could be heard one after another. All the living beings in the vicinity were terrified to the extreme. They all fled for their lives. Such a powerful commotion. Naturally, it alarmed Gu Fei. He stood up from the void. This demon rock girl was truly fearless. She actually casually destroyed a demon mountain. Where exactly is that extreme demon book kept? Demon rock girl's expression was extremely solemn. She also released her divine sense. Her divine sense was extremely powerful. In an instant, it covered more than half of the small world. Demon rock girl's expression suddenly changed. Then, she directly disappeared into the void. At the next moment, she appeared in a different region. It was a mountain valley. Inside the mountain valley, flowers were blooming. The scenery was beautiful. There were pavilions and buildings dotted within. In the depths of this mountain valley, there was an ancient pavilion. It was a 3-story pavilion. Looking from the outside of the pavilion, this pavilion had experienced countless storms. There were traces of time on it. Demon rock girl directly charged into the mountain valley. Then she took a step forward. In an instant, she arrived in front of the pavilion. Demon rock girl carefully looked at the pavilion in front of her. She realized the entire pavilion was enveloped by a killing formation. This was an ancient killing formation. Just as Demon Rock Girl was about to break this killing formation, when she entered the pavilion, a demonic figure silently appeared behind the magic rock lady. Outside her, a wave of divine sense spread over. A voice suddenly sounded in Demon Rock Girl's heart. Demon Rock Girl suddenly turned around. She didn't know when. There was actually a demonic figure standing not far behind her. This made her heart tremble. Very good. I was just worrying about finding someone to ask about the situation here. Someone will immediately come to me. Demon Rock Girl looked at the demonic figure. She smiled. Who are you? Why did you break into my inheritance ground? The demonic figure roared angrily. Powerful demonic energy exploded. The entire mountain valley was instantly filled with strong astral winds. Demonic energy swirled around. Tisk, little guy, you don't have the right to know my name. Demon Rock Girl said in disdain. Roar. Go and die. The demonic figure roared angrily. Then it directly attacked Demon Rock Girl. A wave of demonic energy immediately spread out. A pitch-black hand directly grabbed towards Demon Rock Girl. Chapter 32:05. Gu Fei, Tsang Ke, and the demonic rock lady barged into the land of inheritance of the divine demon palace, which was a small world created by the extreme demon lord. Although it was a small world, it was so huge that even Gu Fei could not envelop the entire place with his divine sense. However, what surprised Gu Fei and the rest was that the protectors of the land of inheritance were very weak. Among the protectors, the most powerful one was only a sage demon saint. That demon saint was the great elder of the protectors. After the guardian ancestor beast of the land of inheritance was killed by Gu Fei, there were no other demon venerable level living beings in the land of inheritance of the divine demon palace. The great elder of the protectors was naturally ignored by Gu Fei, and the rest because such an existence could not pose any threat to them. Therefore, they began to search for the extreme demon book in this small world of inheritance. The existence of the extreme demon book tempted Tsang Ke and the demonic rock lady, but nobody knew where the extreme demon book was kept by the ancestor of the divine demon palace. The methods of the extreme demon lord were not something that ordinary people could guess. At this moment, Gu Fei sat in the sky with his legs crossed and calmed his mind to sense the pulse of the world. He felt that it was definitely not easy to obtain the extreme demon book. If he could control the world and become the ruler of the world, he might be able to obtain the extreme demon book. He had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao the anti-emptiness secret art, so he was able to quickly grasp the location of the world essence of this world. As long as he refined the world essence of this world, he would be able to become the master of this world. However, Gu Fei soon frowned because he sensed that the origin of the world was actually protected by layers of demonic formations. The primogenitor of the exterminating god Demon Palace, who had created this world, had left behind a contingency plan. It was not an easy task to refine this world's heaven and earth source. If it had been anyone else, they probably wouldn't even have been able to sense the origin of the world. Only Gu Fei had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art, which allowed him to assimilate with the surrounding world. By assimilating into the void and sensing the pulse of the world, he could naturally sense the location of the origin of the world. The origin of the world was not deep in the ground, but at the end of the sky, at the boundary of chaos. The ancestor of the divine demon palace had set up layers of demonic formations. Gu Fei stood up from the void and soared into the sky, rushing towards the end of the firmament. At this moment, the demonic rock lady arrived at a valley. There was a pavilion within the valley. However, this pavilion was enveloped by a formation. Even someone as powerful as the demonic rock lady would find it hard to break through the formation and enter the pavilion. Just as the magic rock lady was about to break the formation, a demonic figure suddenly appeared behind her without a sound. Kill! Without any hesitation, the demonic rock lady attacked directly. Rays of demonic light rushed out from her body and turned into a peerless demonic sword that slashed at the demonic shadow. The demonic figure was not weak either. He stretched out his hand and formed a huge demonic hand that slapped at the demonic rock lady. Terrifying demonic power came down from the demonic hand and instantly sealed the void under the demonic hand, sealing off all of the demonic rock lady's escape routes. Clang! The demonic rock lady's demonic sword vibrated and instantly broke through the demonic power that came down from the sky, colliding with the demonic hand that slapped down from the sky. Rumble, 2 supreme powers erupted. That demonic hand that had enveloped the entire void of the heaven and earth started to dim down, as though it could disappear at any moment. However, the demonic sword that the demonic rock lady had unleashed was also shattered by the demonic hand. What? Seeing this scene, the demonic rock lady could not help but be shocked. How could there be such a powerful existence in the land of inheritance? This was impossible. But soon, she realized that something was wrong. There was no aura of life coming from the body of this guy that suddenly appeared. So it's a puppet incarnation. The demonic rock lady soared into the sky and directly broke through the layers of demonic chi. Within the demonic chi, a figure was faintly discernible, emitting the combat strength of the extreme Tao level. The entire valley and the entire void were trembling. Swoosh! The demonic rock lady did not hesitate and directly attacked the puppet incarnation that was hidden in the layers of demonic chi. Bright demonic light rushed out from her back and turned into a powerful sword light, slashing at the puppet incarnation. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was directly cut, leaving a pitch-black spatial crack. The demonic rainbow-like sword light directly broke through the layers of demonic chi. Under the sword light, the demonic chi was continuously destroyed, and the powerful sword light instantly slashed at the puppet incarnation. However, the puppet incarnation instantly disappeared in the void before the sword light reached it. When the demonic rock lady saw this, she could not help but change her expression. This puppet incarnation was clearly the guardian of this valley. Its combat strength was extremely powerful, and it could fight endlessly with existences of the demonic rock lady's level. This was enough to show that the ancestor of the god exterminating demon palace valued this valley. This also made the demonic rock lady even more curious about what was in this pavilion. Where is it? The demonic rock lady released her divine telekinesis with all her might, trying to sense the existence of the puppet incarnation. However, even as strong as she was, she actually could not sense the existence of the puppet incarnation. Outrageous. I don't believe it. The demonic rock lady was furious. As she moved her mind, demonic marks rushed out from between her eyebrows like demonic rocks and branded the surrounding void. Boom! Right beside her, several demonic marks exploded instantly, and a figure directly fell out of the void. The figure was blasted out of the void by the demonic marks. However, this puppet incarnation was a humanoid weapon. The ancestor of the god exterminating demon palace had refined such a puppet incarnation to protect the most important place in the land of inheritance. Clang! An extremely sharp sword light rushed out from the demonic rock lady's hands and slashed at the puppet incarnation, causing sparks to fly. Even a sword light of this level was unable to leave any marks on the puppet's body. The two figures moved rapidly in the void and started fighting. Powerful energy waves spread out, causing countless demons' hearts to palpitate. Chapter 3206. In the inheritance ground of the god-destroying demon palace, there was actually a puppet guarding the mysterious valley. Moreover, this puppet actually had the battle strength of the extreme Tao. This was something that the demonic rock lady had never expected. The puppet was very difficult to deal with, and was not an ordinary puppet. The demon rock lady could already tell that the puppet was refined from a void magic stone. The void magic stone possessed the power of the void, which was why even the demon rock lady's spirit force could not sense the existence of the puppet. Of course, the demon rock lady was not afraid of the puppet, but it did not seem to be an easy task to defeat the puppet. The two figures were moving so fast that even great demon venerables could not capture their movements, let alone cultivators below the great demon venerables. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds like thunder were constantly heard in the void as the demon rock lady and the puppet collided continuously. Every time they collided, the entire world seemed like it was going to collapse. While the demon rock lady and the puppet were fighting, Gu Fei had already reached the end of the sky and saw a ball of origin source light floating at the edge of the chaotic void. There did not seem to be any killing formation around the ball of origin source light, but Gu Fei knew that this was only the surface. What the eyes saw was often not reliable. If Gu Fei foolishly walked forward, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Gu Fei thought about it and reached out his right hand. A ball of chaotic divine light immediately appeared in his hand. He raised his right hand and shot out the ball of chaotic divine light. The ball of chaotic divine light smashed towards the origin source light at the edge of the chaotic void. Boom! Suddenly, the ball of primal chaos divine light exploded dozens of miles away from the source of light. Demonic runes appeared in the void. The demonic patterns emitted a terrifying demonic aura. The extreme demon power had awakened from its deep slumber. However, the demonic runes soon faded into the void and disappeared. The wave of extreme power that appeared in the world also disappeared. Extreme killing formation. Gu Fei was taken aback. He did not expect that the first level's killing array was already an extreme Tao killing array. How troublesome! Gu Fei muttered to himself. Wanting to break through this kind of killing formation was not an easy thing to do. He would have to pay a hefty price, which made him hesitate. Of course, if he could successfully refine this world in the end, it would be worth it to pay some price. However, if he ended up with nothing in the end, it would not be worth it. Just as Gu Fei was hesitating, a powerful demonic energy fluctuation came from below. Two extreme demonic energies erupted and collided. The demonic rock lady is fighting with someone? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was very familiar with the magic rock lady's aura, but he was very unfamiliar with the other demonic power. He was very surprised that there was an existence of this level in this world. The progenitor of the god, exterminating demonic palace, should have left behind many backup plans. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the depths of this world. In the next moment, the entire world was shaking. The weather changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Song Ke, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged at the end of the sky, looked into the depths of this world. His gaze pierced through the void and landed on a figure. It was a figure standing on the peak of a mountain. In front of that figure, a scene that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate was happening. The void was collapsing, the earth was sinking, and the elements were rushing out from the ground. The entire world was turning into chaos. What is this guy doing? Gu Fei's expression was incomparably heavy. Was Song Ke trying to destroy this small world? In the collapsing void, the essence of heaven and earth was extremely chaotic. At this moment, a ball of demonic light rushed out from the ground and rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. Song Ke stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the ball of demonic light. Powerful demonic power instantly enveloped the entire void, wanting to imprison the ball of demonic light. However, the demonic power that the ball of demonic light emitted was too strong. Even if Song Ke made a move, he might not be able to truly suppress the ball of demonic light. Within the demonic light, there was a demonic weapon. An extreme demonic power erupted from the demonic weapon. It was an extremely powerful demonic weapon left behind by the progenitor of the god exterminating demonic palace. Moreover, it was a flawless demonic weapon. Naturally, Song Ke did not want such an extreme demonic weapon to slip away from his hands just like that. As the huge hand descended, it was about to take away the extreme demonic weapon. However, at this moment, the extreme demonic weapon suddenly shook. Rumble! The entire world seemed horrifying, as if it was about to be destroyed. Song Ke's hand that was reaching out was also shaken off. Extreme demonic weapon? Gu Fei could not help but frown when he sensed the extreme aura emitted from the extreme demonic weapon. The extreme demonic weapon was an item with a spirit. To a certain extent, a flawless extreme demonic weapon was equivalent to an extreme demonic ancestor. Song Ke performed a great technique in an attempt to take away the extreme demonic weapon. However, he failed several times in a row. However, it was not an easy task for the extreme demonic weapon to escape. Just as Song Ke and the extreme demonic weapon were in a stalemate, a scroll descended from the sky and instantly sucked Song Ke and the extreme demonic weapon into that scroll. It was the mountain river diagram, which had an unfathomable power. The supreme Tao demonic treasure was attacking the void of the mountain and river diagram in an attempt to escape. However, the mountain and river diagram was, after all, an supreme Tao treasure. It quickly suppressed the supreme Tao demonic treasure, and the mountain and river diagram regained its calm. Swoosh! The mountain river diagram then soared into the sky and disappeared. Song Ke was a little speechless when he saw this. He knew that it was Gu Fei who made a move because the mountain river diagram was in Gu Fei's hands. Although Song Ke was very displeased, he could not do anything about it. He did not dare to make a move against Gu Fei and fight for the extreme demonic weapon. He raised his head and looked at the sky before disappearing into the void. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already at the end of the sky, standing beside Gu Fei. When Tsang Ke saw the origin source light floating in the chaotic zone, he was taken aback. He immediately realized what Gu Fei's objective was. "Are you trying to refine this world?" Tsang Ke looked at the scroll in Gu Fei's hand and said, "That's right." Chapter 3207. Gu Fei wanted to refine the land of inheritance of the god-destroying demon palace. In this way, the god-destroying demon palace would completely disappear from this world. One had to know. Every superforce that had been passed down for countless years, they all had their own unique inheritance system. This way, they could ensure that their inheritance would not be cut off. However, no matter how unique the inheritance system was, there would be times when it would be destroyed. The inheritance of the god-destroying demon palace was very special, because even the guardians in the land of inheritance did not know where the extreme demon book of Tao was. However, all the guardians knew the extreme demon book of Tao was in this small world. However, no one could find this extreme demon book of Tao. Every 1,000 years, this demon book would appear on its own. At that time, all the guardians in the land of inheritance could feel the existence of this demon book. Because of the environment of the world, it was impossible for the guardians in the land of inheritance of the god-destroying demon palace to cultivate to the realm above the saint level if it was not for the extreme demon book of Tao that appeared once every 1,000 years. Perhaps these guardians would have long since transformed into ordinary people without any cultivation. At this moment, at the end of the sky, at the edge of chaos, Gu Fei and Tsang Ke stood in the void. They were talking. "I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to refine this world." Who was Tsang Quebec? He used to be an extreme Tao sovereign, although he had fallen from the extreme Tao realm. But his knowledge was extraordinary. He could see the danger in front of him at a glance. If he was still an extreme Tao sovereign, the danger in front of him could naturally be ignored. But it was a pity. He was no longer an extreme Tao sovereign, although he had the power of the extreme Tao. But he lacked the extreme Tao realm that he should have. He was like a child with infinite strength, although he had great strength, but he only knew how to use brute force. In this way, if he was not careful, he would hurt himself. The killing array in front of him was set up by the real extreme Tao demon ancestor. Even if Tsang Ke made a move, it was impossible to break it, unless he could become a true extreme supremacy again. And it was not easy, but not to try. How do you know you can't do it? Gu Fei said, at this moment. However, he looked relaxed. Could he refine this part of the world? Actually, for him, it's not that important. What he actually wanted was not these things. However, Tsang Ke was different. He wanted to obtain the extreme demon book. It was the same for the demonic rock lady. At this time, the demonic rock lady was still fighting with the puppet, void magic stones. It was a type of undying magic stone. No matter how much time had passed, the void energy contained within these magic stones would not dissipate. Therefore, it was a puppet refined from an entire void magic stone. It was like having an immortal body, can exist forever in this world. This was true immortality. Of course, immortality was a relative term, because in this world, there was a power that could destroy the undying. Boom. The wings on the back of the demonic rock lady were like peerless demonic blades. The puppet was blasted away. However, the next moment, the extremely ferocious demonic power was actually guided into the void by the puppet. In an instant, 70% to 80% of the power was dissipated. This puppet's sacred art was different from the others. It could fuse with the surrounding void of heaven and earth. It could also guide the demonic rock lady's power into the surrounding void, turning it into nothingness. The void magic stone is indeed different. The demonic rock lady couldn't help but be moved. The ancestor of the god exterminating Demon Palace was really an idiot. He had actually managed to refine an entire void magic stone into a puppet doppelganger. Void slash. The puppet clone of the ancestor of the god exterminating Demon Palace roared angrily. He immediately used the alive slaying technique. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the demonic rock lady without any warning. Then, he slashed towards the demonic rock lady. This was a power that could cut the Tao, as long as she was hit by the spatial crack. Even if the demonic rock lady had an extremely strong physique, she would still be injured. Of course, the power of this killing technique was far more than that. This kind of power could destroy a cultivator's Tao foundation. It could cut off a cultivator's cultivation realm. That was why it was called the Tao slaying technique. Return to primal chaos. The demonic rock lady chuckled. She formed a seal with both hands. A wave of destructive power immediately spread out from her hand seal. The void was being destroyed. The space blades that slashed down instantly shattered in the void. You come over as well. The demonic rock lady stood at the center of the chaotic energy. An extremely powerful devouring power suddenly appeared from her body. In just an instant, the devouring power enveloped the entire void of heaven and earth. At this moment, whether it was demonic energy or other heaven and earth essence energy, they were all sucked towards the demonic rock lady by the devouring power. Even the puppet avatar of the god exterminating Demon Palace's primogenitor was pulled towards the demon rock woman by this devouring power. What the clone of the god exterminating Demon Palace's ancestor was shocked. He hurriedly used his sacred art. He wanted to break free from the devouring power, but this power was simply too powerful. Even the clone of the god exterminating Demon Palace's ancestor couldn't break free. Damn it! The power of the void exploded from the clone of the ancestor. Many demonic patterns appeared and intertwined. Many pitch-black demonic light rushed out from his body. This was the power of Tao's severing. I don't care what power you have. I just want to return to primal chaos. Destroy everything. The demonic rock lady sneered. The power of the hand seal was still increasing. This was a killing technique that could destroy everything. It was terrifying. This was the ancestral technique of the chaos demonic rock race. Of course, this killing technique was naturally created by the demonic rock lady. Rumble, the sound of wind, and thunder came from within the primal chaos. Where the demonic rock lady was, it was as if it had really turned into a land of primal chaos. Even the primal chaos energy was coming out. Return to primal chaos. I will split the heavens and earth. The clone of the ancestor who was flying towards the demonic rock lady shouted. An unprecedentedly powerful void power immediately exploded from his body. 9 extremely powerful void demonic patterns rushed out from his body. Instantly, they were imprinted in the surrounding primal chaos void. In the next moment, the 9 void Tao patterns shone with bright demonic light. They actually froze the primal chaos void. A small world was created around the primogenitor's clone. This was really splitting the heavens and earth. The surroundings of the ancestor's clone formed a world of its own. It isolated the devouring power that was coming from the demonic rock lady's hand seal. The clone of the ancestor immediately stopped. Preposterous. I actually can't do anything to an incarnation. The demonic rock lady saw this scene. She gritted her teeth and said, her gaze was extremely sharp. She never thought that the clone of the god exterminating demon palace's ancestor would actually have such combat power. Chapter 32:08. Although Gu Fei was at the end of the sky, he could still see the battle between the demonic rock lady and the puppet clone. I didn't expect that there would be an existence stronger than the ancestral guardian beast in this small world. The ancestor of the god destroying demon palace left behind a lot of backup plans. Gu Fei sighed. The ancestor of the god destroying demon palace seemed to have thought of all the dangers that could threaten the land of inheritance and made all kinds of arrangements. It's not surprising because I will do the same. Song Ke said. He was a little emotional because when he left the ancestral god realm, he also left all kinds of backup plans in his land of inheritance. Therefore, even if someone attacked the land of inheritance, it would not be easy to obtain Song Ke's inheritance. These two are evenly matched. I don't know how long the battle will last. Gu Fei said, Haha, isn't that easy? As long as you make a move, the winner will be decided immediately. Song Ke smiled. Gu Fei was stunned. This guy was right. As long as he made a move, he would be able to break the parallel between the demonic rock lady and the stone puppet. Won't it be the same if you make a move? Gu Fei looked at Song Ke and said with a smile, It's just a puppet. She really can't deal with it. Song Ke said, Yes, that too. Gu Fei nodded. One should know that the demonic rock lady used to be the extreme demon ancestor. Although she had fallen from the extreme demon realm, she could still use the power of the extreme demon realm. The ancestor puppet of the god destroying demon palace was not an expert of the extreme demon realm. At best, it was a killing tool with the power of the extreme demon realm. Of course, the ancestor puppet might have a trace of the consciousness of the god destroying demon palace's ancestor. Because of this, it could use great techniques to fight against the demonic rock lady. We should think about how to refine this land of inheritance. Song Ke looked at the heaven and earth source light and said, You help me? You don't seem to help people that easily. Gu Fei said in surprise, I'm helping myself. After this is done, you will obtain this world. However, you will have to help me find the Extreme Tao Demon Book. I want to borrow it to take a look. Song Ke retracted his gaze and looked at Gu Fei. What if we can't find it? Gu Fei said after thinking for a while, If I can't find it, it means that I'm not fated with the Extreme Demon Book. Song Ke said, All right, deal. Gu Fei agreed without much thought because this matter seemed to be beneficial to him no matter what. Only a fool would refuse such a cost-effective thing. What are you going to do? Song Ke said. He was actually very curious as to what method Gu Fei would use to break the formation. One must know that this was a true extreme devil formation. It wasn't that easy to break. Gu Fei smiled, but didn't say anything. In the next moment, an ancient cauldron rushed out from his body and rapidly grew in size. Primordial chaos energy fell from the ancient cauldron, and a terrifying power that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths spread out from the ancient cauldron that had grown to the size of a mountain. You can't be. Song Ke couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei using the mountain and river cauldron. In the next moment, the ancient cauldron directly smashed towards the extreme demonic formation. It was like an incomparably huge chaotic mountain, crushing and destroying everything in its path. Song Ke didn't expect Gu Fei to really do this. He actually wanted to use brute force to break the formation. There was no room for tricks like this. The stronger one would win. This was the most primitive battle. Any formation, killing technique, or even mystic arts would be useless in the face of absolute strength. Of course, if the strength was not strong enough, the unlucky one would be Gu Fei. Under Song Ke's incredulous gaze, the mountain-like mountain and river cauldron was directly attached to the extreme devil formation. In the next moment, countless formation runes appeared in the void. The formation runes intertwined, and extreme devil formation diagrams appeared in the void, emitting a monstrous wave of extreme devil chi. Demonic chi spread in all directions. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron, didn't stop and continued pressing forward. The formation runes were collapsing one after another, and a gap was opened in the terrifying extreme devil formation. The mountain and river cauldron actually rushed into the extreme devil formation. Buzz. In the next moment, a loud sound came from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, a monstrous chaotic primordial chi exploded from the mountain and river cauldron and spread in all directions. That was the chaotic primordial chi, which could destroy everything. The extreme devil formation that was enveloped by the chaotic primordial chi dissipated in the void. The extreme devil formation was collapsing. However, this was only the first layer of the extreme devil formation. Gu Fei had only just broken one layer of the extreme devil formation. However, there were 9 layers of the extreme devil formation that protected the light of heaven and earth. Moreover, each layer of the extreme devil formation was much more powerful than the previous layer. At this moment, countless formation runes were collapsing. The first layer of the extreme devil formation was broken, and the mighty extreme devil force directly turned the surrounding void into chaos. However, no matter how strong the force that erupted was, it couldn't shake the mountain and river cauldron. Soon, a devouring force was produced from within the mountain and river cauldron. This devouring force actually devoured the demonic path power that was released when the first layer of the extreme devil formation collapsed into the mountain and river cauldron. Seeing this, Song Ke was shocked again. The mountain and river cauldron was actually devouring the surrounding power for its own use to strengthen itself. At this moment, the chaotic primordial chi that rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron became even stronger. The chaotic primordial chi covered the entire sky. Fortunately, all of this happened at the end of the sky, at the edge of chaos. Otherwise, who knew how many living beings would have died because of this? Boom! Another loud sound was heard. The mountain and river cauldron that was as huge as a mountain collided with another extreme devil formation. An extreme devil force erupted, and the entire extreme devil formation was activated. Rays of destructive demonic light rushed out from the extreme devil formation and hit the mountain and river cauldron. However, at this moment, the mountain and river cauldron was like a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring all the essence chi around it. Even the demonic chi was no exception. This was a plundering devouring. The mountain and river cauldron was ruthless. It actually wanted to devour the power of the 9 extreme devil formations. If it really succeeded, the power of the mountain and river cauldron would increase to an unimaginable level. Without any suspense, the endless demonic patterns collapsed, and the second layer of the demonic formation was broken by the mountain and river cauldron. Seeing this scene, Song Ke was dumbfounded. This extreme Tao artifact was indeed terrifyingly powerful. It actually broke 2 extreme devil formations in a row. Those were not ordinary formations, but the extreme devil formation that was set up by the extreme demon ancestor. Chapter 3209. In the land of inheritance of the god-destroying demon palace, Gu Fei directly used brute force to break through the array. The power that erupted from the mountain and river cauldron was getting stronger and stronger. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain and river cauldron, which was bigger than a mountain, moved forward in the void. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Even the extreme demonic inscriptions were destroyed in the void. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron had already broken through 2 layers of the extreme demonic formation. It was charging towards the 3rd layer of the extreme demonic formation. The mountain and river cauldron had yet to truly collide with the 3rd layer of the extreme killing formation, but the extreme killing formation had already begun to tremble. The countless formation inscriptions that formed the killing formation appeared in the void, interweaving into a mysterious and unfathomable demonic diagram. The extreme demonic formation, condensed by the extreme demonic formation, was too strong. However, the mountain and river cauldron was not easy to deal with, especially the primordial chaotic chi that erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. This primordial chaotic chi was the ancestral chi of the heaven and earth. It existed before the heaven and earth were formed. A wisp of primordial chaotic chi could crush an entire mountain range. Primordial chaotic chi could destroy everything. Naturally, it could also destroy the extreme demonic formation. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the mountain and river cauldron fiercely collided with the 3rd layer of the extreme demonic formation. This was the collision of the extreme demonic formation. The extremely terrifying power spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Swoosh! At this time, an immortal divine light suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's body and floated high in the sky. A powerful wave of power spread out from that item and froze the void in this part of the world. The mighty extreme demonic formation was immediately blocked. Gu Fei did not allow this power to spread. The item floating high in the sky was a diagram. It was a mountain and river diagram. This was an extreme demonic formation. It was originally in the hands of Song Ke, but now it was in the hands of Gu Fei. The mountain and river diagram was hazy. One could vaguely see the illusory images of the mountains, rivers, and lakes. There were also images of countless ancestors fighting with ferocious beasts. This mountain-river diagram was extraordinary. It could display the scenery of heaven and earth. He used the power of the mountain and river diagram to seal this part of the world, preventing the mountain and river cauldron from destroying this part of the world when it broke the formation. This heaven and earth was created by the exterminating god-demon palace's primogenitor. It wasn't a true heaven and earth, and the void was far less stable than a true heaven and earth. If the cauldron of mountains and rivers unleashed its full power, the entire void of heaven and earth would be destroyed by the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, returning to primal chaos. Brat, are you trying to trick this old man? As the mountain-river cauldron smashed into the 3rd layer of the extreme demonic Tao array, a voice suddenly rang out in Gu Fei's mind. It was the voice of the cauldron's soul. The mountain and river cauldron's soul finally awoke, and it quickly learned what had happened. It couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This Gu Fei really was unreliable. He actually used him to break the formation while he was asleep. Old man, I'm helping you. If you devour the power of the 9th layer of the extreme demonic Tao array, won't you be able to completely recover to your peak state? Gu Fei said to the mountain and river cauldron's cauldron soul. Brat, do you think it's so easy to break the extreme demonic Tao array? The mountain and river cauldron's cauldron soul said angrily. At this moment, the power of the 3rd layer of the extreme demonic Tao array that protected the light source of heaven and earth erupted. Extreme demonic power condensed and turned into a demonic blade that slashed at the mountain and river cauldron. Clang! The demonic blade ruthlessly broke through the layers of primordial chaos and slashed at the mountain and river cauldron. The power of this blade actually caused the mountain and river cauldron to shake continuously. This was the most powerful attack of the extreme demonic Tao array. but it couldn't do anything to the mountain and river cauldron. The blade light of the demonic blade that slashed at the mountain and river cauldron shattered in the void, turning into specks of demonic light. Countless specks of demonic light then disappeared into the void. At the same time, the mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and the heaven-devouring power emerged. The third layer of the extreme demonic Tao array collapsed, and the extreme demonic power condensed by the killing array was instantly devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Awesome! The mountain and river cauldron emitted a spiritual wave. This Sankei, who was standing beside Gu Fei, couldn't help but be moved when he sensed the spiritual wave. The cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron had awakened from its slumber. In this way, the mountain and river cauldron could display its true power. This was equivalent to the arrival of an extreme demonic Tao Supreme. This was also the source of Gu Fei's confidence. He used the mountain and river diagram to suppress a part of heaven and earth, and used the mountain and river cauldron to break the 9 layers of the extreme demonic Tao array that protected the light source of heaven and earth. This method could protect the entire small world from being destroyed by the extreme demonic power. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron stopped after breaking the 3rd layer of the extreme demonic Tao array. The cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron had awakened, so the ancient cauldron was freed from Gu Fei's control. Old man, continue. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the mountain and river cauldron. What's the rush? Take it slow. The cauldron soul's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. At this moment, the huge mountain and river cauldron disappeared, and a wretched old man appeared in front of Gu Fei and Sankei, which shocked them. However, they soon realized that the old man was definitely the mountain and river cauldron. Swoosh! The old man appeared in front of the 4th layer of the killing array in a flash. Without any hesitation, he broke the array. The power of the 4th layer of the extreme demonic Tao array was not to be underestimated. Even someone as strong as the old man could not break it in a short time. However, this was not a problem for the old man. Soon, the old man broke the 4th layer of the killing array and charged into the array. He wanted to break the killing array from the inside and devour its power from the inside. Before long, the 4th layer of the killing array was finished. The power gathered by the killing array was completely devoured by the old man and refined into his own Yuan Qi. Next was the 5th layer of the killing array. While the mountain and river cauldron's soul was breaking the killing array, the battle between the demonic rock lady and the stone puppet had reached its climax. The demonic rock lady was truly enraged. She used the life and death technique of the Chaos Demonic Rock Race. This was the Chaos Demonic Rock Race's trump card. Rumble. The demonic rock lady transformed into a demonic rock the size of a mountain and clawed at the progenitor puppet. Without any suspense, the progenitor puppet was caught by the demonic rock lady. The demonic rock lady's claws tore the progenitor puppet in half. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was taken aback. He didn't expect the demonic rock lady to be so terrifying when she was angry. That puppet clone was actually torn in half by her. However, what truly shocked Gu Fei was that the corpse of the puppet that had its 2 halves torn apart did not lose its life. The 2 halves crawled back together, and with a flash of demonic light, the 2 halves actually fused together as if they had never been injured in the first place. In the next moment, the demonic rock lady opened her mouth and spat out demonic fire. This demonic fire instantly enveloped the puppet clone in a sea of fire. The primogenitor puppet's shock was no small matter. Its entire body radiated with the light of the void. It wanted to guide the demonic flames into the void of the world. Just as the progenitor puppet was about to use its ultimate move, a sharp sword silently pierced through the progenitor puppet's forehead. Boom! In the next moment, the progenitor puppet's head exploded. The headless corpse fell to the ground and twitched a few times before becoming motionless. At this point in the battle, the demonic rock lady finally killed the progenitor clone. The mountain-like demonic rock lady disappeared and walked down from the sky. Without hesitation, she walked into the valley and arrived in front of the ancient pavilion in the depths of the valley. She immediately broke the formation. Without the obstruction of the progenitor puppet, the demonic rock lady could use all her strength to break the formation. Soon, a loud sound came from the depths of the valley. The killing formation protecting the pavilion was broken by her. The demonic rock lady walked into the pavilion. At this time, the guardians in the small world were already terrified. The cultivation and battle strength of these outsiders were heaven-defying. Originally, the great elder of the guardians wanted to use his last resort to fight against these outsiders. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. This was because the outsiders were actually breaking the 9-layered extreme demonic formation that protected the origin of heaven and earth. Moreover, the demonic rock lady had killed the progenitor clone. In this way, there was no power in the small world that could fight against these outsiders. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. At the end of the sky, where the chaos intersected, another extreme demonic formation was broken. Now, only the last 3 layers of the extreme demonic formation were left. Just as Gu Fei, Song Ke, and the demonic rock lady entered the land of inheritance of the god-destroying demon palace, the situation outside changed subtly. The people of the Black Demon Mountain obviously did not have enough power to protect the territory that they had painstakingly conquered. In particular, many places refused to surrender. Therefore, a bloody battle was inevitable. With the disappearance of Gu Fei and the other forces in the central region also wanted a share of the loot. In the beginning, the other forces of the central region were just playing around. Mountain Master Black Demon, and the others didn't put these fellows in their eyes at all. However, when the real powerhouses appeared, Mountain Master Black Demon couldn't laugh anymore. After a big battle, the Black Demon Mountain actually suffered heavy losses and lost a lot of territory. The forces that dared to challenge the Black Demon Mountain were definitely superpowers. They might even be the primitive demons. These days, the Black Demon Mountain Master had an incomparable headache. He was exhausted. Wherever there were people fighting for territory, he would chase away the invading enemies. Even with the help of others, he did not dare to take it lightly. Gu Fei, come out and die. Chapter 32:10. The Mystic Demon Mountain had destroyed the demon-destroying palace. In the central region of the Chaos Fiend realm, this was definitely something that could shake the entire central region's cultivation world. The power structure of the entire central region's cultivation world was affected. The central region was extremely vast. It was also where the various superpowers gathered. Over here, the demon-destroying palace was not the only primitive demons. The Golem clan, the ancestral court of the Demon Willow clan, was also in the central region. However, what shocked countless experts was that the Mystic Demon Mountain had not only destroyed the Demon God Palace, he had even defeated the experts of the Stone Demon clan and the Demon Willow clan, who had come to denounce him. Have you heard? Shi Hong, the clan lord of the Stone Devil clan, and Lu Tianzheng, the clan lord of the Magic Willow clan, were defeated by the people of Mystic Demon Mountain. What? Did you hear wrongly? You didn't hear wrong. This matter has already spread among those big shots. Mystic Demon Mountain, he's actually this powerful. It had been more than 10 days since the battle. Even so, all the cultivators in the Chaos Demon Plain were still discussing the matter. All of them found it hard to believe, because this was something that no one would believe even if they were told. And in these 10 days, the experts of Black Demon Mountain were led by Black Demon Mountain Lord. They began to take over the territories of the god-destroying demonic palace. But all of this did not go smoothly. The god-exterminating demon palace wanted to destroy the Black Demon Mountain. They extended their influence to the western region. But in the end, not only did the power of the exterminating god-demon palace not extend into the western region, instead, they were killed by the Mystic Demon Mountain. On the other hand, Mystic Demon Mountain had extended its influence to the central region. However, by the time the superpowers recovered from their shock, some people could no longer sit still. You should know, the god-exterminating demonic palace's territory was truly huge. This was definitely a juicy piece of meat. The other superpowers naturally wanted a piece of the pie as well. He wanted to take a bite. This morning, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the place where the experts of Black Demon Mountain were. This person actually wanted Gufei to go out and die at the place where the experts of the Black Demon Mountain were gathered. It was an ancient city, in an ancient city not far from the ancestral land of the destroyed god-destroying demon palace. Who is so gutsy? He actually wanted his master to go out and die. In the ancient city, the experts of Black Demon Mountain were shocked to the extreme. Even Mo Mingtian, the #1 demon in the eastern region, was moved. He was well aware of Gu Fei's cultivation and battle prowess. Even he was no match for Gu Fei. Could it be that the outsiders were even more powerful than Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng? At this moment, Gu Fei, Mo Peng Girl, and Song Ke were not there. If someone like Shi Hong and Lu Tianzheng were to appear at this time, they would definitely be killed. Mountain Lord Mystic Demon, and the others were going to be out of luck. Gu Fei, aren't you going to come out and die? At this moment, in the sky outside the ancient city, a figure stood in the air. It was an incomparably powerful figure. An aura of the extreme Tao spread out from this figure. Shua, a figure dashed out of the ancient city. He arrived in front of the intruder. This person was none other than the Lord of Mystic Demon Mountain. Who are you? How dare you come here to behave atrociously? Mystic Demon Mountain Lord stared at the person in front of him. He said coldly. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from this guy. This was definitely not a good thing for him. He. You don't have the right to know who I am. You'd better call your master out. The man smiled. Then he said disdainfully, at this moment, but Black Demon Mountain Lord had already seen this person's appearance. This was a middle-aged man with a mustache. It could be seen from this guy's appearance. This guy was definitely a sinister and cunning hero. I don't have the right to know. Black Demon Mountain Lord was really shocked by this guy's tone. Even he was not qualified to know this guy's identity. Then who was qualified? A real extreme Tao Supreme Master. What a joke. Who do you think you are? Black Demon Mountain Lord said disdainfully. Since Gu Fei won't come out, then I'll erase him and this ancient city from this world together. The mustache man said coldly. His face was extremely cold. Then he stretched out his right hand. He grabbed at Black Demon Mountain Lord. The mustached man's cultivation and combat power were extremely powerful. As soon as he made his move, he sealed the entire space in front of him. Naturally, it also imprisoned Mystic Demon Mountain Master. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord felt his body tighten. He immediately flew towards the big hand that was grabbing at him involuntarily. Shua. At this moment, a pitch-black spatial rift instantly appeared. The devouring power enveloping Black Demon Mountain Lord was severed. Mystic Demon Mountain's Lord hastily soared into the sky. He hid far away. The power of the void. Interesting. The mustached man didn't expect his opponent to be able to dodge his attack. You should know, with his status and battle prowess, he wanted to kill an existence on the level of a demon ancestor. Wasn't that as easy as flipping one's hand? However, Mystic Demon Mountain Master wasn't a demon ancestor. Instead, it was a great demon sovereign. He wanted to kill the great demon Venerable. For the mustache man, it was even more effortless. Come here. The mustached man stretched out his hand again. This time, that big hand instantly enveloped Mystic Demon Mountain Master below. The void seemed to have frozen in an instant. In the face of absolute power, all divine abilities and killing techniques were vulnerable, and the person with absolute power. But it wasn't Mystic Demon Mountain Master. It was the mysterious mustached man, who was Mystic Demon Mountain Master's enemy. Roar! Mystic Demon Mountain Master roared again and again. He kept casting killing techniques. He wanted to break the power of the seal and rush out. But all of this was in vain. He actually couldn't break the power of the seal. Preposterous! Black Demon Mountain Lord's shock was no small matter. Lines of demonic patterns emerged on his body. Those demonic patterns rushed out of his body. They were imprinted in the void. Buzz. The void shook. Mystic Demon Mountain Master wanted to open up a world that belonged to him. 9 demonic patterns opened up a part of the void. The powerful force that was about to obliterate everything in its surroundings was blocked. At this moment, the figures of Blood Devil and the Meng brothers rushed out of the ancient city. Seeing this scene, they were shocked to the extreme. A demonic hand actually grabbed Mystic Demon Mountain Master in its hand. This was definitely an extremely shocking scene. When the experts of Mystic Demon Mountain in the city saw this, they were all dumbfounded. Ha! You can't even withstand a single blow. I want to kill you. It's even easier than killing an ant. The mustached man said with a big laugh. At this moment, a huge demonic ant suddenly rushed out of the ancient city. This demonic ant was as big as a hill. Its whole body emitted a monstrous demonic energy. Come and kill me. The demonic ant came to the sky. It said to the mustached man, "This, Chapter 32:11. The mysterious expert was here. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was caught by a demon hand. He could be killed by the mysterious expert at any time. And just at this moment, a demonic ant suddenly rushed out of the ancient city, staring at the mysterious expert with a mustache. Didn't you say that killing him is easier than killing an ant? I'm right here. Come and kill me." The demonic ant said coldly. A chilling, killing intent spread from the demonic ant's body. The words of the mysterious expert seriously offended the demonic ant, Black and Gold Ant. When the mysterious expert saw the demonic ant, he was taken aback, because this demonic ant had a great background. It was an ancient species. This race was extremely powerful. This demonic ant was pitch black. It was as hard as black gold. Ordinary Dao tools could not hurt this demonic ant at all. I didn't expect Mystic Demon Mountain to join forces with the Black and Gold Ant clan. The mysterious expert immediately thought of the reason why the Black and Gold Ant clan appeared here. For him, it was definitely not a good thing. He was in big trouble just when the mysterious expert was distracted. A powerful force suddenly burst out from Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body. That force directly shattered the demonic hand. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord rushed out. What? The mysterious expert was shocked. He looked at Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. He saw that on Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body, there was actually a powerful figure faintly discernible. This is when the mysterious expert saw the figure emerging from Mystic Demon Mountain Lord's body. He could not help but be shocked. When did the Heavenly Demon Clan's hands reach so far? Just at this moment, a voice came from the ancient city. Then, a figure walked out of the ancient city step by step. This person was Mo Mingtian, Heavenly Demon Clan. When everyone heard Mo Mingtian's words, they could not help but be shocked. One must know, the Heavenly Demon Clan was also the original demons of the Chaos Demon realm. The Heavenly Demon Clan took the Heavenly Demon as their surname. This guy with a mustache. Its name was the Heavenly Demon Kiran. He was an expert of the Celestial Demon Clan. Heavenly Demon Kiran, you're really tired of living. How dare you come here to behave atrociously? Mo Mingtian continued. He looked at the Heavenly Demon Kiran. The corners of his lips curled upwards. A disdainful sneer appeared on his face. Mo Mingtian. The Heaven Demon Kiran stared at Mo Mingtian. He couldn't wait to swallow this guy alive. This so-called #1 demon of the Eastern region was simply too detestable. The ancestral lands of the sky demons were not in the central region, but the northern region. The northern region was very far from the central region. To think that the Heavenly Fiend Clan's hands actually stretched into the central region. I think you should scram. Mo Mingtian looked at the Heavenly Demon Kiran. He said calmly, I'll scram your head. The Heavenly Demon Kiran roared. Then he directly attacked Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. He raised his right hand. Immediately, dozens of cold lights shot towards Mystic Demon Mountain's Lord. The cold light was formed by the demonic needles. If one were to be pierced by this magic needle, then one's body and soul would definitely be destroyed. That was because the magic needle had a resounding name. It was called the demonic exterminating needle. If a cultivator was pierced by this kind of magic needle, the power of the magic needle would directly turn the cultivator's muscles, bones, flesh, and blood into pus and blood. Naturally, the primordial spirit wouldn't be able to escape. Mystic Demon Mountain Lord didn't dare to be careless. Before the magic needle pierced him, he instantly disappeared into the void. The dozens of cold lights pierced empty air. At the same time, the black gold demonic ant and Mo Mingtian made their moves. The demonic ant actually pounced directly at the Heavenly Demon Kiran. The ant's sharp claws turned into rays of knife light. They crazily hacked at the Heavenly Demon Kiran. Buzz! A ball of demonic light emerged from the Heavenly Demon Kiran's body, knocking away all the knife lights that were hacking at it. Boom! Just as the Heavenly Demon Kiran blocked the attack of the black gold demonic ant, Mo Mingtian's right palm had already fiercely bombarded the ball of light outside the Heavenly Demon Kiran's body. Crack! Above the ball of demonic light outside the Heavenly Demon Kiran's body, cracks actually appeared on it. It seemed as if it would shatter at any moment. Swish! A demonic arrow pierced through the air. In an instant, it stabbed into the ball of protective demonic light outside the Heavenly Demon Kiran's body. In the next moment, boom! A loud sound rang out. The demonic arrow exploded. A tyrannical and violent power spread out. The ball of demonic light on the Heavenly Demon Kiran's body instantly collapsed. Everyone saw this scene. He was shocked to the extreme. Then they looked in the direction where the demonic arrow came from. They saw that the person who shot the arrow, it was actually the eldest of the Meng brothers. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Kiran was blasted hundreds of feet away by the tyrannical power of the demonic arrow before he stabilized his body. He saw that his clothes were tattered. His face was pitch black. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest. The top of his head was still emitting smoke. The heavenly demon Kiran was in an extremely sorry state. Roar. He looked up to the sky and roared. An extremely tyrannical demonic power erupted from his body. The terrifying sound wave caused the nearby void to undulate like waves, ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. All of you will die. The heavenly demon Kiran was enraged. He directly pounced towards the crowd. The only one who will die will be you. The mystic demon, Mountain, Lord directly went towards the heavenly demon Kiran. The shadow on his body seemed to be walking out of the void. The tyrannical aura emitted from the shadow made the heavenly demon Kiran very apprehensive. Boom! The two experts collided with each other in an instant. After a direct head-on punch, the two figures moved quickly in the void. A fierce battle began. The mystic demon Mountain Lord's battle power had increased to a level that made even his heart palpitate. In the blink of an eye, as if it could destroy everything. The mystic demon Mountain Lord is so fierce. Seeing this scene, all the experts couldn't help but sigh. Boom! The mystic demon Mountain Lord's fist hit the heavenly demon Kiran's shoulder. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The heavenly demon Kiran's left arm immediately fell down. He couldn't lift it. However, almost at the same time, the heavenly demon Kiran also kicked his body. He was sent flying with a kick. Even though the mystic demon Mountain Lord was protected by the shadow, the kick from the heavenly demon Kiran was not light. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Again, the mystic demon Mountain Lord spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he pounced towards the heavenly demon Kiran. His whole body was emitting demonic light. Countless pitch-black void blades rushed out of his body. They slashed towards the heavenly demon Kiran in an overwhelming manner. The figure that emerged from his body became clearer and clearer, as if it was really going to come out of the void. Chapter 32:12. The expert of the heavenly demon clan, the heavenly demon Kiran, had arrived. This was an extremely powerful demon ancestor. Such an existence only needed one finger to pinch mystic demon Mountain Lord to death. However, at this time, mystic demon Mountain Lord could fight against the heavenly demon Kiran without falling into a disadvantageous position. Mystic demon Mountain Lord was an existence of the great demon sovereign level, not the demon ancestor. How could he fight against the demon ancestor? The reason was actually very simple. Gu Fei had done something to mystic demon Mountain Lord. A shadow loomed from mystic demon Mountain Lord's body, emitting an extremely tyrannical aura. Because of this shadow, mystic demon Mountain Lord had the strength to fight against the heavenly demon Kiran. Void Devour! Mystic demon Mountain Lord's hands danced, and a pitch-black whirlpool immediately appeared in the void. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the whirlpool, devouring the heavens and earth. The void in front of the whirlpool immediately collapsed and was directly devoured by the black whirlpool. This heaven-devouring power also enveloped the heavenly demon Kiran. The heavenly demon Kiran only felt his body tighten, and his entire body immediately flew towards the black whirlpool. Humph! You want to devour the heavens. You're still lacking. The heavenly demon Kiran sneered. Then his body shook, and 9 demonic marks rushed out from his body. Each demonic mark released a bright demonic light, and immortal demonic power erupted. The 9 demonic marks instantly froze the void around the heavenly demon Kiran's body, and also isolated the heaven-devouring power that came from the black whirlpool. The heavenly demon Kiran's body also stopped, no longer flying towards the black whirlpool. This Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was shocked. This heavenly demon Kirin really lived up to his name. The heavenly demon clan members were all extremely powerful existences, and none of them were weak. Boom! The immortal demonic power immediately erupted from the heavenly demon Kirin's body. The demonic light turned into a winged demonic dragon, and it fiercely pounced towards Mystic Demon Mountain Lord. This demonic dragon directly tore the black whirlpool in front of Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and rushed towards him. Bang! Mystic Demon Mountain Lord was sent flying by the winged mystic dragon. The demonic dragon was about to pounce on Mysterious Demon Mountain Master again, but at this time, a demonic ant descended from the sky and directly smashed the demonic dragon into pieces. Swoosh! A cold light shot out from the demonic ant's body and instantly appeared in front of the heavenly demon Kirin at an extremely fast speed. Little ant, do you really want to die? The heavenly demon Kylan sneered. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and caught the chilling light in his hand. TSK, the one who wants to die is you, the black gold demonic ant said in disdain. Since you insist on sticking your neck out, I can only kill you. The heavenly demon unicorn was fearless because he came from the heavenly demon clan, which was definitely one of the strongest clans in the primal chaos demonic realm. Of course, the black gold demonic ants were not a weak race. You overestimate yourself. You think you can kill me? The demonic black gold ant laughed. Is that so? The heavenly demon unicorn's face turned gloomy. He stared at the demonic black gold ant in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a frightening, ominous light. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you so long-winded? The demonic black gold ant said. At this time, Mysterious Demon Mountain Master rushed back from afar. The figure that emerged from his body was faintly discernible. This was equivalent to a clone of Gu Fei possessing his body. Behind the heavenly demon Kirin, Mo Mingtian blocked his path of retreat. An extreme aura spread out from Mo Mingtian's body, and a skull faintly appeared on his body. Hee, you want to gang up on me? The heavenly demon unicorn sneered. He was not afraid at all. We are a group of gulls. So what? The demonic black gold ant said. At this time, a ball of demonic light emerged from the demonic black ant's body, and a figure appeared in the demonic light. It was a dark-faced, middle-aged man in black clothes. Then come at me together. What is there to be afraid of? The heavenly demon unicorn said coldly. Since he said so, how about we fulfill his wish? The demonic black gold ant said to Mysterious Demon Mountain Master and Mo Mingtian. Since he wants to be ganged up on by us, let's gang up on him. Mo Mingtian laughed. If he wants to fight 1 against 3, I will definitely satisfy him. Mysterious Demon Mountain Master nodded and said, at this time, in the ancient city far away, countless cultivators were looking at the 4 incomparably powerful figures in the sky. They were all extremely nervous. One should know that the invading enemies were the experts of the heavenly demon clan. If Mysterious Demon Mountain Master and the others lost, all the cultivators in the ancient city would suffer. In a pavilion in the ancient city, a group of higher-ups of Mysterious Demon Mountain was looking at the 4 figures in the sky with solemn expressions. Demon Lord Luo Peng, Phoenix, Witch, Blood Devil, Devil King Rock, Meng brothers were all gathered here. Even the Golden Rock Goddess was there. Their expressions were very solemn. The grandfather and uncle of the Golden Rock Goddess were not in the ancient city. They were waiting in the ancestral land of the god-destroying demon palace, waiting for Gu Fei and the others to come out from that small world. Gu Fei and Song Ke were not here. The Chaos Demonic Rock Goddess was also not here. If Mysterious Demon Mountain Master and the others were defeated by the heavenly demon unicorn, the consequences would be very serious. They did not want to die. Kill! At that moment, a furious roar came from the distance. The four figures who were facing off against each other suddenly moved. Their speed was extremely fast. The golden rock goddess was a powerful god ancestor, but she did not attack the heavenly demon unicorn. She wanted to protect the ancient city. Boom! At this time, high up in the sky, mysterious demon mountain master fiercely collided with the heavenly demon unicorn and was sent flying. After all, he was not a real demon ancestor. Just as mysterious demon mountain master was sent flying, an immortal demonic light pierced the heavenly demon unicorn's forehead and forced it to retreat. At the same time, Mo Mingtian also made a move. A terrifying skull rushed out of his body and tried to devour the heavenly demon unicorn. The heavenly demon unicorn dodged the immortal demonic light, but he could not escape Mo Mingtian's attack. He could only brace himself and take on Mo Mingtian's attack. The extreme demonic power that burst out of the skull directly pushed the heavenly demon unicorn back. Void Blade, Mystic Demon Mountain, Lord directly unleashed his killing technique. Black blades rushed out from his body, blotting out the sky as they slashed towards the heavenly demon Kirin. Humph! The heavenly demon unicorn's right hand directly slapped upwards and displayed the heavenly demon hand. A demon hand appeared in the void and obliterated the enemy. Countless void light blades immediately shattered in the void and were directly obliterated by the heavenly demon hand. The ancestor of the heavenly demon clan was an extreme heavenly demon. The inheritance of the extreme heavenly demon was naturally not trivial. The heavenly demon hand was said to be an extreme killing skill created by the ancestor of the heavenly demon clan. The heavenly demon hand might be able to contend against Gu Fei's heaven-covering hand. But it was a pity that Gu Fei was still in the small world of the exterminating demon palace and did not come out. Otherwise, he could have seen the power of this killing skill created by the extreme heavenly demon ancestor. Rumble, after obliterating countless void light blades, the heavenly demon unicorn's heavenly demon hand did not dissipate. Instead, it directly obliterated the mysterious demon mountain master. A terrifying aura of destruction erupted from the heavenly demon hand. It was as if the void of the world was about to be obliterated by this demon hand. The figure of the mystic demon mountain Lord directly disappeared in the void, without a trace. He cultivated the great way of the void and could control the power of the void. Naturally, he could escape without being noticed. Even those with a higher cultivation than him could not detect him. Swoosh! At this time, the destructive demonic light had already arrived. The demonic light directly penetrated the heavenly demon hand, and the demon hand dissipated in the void. Then, the demonic light directly descended from the sky and strangled the heavenly demon unicorn. Little ant, you are too annoying. I will kill you first. The heavenly demon unicorn was furious. This ant dared to ruin his plans again and again. He wanted to get rid of the demonic black gold ant first, and then deal with the mysterious demon mountain master and Mo Mingtian. When the middle-aged man, who was transformed from the demonic black gold ant, heard this, a trace of ridicule flashed across his face. Heavenly demon unicorn, do you really think that you are the extreme heavenly demon ancestor? The demonic black gold ant said disdainfully. Kill. The heavenly demon unicorn did not say anything else. He directly attacked the demonic black gold ant. Rays of demonic light rushed out from his body and turned into heavenly demon blades that slashed at the demonic black gold ant. Every single blade light slashed through the void of heaven and earth, displaying an extremely terrifying power. However, the demonic black gold ant directly waved his arms and blocked all the heavenly demon blades that slashed at him. The heavenly demon blades continuously collided with his arms and produced clanging sounds. Seeing this scene, the heavenly demon unicorn was shocked. The demonic black gold ant's physique was extremely strong. It unexpectedly used its arms to resist the heavenly demon blades. When the heavenly demon unicorn attacked the demonic black gold ant with all his strength, the mysterious demon mountain master and Mo Mingtian also greeted the heavenly demon unicorn with their killer moves. Even the powerful heavenly demon unicorn had to deal with the joint attack of mysterious demon mountain master and Mo Mingtian. Seriously, it should be known that these two fellows were not to be trifled with. It was impossible for the heavenly demon unicorn to get rid of the demonic black gold ant first, because the mysterious demon mountain master and Mo Mingtian would absolutely not watch the demonic black gold ant be killed by the heavenly demon unicorn. Therefore, the three great experts fought with the heavenly demon unicorn. It was difficult to determine the real winner in a short period of time. At this time, the news of the experts of the heavenly demon clan attacking the mysterious demon mountain had already spread. This shocked the major forces of the central region. No one knew what the heavenly demon clan wanted to do. It didn't take long for many extremely powerful figures to appear in the area where the ancient city was located. This battle had even alarmed some of the super seniors. Chapter 32:13. The heavenly demon clan used the word heavenly demon as their surname. This time, their ancestor was the extreme path heavenly demon. This was the inheritance of the extreme path demonic ancestor, one of the primal demons of the primal chaos demonic world. The heavenly demon clan actually made a move against the Black Demon Mountain. This was definitely a shocking event. The heavenly demon unicorn of the heavenly demon clan was fighting against the Black Demon Mountain Lord, the Black Gold Demonic Ant, and Mo Mingtian. He was not at a disadvantage. Of course, even the powerful heavenly demon unicorn would not be able to defeat the three of them easily. Rumble, high up in the sky, the void trembled. The four great experts attacked with all their strength. The battle was earth-shattering. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The heavenly demon unicorn's cultivation and battle strength were too strong. He was definitely at the forefront of the demonic ancestors. Every move he made shattered the void, forcing the Black Demon Mountain Lord and the others to retreat. The Black Demon Mountain Lord was very clear about his current state. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have already been killed by this bastard from the Heavenly Demon Clan. However, Mysterious Demon Mountain Lord was very clear that he couldn't maintain this state for long. Once the time was up, he would be beaten back to his original state. At that time, this guy from the Heavenly Demon Clan would be able to easily kill him. Therefore, he wanted to get rid of this guy from the Heavenly Demon Clan before he was beaten back to his original state. Roar! The Black Demon Mountain Lord attacked with all his strength. He directly used the killing technique of the Black Demon Mountain, the Black Demon 9 transformations. A terrifying destructive power surged from his body. The void was annihilated, obliterating everything. Seeing this, the heavenly demon unicorn was startled. The Black Demon Mountain Lord was nothing to be afraid of, but the shadow on his body made the heavenly demon unicorn's heart palpitate. The power of the Black Demon 9 transformations arrived. The heavenly demon unicorn hurriedly retreated. However, there was Mo Mingtian behind him. Mo Mingtian blocked his path of retreat, and an extreme demonic power burst out of his body. The demonic light that rushed out from Mo Mingtian's body turned into a skull and directly swallowed the heavenly demon unicorn. A heaven-devouring power surged from the skull. The heavenly demon Kiran felt its body tighten, and it was immediately sent flying toward the skull, looking as if it was about to be devoured by the skull. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound rang out from the sky demon Kiran's body. An extreme demonic power erupted from his body. The extreme demonic power directly shook off the skull, and a red demonic light flashed in the void. Mo Mingtian felt a pain in his chest, and his demonic body was pierced by the red demonic light. What Mo Mingtian's shock was no small matter. The opponent actually had such power. He quickly used the skull to protect himself and instantly retreated. He lowered his head and saw that a bloody hole had appeared in his chest. A destructive force had invaded his body and was devouring his life force. Damn it! Mo Mingtian promptly used the demon skull's power to force out the destructive power that invaded his body. Swoosh! Another crimson demonic light flashed across the void at an extremely fast speed. With a miserable shriek, the black gold demonic ant also fell from the sky. The demonic body of the black gold demonic ant, which was as hard as divine iron, was unexpectedly pierced by the red demonic light. Seeing this scene, mysterious demon mountain lord couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How did the heavenly demon Kiran's power suddenly increase so much? It actually directly defeated Mo Mingtian and the black gold demonic ant. It's your turn. The heavenly demon Kiran turned around and looked at mysterious demon mountain lord with a sneer on his face. In his eyes, these guys were merely ants. Now, he didn't want to play anymore. He wanted to end this battle. Humph! Mysterious demon mountain lord sneered. Although he was shocked, he still maintained his calm. Kacha! He crushed a jade talisman in his hand. In the instant that he crushed the jade talisman, an extremely powerful divine sense immediately rushed out from the ancient city in the distance and instantly locked onto the heavenly demon Kiran. The heavenly demon Kiran was startled. He was about to take action to finish off mysterious demon mountain lord, but at this moment, he was locked onto by someone's divine sense. He felt a dangerous aura. Humph! Do you think that my master didn't leave behind a backup plan? Mysterious demon mountain lord stared at the heavenly demon Kiran disdainfully. Your master? The heavenly demon Kiran couldn't help but be moved. He didn't come here unprepared. It was no secret that there was an expert behind mysterious demon mountain. However, so what if there was someone behind mysterious demon mountain? Could it be that the heavenly demon clan was afraid of them? In the heavenly demon Kiran's opinion, the heavenly demon clan didn't fear anyone, not even any forces. Therefore, the heavenly demon Kiran didn't have any scruples. Is that person going to take action? In the ancient city, the golden goddess looked at the two silhouettes in the distant sky from the pavilion and muttered to herself. All the experts in the ancient city nervously looked at the two silhouettes in the distant sky. At this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a young man dressed in black. What happened? Why do you need me to take action? The young man in black glanced at mysterious demon mountain lord and said, Master, the heavenly demon clan is coming to destroy us. I have no choice but to ask you to take action. Mysterious demon mountain lord said, The heavenly demon clan? The young man in black glanced at the heavenly demon Kiran without any expression. Are you the master of mysterious demon mountain lord? The heavenly demon Kiran looked at the young man in black and said, he was sizing up the young man who suddenly appeared. He was surprised to find that he couldn't see through this guy. This young man in black was one of Gu Fei's doppelgangers. Gu Fei had two doppelgangers. One of them guarded the inner world and held the purple gold divine sword to guard the Chaos Demonic Rock clan's ancestral land. The Chaos Demonic Rock clan's ancestral land was taken into the inner world by Gu Fei. He didn't dare to take it lightly. He had to use absolute power to guard the inner world and prevent it from changing. This doppelganger was Gu Fei's second doppelganger. Its cultivation was so strong that it could definitely deal with an existence at the demon ancestor level. That's right. The Heavenly Demon Clan has stretched their hands too far. This isn't good. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the Heavenly Demon Kirin and said coldly, "So, what if we have stretched our hands too far? Who told us to have the strength?" The Heavenly Demon Kirin sneered. "Humph, you have to look at the master before you beat a dog. Do you think the Heavenly Demon Clan is stronger than the God-destroying Demon Palace?" Gu Fei's doppelganger said expressionlessly, "How can a clan like the God-destroying Demon Palace compare to my Heavenly Demon Clan?" The Heavenly Demon Kirin said proudly, "Is that so? I want to see how strong the Heavenly Demon Clan is." As Gu Fei's doppelganger said, a shocking, murderous aura erupted from his body. At this moment, he wanted to kill the Heavenly Demon Kirin. Chapter 32:14. Gu Fei was very strong. Naturally, his doppelganger was not weak either. Moreover, his doppelganger could evolve. His doppelganger definitely had the combat strength to contend against the demon ancestor. The appearance of the doppelganger made the Heavenly Demon Kirin feel a great threat. With his cultivation, the Heavenly Demon Kirin could actually see through Gu Fei's doppelganger. At this time, the mysterious Demon Mountain Lord had already retreated because the tyrannical power on his body was starting to dissipate. That power was not his own after all. He could not maintain that tyrannical state forever. At this time, his time was up. Roar. At this time, an angry roar came from the ground. Then, a black shadow rushed up to the sky. This person was the demonic black gold, and that had transformed into a human. Previously, it was hit by the Heavenly Demon Kirin's attack and fell from the sky. However, the demonic black gold ant's vitality was very strong. Moreover, it also had a way to protect itself. At this time, the demonic black gold ant was furious. It wanted to fight the Heavenly Demon Kirin to the death. As if it had gone mad, it directly attacked the Heavenly Demon Kirin. Rays of black light rushed out from its body and turned into demonic spears. They covered the sky and the earth as they pierced towards the Heavenly Demon Kirin. "Humph!" The Heavenly Demon Qilin sneered. He extended his right hand, and a huge hand immediately appeared in the void. It grabbed all the demonic spears and squeezed them. All the spears were crushed in his hand. Seeing this scene, the demonic black gold ant couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The opponent's cultivation was too strong. It was no wonder that it lost. Swoosh! A red demonic light flashed. The Heavenly Demon Kirin thought that this time the demonic black gold ant was going to die under his attack. However, just as he was about to sneer at the demonic black gold ant, his smile instantly froze. His eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets because he saw a scene that he couldn't believe. He saw a hand grabbing a red light. The red light was less than an inch away from the demonic black gold ant's forehead. It was the tail of a blood-red demonic scorpion. The tip of the tail was caught by Gu Fei's clone, while the tip was behind the Sky Demon Kirin's, but it turned out that the scarlet blood light that pierced Mo Mingtian was a scarlet blood barb on the demon scorpion's tail. Not only was this barb imbued with demonic power, it was also highly toxic. "So, you're just a scorpion," Gu Fei's doppelganger said calmly. The Heavenly Demon Kirin was both shocked and furious. He couldn't believe that this fellow could actually grab his tail. How was this possible? He was very confident in the speed of his scorpion tail. Ever since his debut, Countless people had been stabbed to death by the barbs on his scorpion tail. Even some existences who were stronger than him had been unexpectedly stabbed to death by him. No one had ever been able to catch his scorpion tail, but today his opponent's speed had subverted his understanding. It turned out that there was someone faster than him. At this time, a powerful demonic force erupted from the scorpion's tail, trying to shake off the hand of Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger's hand did not budge at all. "Thank you very much." The black gold demonic ant regained his senses at this time. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. If Gu Fei's doppelganger hadn't grabbed the scorpion tail in the nick of time, he would have died. "You should back off." Gu Fei's doppelganger glanced at the black gold demonic ant and said, "Yes." At this time, the black gold demonic ant had already lost his temper. He knew very well that his fist wasn't as hard as someone else's fist. Therefore, in front of someone stronger than him, he could only be a grandson. The black gold demonic ant quickly retreated. "Kill." At this time, the sky demon Kirin roared and directly pounced towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. A shocking demonic aura immediately erupted from his body and swept towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. It was a kind of scarlet demonic aura that could corrode the void. The void that was enveloped by this scarlet demonic aura was silently annihilated. "Humph!" Gu Fei's doppelganger sneered. He exerted force in his right hand that was holding the demon scorpion tail, and directly moved the sky demon Kirin wheel. Then, he fiercely smashed it on the ground. The demon scorpion tail that had been tempered thousands of times actually broke. Black-colored demonic blood dripped from the sky. The demon scorpion tail in the hand of Gu Fei's doppelganger was constantly twisting like a snake. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. The sky demon Kirin was an amazing person that could easily defeat Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others. However, this amazing person couldn't even withstand a single blow from Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, the truth was the truth. Even the sky demon Kirin had to accept this reality. He fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! With a loud sound, the sky demon Kirin directly smashed a huge pit in the ground. The ground continuously collapsed and collapsed, causing dust to fly everywhere. Roar! An angry roar came from the depths of the ground. Then, a mass of red demonic light emerged from the ground. An extremely powerful demonic shadow broke out of the ground and soared into the sky. The sky demon Kirin was enraged. He had never been so embarrassed before. Today, even his tail had been torn off. This was absolutely a great humiliation. His body shook, and a monstrous blood-red light erupted from his body. It was the scarlet demonic light. Within the scarlet demonic light, a scorpion the size of a mountain appeared. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The original body of the sky demon Kirin was actually a blood-red demon scorpion. Could it be that the progenitor of the heavenly demon tribe was actually a demon scorpion? The sky demon Kirin revealed his original form. This was a demon scorpion that had lost its tail. Without its tail, the threat of a demon scorpion was reduced by more than half. Now, the demon scorpion only had a pair of large pincers. The scarlet demonic light that was emitted from the blood-red demon scorpion that was as large as a mountain illuminated the entire world. The entire world was reflected in the color of blood. The demon scorpion directly attacked Gu Fei's clone. However, Gu Fei's clone instantly disappeared into the void and disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Gu Fei's clone appeared on the demon scorpion's back. Bang! Gu Fei's doppelganger stomped his foot, and the magic scorpion immediately fell from the sky. With a boom, it once again smashed heavily onto the ground. This time, The demon scorpion smashed into the ground and caused the entire area to sink. The mountain ridge turned into a bottomless pit. Bang! Chapter 32:15. Gu-Fei's clone was fighting against the heavenly demon unicorn of the heavenly demon clan, but he never expected that the unicorn's real body was actually a crimson blood scorpion. The crimson blood scorpion was an ancient species that was incomparably powerful. A crimson blood scorpion that was successful in cultivation was definitely a synonym for power, far surpassing its opponents in the same realm. But now, the crimson blood scorpion was in a tragic state because it had encountered Gu-Fei. To be more precise, it had encountered a clone of Gu-Fei. At this time, Gu-Fei's clone descended from the sky on the crimson blood scorpion. Boom! It directly smashed into the ground, causing the earth to collapse. Rumble, the whole area was collapsing. Dust rose high into the sky, and the ground shook violently like water. The powerful shockwave that spread out shattered everything. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Gu-Fei was just a clone, but it was much more powerful than anyone else present. Even the golden goddess in the ancient city was shocked. Bang! In the depths of the earth, Gu-Fei's clone took the first step. This was the 8 steps, 8 kills battle technique. With the second step, countless cracks appeared on the body of the crimson blood scorpion, as if it would collapse at any time. Blood seeped out from the cracks on the body of the crimson blood scorpion. At this time, the crimson blood scorpion was really afraid because its opponent was too powerful. It felt that its life was in serious danger. Swoosh! The crimson blood scorpion's pincers directly scissored towards Gu-Fei. A cold smile appeared on the face of Gu-Fei's clone. Then, he directly punched out, colliding with the 2 pincers of the crimson blood scorpion. The violent fist energy was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, shattering the sky and the earth. The pincers of the crimson blood scorpion immediately collapsed under the fist of Gu-Fei's clone. Boom! The fist of Gu-Fei's doppelganger landed, directly punching through the huge body of the scarlet blood devil scorpion. Devil blood splattered everywhere, and a small part of the scarlet blood devil scorpion's body was smashed into pieces. The crimson blood magic scorpion struggled with all its might, and an endless amount of magic power burst out from its body. The magic blood that splashed out from its body burned, and the surrounding soil and stones were instantly burned to ashes by the demonic flames. This was the demonic fire formed from the crimson blood demon scorpion's own blood essence. It was incomparably terrifying, and could even melt the hardest godly metal in the world. However, this kind of demonic fire that could smelt metal essence and godly metal was unable to do anything to Gu-Fei's clone. All of the demonic fire was repelled by a ball of divine light that surged out of Gu-Fei's clone. Gu-Fei's doppelganger's feet seemed to have grown on the crimson blood scorpion's back. No matter how much the crimson blood scorpion urged its mana, it couldn't shake off Gu-Fei's doppelganger. You forced me to do this. Go to hell. The crimson blood demon scorpion's voice rang out in the heart of Gu-Fei's clone. Then, a ball of blood-colored demonic light immediately burst out from the crimson blood demon scorpion's body. An extreme wave of demonic power burst out from the crimson blood demon scorpion's body, instantly turning its own demonic body into a bloody mist. Only a ball of primordial demonic light was left, and it rushed out. Without any suspense, Gu-Fei's doppelganger was directly sent flying, and then it shattered in the void. The entire ground was shaking, and this wave of scarlet demonic power spread out. Everything was shattered into dust, and the entire ground was collapsing. Even the ancient city in the distance was affected. The entire ancient city was shaking continuously, and hideous cracks appeared on the city walls. As the dust soared into the sky, a ball of primordial light rushed out from the depths of the earth, and it was about to break through the sky and leave. At that moment, a streak of light suddenly descended from the sky, directly destroying the ball of light in the air. It was extremely fast. Seeing that, everyone was left dumbfounded. The power of the extreme Tao erupted, and countless weaker cultivators were crushed by the aura of the extreme Tao, their bodies and souls destroyed. Only the cultivators within the ancient city were spared from the eruption of the extreme Tao power. The ancient city was shaking, and it was releasing a supreme power. The power released by the ancient city greatly weakened the overwhelming power of the extreme Tao. Even so, some of the cultivators within the ancient city were affected. Some were even affected, bleeding from their 7 orifices. It was an incomparably ferocious and terrifying sight. What a ruthless fellow! Some of the experts who sensed what was happening underground could not stop themselves from feeling shocked. Did those 2 die together? That was the power of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei's doppelganger was definitely not an extreme supreme. In the face of the extreme Tao power, everything would be obliterated. There was no way Gu Fei's doppelganger could endure the power of the extreme Tao. What a pity! Mystic Demon Mountain Lord and the others felt that it was a pity. Their master's doppelganger was gone just like that. They did not think that Gu Fei's doppelganger could remain unscathed under the bombardment of the extreme Tao power. However, in the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Specks of blood-red light flickered in the air, and every speck of blood-red light emitted a terrifying divine light. In the next moment, those specks of bloody light began to converge together. Very quickly, a figure appeared within the bloody light. He's actually not dead. When everyone saw that figure, they couldn't help but be indescribably shocked. He was actually able to survive the Extreme Path's attack. It was truly unbelievable. At this time, the bloody light dissipated, and the figure of Gu Fei's doppelganger reappeared between heaven and earth. He cultivated the Heaven Ascension secret art, so it was difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. It turned out that he was the one who destroyed the primordial spirit of the Crimson Blood Devil Scorpion. The fall of the Heavenly Demon Qilin of the Heavenly Demon Clan was definitely a huge matter. The Heavenly Demon Clan would definitely not let this matter go, but Gu Fei's doppelganger was fearless. Who cares about the Heavenly Demon Clan or the primitive demons? As long as they provoked him, he would directly blast them into pieces. Gu Fei's doppelganger returned to the ancient city. The eruption of the extreme Tao power spread for a long time before dissipating into the void. The news of the fall of the Heavenly Demon Qilin of the Heavenly Demon Clan spread quickly. After receiving the news, the Heavenly Demon Clan did not make any moves. However, everyone knew that this was just the rare calm before the storm. An even more powerful storm was brewing in the entire Chaos Demon realm. Once this storm erupted, the power structure of the cultivation world of the Chaos Demon realm would be rewritten. Of course, this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. In his opinion, the more chaotic the Chaos Demon realm was, the better. Only when the Chaos Demon realm was in chaos would the experts of the Heaven realm and the human realm be able to invade it. Chapter 32:16. In the small world of inheritance of the god exterminating Demon Palace, Gu Fei was trying his best to break the array. He wanted to refine this world and completely destroy the inheritance of the god exterminating Demon Palace. However, this was definitely not an easy task. This was because the source of heaven and earth in this world could not be refined so easily. The ancestor of the god exterminating Demon Palace had actually set up 9 super-killing arrays where the source of heaven and earth was located. In order to obtain the source of heaven and earth, one had to break the arrays first. This was the Extreme Devil Array. With Gu Fei's cultivation, he naturally could not break such a killing array. However, he had the help of the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble, high up in the sky, at the edge of the chaos, the entire world was shaking. In the super-killing array, a figure broke through the endless array inscriptions as if he was an invincible supreme being. He actually passed through the 5th layer of the killing array and entered the 6th layer of the super-killing array. This 6th layer of the killing array was far more powerful than the 5th layer of the killing array. The further the killing array was, the more powerful it was, and the harder it was to break. The little old man, transformed from the mountain and river cauldron, erupted with primordial chaos power. Streaks of extreme Tao patterns rushed out of his body and blocked all the power of the killing array. Roar! The little old man roared as he walked forward step by step. At the beginning, his speed was not slow, but it gradually slowed down. In the end, he could only take a step after a long time. However, when he took a step forward, countless array inscriptions of the extreme devil array collapsed in the void and were destroyed by the primordial chaos power. Outside the super-killing array, Gu Fei was under the protection of the peerless ominous saber. He stared at the figure in the killing array. At this time, he could no longer intervene. This was a battle of extreme Tao strength. The ancestor of the god, exterminating Demon Palace, was also impressive. He actually set up such a powerful demonic killing array. At this time, after the demonic rock lady killed the incarnation of the ancestor, she rushed into the mysterious valley and broke the array. She wanted to enter the pavilion that was enveloped by the extreme devil array. That ancient pavilion might have what she needed. The demonic rock lady opened her mouth and spat out a demonic flag. It was a crimson demonic flag. After the demonic flag flew out of her mouth, it immediately grew bigger and was grabbed by her hand. Without any hesitation, she waved the demonic flag in her hand. An extreme demonic power immediately erupted from the demonic flag and obliterated the demonic formation in front of her. The moment the demonic power from the demonic flag in the demonic rock lady's hand came into contact with the demonic formation, countless formation runes appeared out of thin air. The formation runes were densely packed, enveloping the entire ancient pavilion. The formation runes interweaved into mysterious demonic diagrams, activating extreme demonic energy and blocking the demonic flag power of the demonic rock lady. Rumble, heaven and earth trembled. Other than the void that was enveloped by the extreme demonic formation, the entire valley was collapsing. The void between heaven and earth turned into nothingness, obliterated by the extreme demonic power. Very quickly, the entire demonic formation was enveloped by the chaotic void. The demonic rock lady used all her strength and did not hold back. The power of the demonic flag was displayed to the extreme. The power of the extreme demonic formation was continuously obliterated, and the formation runes began to dim. It was only a matter of time before the demonic rock lady broke this demonic formation. Just as the demonic rock lady was using all her strength to break the formation at the end of the sky, at the boundary of chaos, Gu Fei and Song Ke were nervously watching the figure in the 6th killing formation. The soul of the mountain and river cauldron was awakened. The mountain and river cauldron turned into a small old man and directly rushed into the extreme demonic formation to break it. Only the mountain and river cauldron had this kind of ability. One should know that it was not as simple as breaking a killing formation. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Seeing that the small old man seemed to be struggling, Gu Fei could not bear to see him do it. Hence, he transmitted his voice to the small old man in the formation. "What? You said that I can't do it?" Hearing Gu Fei's words, the small old man was furious. He hated it the most when people said that he couldn't do it. This was his taboo. Of course, only Gu Fei would dare to say such words in front of him. If anyone else had said such words, the small old man would have thrown a punch at that person. "Don't force yourself," Gouffé said seriously. "Little fella, are you looking for a beating? When I get out, I will definitely beat you up." Within the extreme demonic formation, the small old man waved his fist and said, at this moment, he was struggling to break the formation and could not take a step forward for a long time. Gouffé smiled and took out a brick-like thing from his body. He threw it at the small old man in the extreme demonic formation. "Little fella, how dare you throw a brick at me?" the small old man shouted in the extreme demonic formation. However, at this moment, the brick had already flown into the extreme demonic formation and was caught by the small old man. 3 World Monument. Looking at the brick in his hand, the small old man was overjoyed. "Little fella, why don't you lend me that murderous blade as well?" The small old man looked at Gouffé and said, "Lend your head." Gouffé cursed. If he were to lend the peerless, murderous blade to the small old man, what would he use to protect himself? The mountain river diagram was used to freeze the void of this part of the world. If he were to lend the peerless, murderous blade to the small old man, what would he use to protect himself? At this moment, within the extreme demonic formation, the small old man transformed from the mountain river cauldron activated the power of the 3 World Monument after obtaining it, the power of primordial chaos, and the power of the 3 realms intertwined and spread out in all directions. Countless array patterns and diagrams instantly dissipated in the void. In an instant, the 6th level of the extreme demonic formation was broken by the small old man. This was the power of 2 extreme powers exploding at the same time. This power was too overbearing and could be said to be invincible. Ha ha! The small old man laughed loudly and charged towards the 7th level of the extreme demonic formation. With the 3 World Monument in hand, he was instantly filled with arrogance and was confident that he could break through the final 3 levels of the extreme demonic formation. Rumble, the little old man did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack on the 7th layer of the demonic formation. The brick in his hand flew up and turned into a heavenly steel, directly suppressing the 7th layer of the demonic formation in front of him. The final test had begun. Just as Gouffé and the others were attacking the extreme demonic formation that protected the source of heaven and earth, all the living beings in the small world were terrified to the extreme. This was especially true for the guardians of this world. How is this possible? These people, on the peak of the mountain that floated high up in the sky, the great elder of the guardians lifted his head and looked at the sky. He could not believe that these outsiders actually wanted to take away this world. Chapter 32:17. Rumble. At the end of the firmament, the extreme Tao's power shook the entire small world. If it wasn't for Gouffé using the mountain river diagram to isolate most of the extreme Tao's aura, the entire small world would have been destroyed. At this time, in order to refine this world's source of heaven and earth, Gouffé asked the mountain river cauldron's deity to help. The mountain river cauldron's deity, the little old man, was really impressive. He used his full strength and broke 6 extreme demon formations in a row. But when it came to the 7th extreme demon formation, even the little old man felt extremely strained. However, when Gouffé lent the 3 Boundaries Monument to the mountain river cauldron's deity, the little old man became incomparably powerful again. Within the 7th layer of the killing array, the little old man activated the 3-world steel, the power of primordial chaos, and the power of the 3 realms fused together. This was an extremely powerful force that swept away everything in its path, directly obliterating a large number of array patterns. The 7th extreme demon formation was on the verge of collapse, on the verge of collapsing at any time. If this extreme demon formation were to collapse, its power would definitely be unparalleled, enough to destroy the world. To the mountain river cauldron, if it could devour this power, it would also greatly increase its power. Ha! The little old man laughed loudly. With the three boundaries monument in hand, what else did he have to worry about? With his full strength, the seventh extreme demon formation was also about to be broken by him. At this time, he had already activated the extreme demon formation's power. The surrounding demonic formation's power frantically gathered towards the little old man, being devoured and absorbed by him. The extreme demon formation's power was rapidly draining, while the little old man transformed from the mountain river cauldron's power was constantly increasing. Under this situation, the extreme demon formation showed signs of collapsing. Very good. In the distant sky, Gufei couldn't help but nod when he saw this scene. It was only a matter of time before the mountain river cauldron broke the seventh demonic formation. Countless formation runes continuously appeared in the void, and then were continuously obliterated. Within the extreme Tao Devil formation, beams of demonic light rushed over from all directions, pouncing towards the little old man. This was the power of the extreme Tao. Just a single beam of such demonic light was enough to destroy the void of the heavens and earth, sweeping through everything, even injuring an extreme Tao supremacy. However, the little old man opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless demonic lights that pierced towards him were actually sucked into his body and then refined into his own energy. Buzz. At the same time, the three-world steel in the little old man's hand vibrated. The power of the three realms erupted, and the entire seventh level of the ultimate demonic formation shook violently. One after another, the diagrams collapsed. The seventh layer of the extreme demonic array finally released its final power. The endless magic patterns were directly annihilated in the void, and an extremely terrifying extreme demonic power erupted. The void that was enveloped by the extreme demonic formation was instantly annihilated. Collect! The little old man roared angrily, and a heaven-devouring power immediately spread from his body. At that moment, his entire body seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, madly devouring the chaotic extreme demon power around him. Countless demonic lights rushed towards the little old man from all directions, directly entering his body. There was also a small portion of the demonic lights that was devoured by the three-world steel. Very soon, the extreme demon power that had erupted swept outwards, then quickly converged inwards. The huge amount of demonic power was completely devoured by the little old man. Roar! The little old man felt an urge to vent. He then raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. Terrifying sound waves spread out, causing the entire void to tremble. Break! The little old man roared angrily and immediately used the three-world steel to attack the eighth level of the ultimate demonic formation. An extremely powerful heavenly steel appeared between the heavens and earth. The huge heavenly steel directly obliterated the eighth layer of the demonic formation. The power of the three realms was vast, displaying the most powerful extreme demon power. The originally empty void immediately became densely packed with formation patterns. The formation patterns that were originally imprinted in the void would not appear from the void. However, at that moment, a super extreme demonic formation appeared in the void. It was an extremely terrifying killing formation. The extreme demon power was vast and mighty, and the monstrous demonic aura caused the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. Within this extreme demonic formation, there were actually three terrifying demonic auras that were so powerful that even the little old man felt pressured. When the eighth layer of the demonic formation appeared in the void, even Gufei, who was far away in the sky, felt his heart palpitate. This killing formation was more terrifying than any of the previous ones. The formation patterns intertwined, and the incomparably ancient formation diagram was operating, triggering the shocking power of the demonic path. Within the formation, there were layers of demonic shadows, and the sky was dark. It was as if a terrifying demonic domain had appeared in the formation. Demonic chi lingered in the formation, and a chilly wind whistled. Thick, demonic clouds seemed to fall from the sky to the ground. Within the demonic clouds and demonic mist, there were flashes of demonic light that appeared from time to time. It was as if there were countless demonic shadows roaring and howling. Within this extreme demonic formation, there seemed to be a terrifying demonic domain. This scene shocked everyone who saw it to the extreme. There are actually extreme demon weapons guarding this demonic formation. The guy who set up this formation is really generous. The little old man muttered to himself. He was also an extreme Dao weapon, so he could naturally sense the aura of the extreme demon weapons. Within this 8th layer of the extreme demonic formation, there were actually 3 extreme demon weapons. Using 3 extreme demon weapons to guard an extreme killing formation really made Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It should be known that the extreme demon weapons were not ordinary demonic weapons. To be able to use 3 extreme demon weapons to set up a formation, how did the ancestor of the god destroying demonic palace do it? It should be noted that those were 3 supreme demonic weapons. Normally, a supreme demonic ancestor could only refine 1 supreme demonic weapon. It was not that they did not want to refine more supreme demonic weapons, but the materials to refine supreme demonic weapons were too difficult to find. Even the extreme demon ancestor found it difficult to find the materials to refine extreme demon weapons. In fact, some extreme demon ancestors could not even find the materials to refine extreme demon weapons. The 3 extreme demon weapons appeared in the 8th layer of the extreme demonic formation at the same time, not to mention Gu Fei. Even the little old man, who was transformed from the mountain river cauldron, was dumbfounded. He originally thought that Gu Fei was already unprecedented for being able to obtain so many extreme demon weapons. However, he did not expect that the ancestor of the god destroying demonic palace also had so many extreme demon weapons. The little old man was a little troubled. This demonic formation was definitely extremely terrifying. Even if it was him and the 3 boundary steel, it would not be easy to break this extreme demonic formation. Little fella, I'm afraid it's going to be a little difficult this time. The little old man's voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. Why? Even you can't do it? Gu Fei said in shock. One should know that the mountain river cauldron was the most mysterious extreme demon weapon since ancient times. It could suppress the heavens. Now that even the mountain river cauldron said that it was difficult, it would really be difficult. What do you need? I'll try my best to provide it. Gu Fei thought for a while and said, Saber, sword. The little old man said, if you can awaken those 2 fellas, let alone this extreme demonic formation, you can even break the 9th layer of the extreme demonic formation. The little old man's expression was extremely solemn. This Gu Fei was a little hesitant. One should know that even he might not be able to awaken the gods in the extreme divine sword and the peerless saber. No, then forget it. I advise you to give up. The little old man that the mountain river cauldron had transformed into side. He had already broken 7 layers of demonic formations, and only the last 2 layers were left. However, these 2 layers of demonic formations were too terrifying, and the little old man did not want to take the risk. This was because he was not confident. If he forced himself to take action, he was afraid that both sides would suffer. This was not what he wanted. The real world of chaos was coming, and The mountain river cauldron needed to accumulate power. He did not want to be damaged at this time. Otherwise, he might not be able to survive this darkest era. It was also because of this reason that the gods of the purple gold divine sword and the peerless saber had chosen to sleep. All right, I'll give it a try. As he spoke, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void. Very quickly, a sword light rushed out from his body. This was the purple gold divine sword that had rushed out from his inner world. The purple gold divine sword was held by another doppelganger of Gu Fei to guard Gu Fei's inner world. However, at this time, he had no choice but to use this extreme divine sword. Buzz! The peerless saber also appeared in front of him and let out a deafening sound. Without hesitation, Gu Fei immediately released his spiritual will in an attempt to communicate with the gods of the peerless saber and the purple gold divine sword that were floating in front of him. However, Gu Fei realized that his spiritual will could not enter the purple gold divine sword and the peerless saber at all. The gods of the peerless saber and the purple gold divine sword were both in a deep sleep and did not respond. It was not an easy task to communicate with the gods of the two extreme Dao weapons. Gu Fei kept trying, but all his attempts ended in failure. Don't waste your energy, Song Ke said from the side. Once the gods of the Dao weapons were in a deep sleep, it was almost impossible to wake them up. As the primogenitor of the chaotic golden rock race, Song Ke naturally understood extreme Dao weapons very well. Gu Fei glanced at Song Ke, but did not say anything. After some thought, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the purple gold divine sword. This was a mouthful of his blood essence. When his blood essence splashed onto the purple gold divine sword, the purple gold divine sword immediately began to vibrate and let out a low hum. Pretend I didn't say anything. Song Ke was speechless when he saw this. He did not expect Gu Fei to use this method to awaken the god of the purple gold divine sword. It was possible to use one's own blood essence as a guide, but spitting out a mouthful of blood essence would damage Gu Fei's cultivation. His face immediately turned pale. Without hesitation, he spat out another mouthful of blood essence onto the peerless saber. The purple gold blood beads that carried the light of chaos splashed onto the peerless saber. In the next moment, the blood beads seeped into the peerless saber and disappeared. Chapter 32:18. In the small world of inheritance of the demon-destroying palace, Gu Fei tried to use his divine will to awaken the sleeping gods in the peerless ominous saber and the purple gold divine sword. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not awaken the gods in the saber and the sword. This was because the slumber this time was different from the past. The gods in the peerless ominous saber and the purple gold divine sword did not want to be disturbed, so they entered a deep slumber. Unless a power that could threaten them appeared, they would not wake up from their slumber. There was only one way to awaken the gods in the saber and the sword, and that was through a blood sacrifice. Using blood as a guide and a secret technique, it was possible to awaken the sleeping gods. At this moment, the eighth demonic formation had completely appeared in the void, and it emitted a terrifying aura that made the heavens tremble. The three strands of extreme demonic energy surged within the extreme demonic killing formation, adding endless killing intent to the killing formation. It also turned the demonic formation into a perfect killing formation that had no way out, only a path of death. Even a formation master would not be able to evolve a killing formation to the point where there was no path of life at all. It should be known that in the Tao of formations, if there was a path of life, there would also be a path of death. If one entered the path of life, they would still have a chance of survival, but if they entered the path of death, they would die. Of course, if one's cultivation was strong enough, even if one entered the path of death, one might not necessarily die. However, the extreme demon killing formation in front of Gu Fei was a dead formation. There were only paths of death inside, and there were no paths of life. Therefore, no matter which direction one entered the formation from, there would only be one outcome: death. This was also why the gods in the mountain river cauldron were unwilling to attack the extreme demon killing formation. This demonic killing formation was guarded by 3 great extreme demon weapons, and even the gods in the mountain river cauldron were not confident that they could break through this formation. Rumble, at this moment, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the void and activated a secret technique. He used the blood sacrifice secret technique to communicate with the gods within the peerless ominous saber and purple gold divine sword. Gu Fei had already spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood essence. Those 2 mouthfuls of blood essence were absorbed by the peerless saber and the purple gold divine sword. At this moment, a hazy layer of blood light appeared on the saber and sword. Within the bloody light that emerged from the peerless saber and the purple gold divine sword, one could vaguely see blood-colored Tao patterns faintly appearing. Subsequently, as Gu Fei continued to operate the secret skill, the blood-red light on the saber and sword was hidden on the blade and sword. In the next moment, the peerless ominous saber emitted a weak wave of divine sense. Then, the wave of divine sense instantly increased by countless times. In just an instant, it was as if a supreme expert had appeared in the world and was overlooking the common people. The wave of divine sense was so powerful that even Song Ke, who was once a supreme ultimate god, was terrified. Although Gu Fei had used the mountain and river diagram to seal off that part of the world, the supreme aura emitted from the peerless ominous saber still penetrated the mountain and river diagram's barrier and instantly shrouded the entire small world. The countless creatures in the pocket world were terrified to the extreme. The aura that descended from the sky was too terrifying. Even the protectors of this small world felt their souls tremble. In the face of this aura, they couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resisting. The protectors, who were usually high and mighty, felt extremely sullen today. It was all because the people who had broken into this world were too powerful. It was beyond their imagination. However, just when the Guardians were extremely terrified, another vast and powerful aura came down from the depths of the sky. The 2 auras were mighty between heaven and earth. This time, the Guardians in the small world directly knelt down and could not even straighten their backs. This was the result of the mountain and river diagram blocking most of the aura. If it was not for the mountain and river diagram blocking most of the aura, perhaps no living creature in the small world would have survived. Their bodies and souls would have been destroyed at the moment when the supreme aura came down from the sky. Rumble, heaven and earth were shaking as the mountains that were suspended high in the sky fell from the sky. Terrifying and hideous cracks appeared on the ground. It was a scene of destruction, as if the small world was about to be destroyed. At the end of the sky, where chaos and the sky met, there was a shocking change at that moment. The void between heaven and earth returned to chaos as primordial energy raged. 2 supreme auras of the extreme path erupted, and the sky was continuously destroyed. A ball of immortal light surged from Gu Fei's body. It was the immortal light from the sky-blue immortal gold armor he wore. The power of the immortal Tao blocked the surging aura of the extreme Tao on Song Ke's body. There was also an eruption of the supreme aura to fight against the 2 supreme auras that appeared in the small world. However, he seemed to be struggling. After all, he was no longer a true ultimate god. He felt powerless to fight against the aura. Gu Fei had successfully awakened the peerless ominous saber and the purple golden divine sword from their deep slumber. Those 2 lunatics, meanwhile, in the depths of the mysterious valley, the demonic rock lady had already broken through the extreme demonic formation and entered the ancient pavilion. However, She had only entered the second floor of the pavilion when she encountered trouble. She discovered that the second floor of the pavilion was filled with figures. This magic rock lady was extremely shocked. At first glance, those people standing on the pavilion looked no different from real people. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that they were all stone men that looked like real people. Why were there so many stone men here? Apart from the stone men, Magic Rock Lady also noticed that there were figures of alien clans among the stone men, such as fierce snakes, demonic apes, demonic scorpions, and other alien clans. What really shocked Magic Rock Lady was that those stone men seemed to be alive, as each of them exuded an extremely powerful and ferocious aura. Crack! Just as Magic Rock Lady was shocked, the stone men in the pavilion began to move with blood-red light shining from their eyes. My goodness, it's actually a gargoyle. The ancestor of the divine demon extermination palace is really a freak. Magic Pung, Lady suddenly thought of what these things were. Stone, devil was a different kind of devil. Moreover, it was refined by others and not cultivated by oneself. To be precise, these gargoyle were normal demonic cultivators before they became gargoyles. However, after being refined into gargoyles, these demons lost their freedom and became the puppets of the ancestor of the divine demon extermination palace. Let me free you from this. The demonic rock lady attacked directly. Rays of demonic light rushed out from her back and turned into sharp light blades that slashed forward. The first gargoyle was immediately cut in half at the waist. However, there was no demonic blood seeping out. The two halves of its body fell to the ground, but it was still moving. The space between the eyebrows of the gargoyle split open, and a blood-red light immediately rushed out and pierced through Magic Rock Lady. Humph! The demonic rock lady sneered and waved her hand to disperse the crimson demonic light that had pierced through her. The light dissipated into the void. Kill! The magic rock lady roared angrily and directly rushed forward, killing her way into the group of stone devils. In an instant, the entire pavilion was filled with a layer of dust. It was unknown how many stone devils had been blown up, and the ground was littered with broken stones. Boom! A stone fist reached out and directly blocked Magic Rock Lady's punch. What? Magic Rock Lady was shocked. She didn't expect that among these gargoyles there was actually an existence that could block her punch. The two figures quickly separated. Magic Rock Lady looked carefully and saw that the fellow who blocked her punch was actually a devil ape that emitted chaotic demonic light. Chaos Devil Ape. Magic Rock Lady couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this devil ape. It should be known that this devil ape was synonymous with power. In the distant past, this race had made a huge name for itself in the chaotic demon realm and turned the chaotic demon realm upside down. I didn't expect that the strongest race in the past would be refined into gargoyles. Magic Rock Lady was extremely shocked. It should be known that this race was the strongest race in the chaotic demon realm and was extremely powerful. Roar! The Chaos Devil Ape roared towards the sky, causing the entire pavilion to shake. It was extremely terrifying. The other gargoyles retreated in fear. This devil ape was like an emperor among the gargoyles, intimidating all the other gargoyles. At this moment, an extremely powerful battle intent erupted from the Chaos Devil Ape. Even though this devil ape had been refined into a gargoyle, its battle intent was still unextinguished. Swoosh! Just as Magic Rock Lady was still in shock, the Chaos Devil Ape had already stretched out its hand and directly grabbed towards her. Above the stone hand, there was a vast and mighty chaotic demonic aura. If it was your primogenitor who came, I might still have some scruples. As for you, humph. Magic Rock Lady snorted coldly and also extended her right hand. a huge hand appeared in the void and met the devil ape's hand. Boom! Amidst an incomparably shocking loud noise, the two huge hands collided with each other in an instant and then collapsed at the same time. Two bursts of power suddenly erupted. Rumble, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding void. When the two forces collided, a wave of energy instantly swept through the entire floor of the pavilion. The gargoyles were all sent flying out of the pavilion. Roar! The magic rock lady roared angrily and exerted force with her right hand. The chaos demon ape was immediately sent flying, and cracks appeared on its stone-like fist and arm. What a strong physique! Chapter 32:19. The ancient pavilion in the valley only had 3 floors. When Magic Rock Lady reached the 2nd level, however, she saw a scene that made her scalp go numb. On the entire floor of the pavilion, it was densely packed with stone statues. To be more precise, they were extremely powerful existences that had been refined into stone statues. This was the work of the founder of the god exterminating demon palace. Except for that lunatic, M.O. Pung Lady really couldn't think of anyone who could do such a thing. Gargoyle. If this name had been used in that distant era, that was definitely a name that would cause one's heart to palpitate. This was because the god exterminating demonic palace once had an army of gargoyles. However, ever since the progenitor of the god exterminating demon palace disappeared, the gargoyle army also disappeared. No one knew the final outcome of this army. Some said that this army was annihilated with the fall of the god exterminating demon palace's progenitor. There were also those who said that the army had not been destroyed. Instead, it was hidden. However, what was the fate of the gargoyle army? No one really knew. Even the super old-timers from the same era as the primogenitor of the god-exterminating demon palace didn't know. Hence, this became a mystery. However, no one could have imagined it. It was an army that had once dominated the world. It was actually hidden in this inconspicuous pavilion by the founder of the god exterminating demonic palace. The pavilion was very spacious. Each level was incomparably vast. It would not be difficult to hide an army of millions of demons here. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape and the Demonic Rock Lady started fighting in the pavilion. The energy fluctuations that erupted shook the entire floor of the pavilion. Quite a few gargoyles were even sent flying out of the building. What made the Magic Rock Lady uneasy was more and more powerful gargoyles rushed over from afar. There was actually more than one gargoyle that was as powerful as the Chaos Demon Ape. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. The demonic rock girl saw a stone devil with a human body and a dragon head holding a demonic halberd. Striding toward her, the demonic halberd in the stone devil's hand vibrated continuously. It exuded a monstrous, fiendish aura. Dragonhead Demon. When the demonic rock lady saw the stone statue demon, she nodded. He couldn't help but be shocked. This stone devil was actually the extinct dragonhead devil in the primal chaos demon world. She didn't expect to see a creature like the dragon head demon. This dragon head demon was peerlessly powerful. Even if he was refined into a gargoyle by the founder of the exterminating demonic palace, it still retained a trace of its own consciousness. This was especially true when it came to combat. At the level of the Chaos Devil Ape and the Dragon Head Devil, even if they were refined into stone statue puppets, they would not be able to survive. His cultivation and battle prowess were almost completely preserved. The only difference was the loss of freedom. His demonic body had also become an even more powerful stone-type demonic body. This was not an ordinary stone-type MO body. This kind of stone, It was not inferior to the hardest demon stone in the world. Of course, the more powerful a demonic Tao expert was, the more powerful he would be when he was refined into a gargoyle. The more powerful the stone-type MO body one possessed, the Chaos Demon Ape and the Dragon Head Demon's stone-like demonic bodies were so strong that even the demonic rock lady couldn't destroy them with a single punch. This was the reason why the demonic rock lady was so uneasy. After being refined into a gargoyle, the devil bodies of the bastard devil ape and the dragon head devil were definitely much stronger than their original devil bodies. Boom! The dragon head demon smashed a fist towards the demonic rock lady. The space in front of him instantly exploded. The destructive power instantly erupted. It swept towards the demonic rock lady. The demonic rock lady's long hair danced backwards due to the oppressive airflow in front of her. Her face felt like it was being cut by a knife. It was a burning pain. The dragon head demon's punch was very powerful. Even the demonic rock lady could not help but be moved. Before the dragon head demon was refined into a gargoyle, his cultivation was probably infinitely close to the extreme supremacy realm. Although he was refined into a gargoyle, but under the sacrificial refinement of the founder of the exterminating demonic palace, his stone-type MO body had become a veritable supreme MO body. In other words, although this dragon head demon was not a supreme, it had a powerful supreme level MO body. Such an existence was fundamentally different from the demonic rock lady and Song Quebec, but its power was extremely tyrannical. It could use the power of the extreme Tao. Preposterous. The demonic rock lady faced a strong move. Her body shook. A wave of chaotic demonic power immediately erupted from her body. She didn't hesitate. She directly smashed out with her fist. Waves of chaotic demonic energy rushed out from her fist. She met the dragon head demon's fist head-on. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant. There was a loud explosion. A wave of power fluctuated with the two experts' fists as the center. It spread out in all directions. The entire floor of the pavilion seemed to be blown by an extremely terrifying astral wind. Even with the protection of the extreme demonic power, the space on the floor was like transparent glass. Countless black fissures appeared on the ground. The Chaos Demon Ape that wanted to take the opportunity to attack the demonic rock lady was affected by the wave of power. It was actually swept away. Bang! The Chaos Demon Ape's back hit the wall hard. Then it slid down from the wall. Even the powerful Chaos Demon Ape was in such a sorry state. One could imagine what would happen to the other gargoyle demons after they were swept away by the wave of power. Countless gargoyles crumbled under the mighty shockwaves of energy. Some gargoyle demons even directly turned into dust. They dissipated in the void, except for a few especially powerful gargoyle demons. The demon-destroying palace was a demonic army that once dominated the ancient chaos demon realm. It was actually destroyed, just like that. Even the ancestor of the demon-destroying palace would never have imagined that a powerful army of demons that he had refined would be destroyed just like that. Actually, these gargoyle demons were destroyed just like that. It was really unjust. The power of this gargoyle demon army was definitely not that weak. They were actually destroyed by the power of the collision between the demonic rock lady and the dragon head demon. One had to know, back then, this army in the hands of the ancestor of the demon-destroying palace displayed heaven-defying combat power. They even dared to challenge the extreme demonic ancestor. Roar! At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape let out an earth-shattering roar. It directly charged towards the demonic rock lady. It was extremely fast. At the same time, a huge demon spider, shrouded in black gas, rushed over from afar. A terrifying, chilling aura swept through the entire floor of the pavilion. The entire void seemed like it was about to freeze. The coldine force that erupted from the demon spider was too powerful. If this demon spider appeared in the outside world, it would probably freeze everything within 10,000 miles. It would turn the world into a world of ice and snow. Supreme Demon Spider. Chapter 32:20. While the demonic rock lady was battling the powerful gargoyle in the mysterious pavilion, Gu Fei was at the end of the heavens, where the void of heaven and earth intersected with the primal chaos. He had successfully awakened the gods within the peerless ominous saber and purple gold divine sword from their deep slumber. The extreme aura that erupted from the peerless saber and purple gold divine sword was enough to shatter heaven and earth and turn a part of the world into nothingness. If Gu Fei had not used the mountain river diagram to suppress this part of the world and allowed the two extreme auras to erupt, the small world of the god exterminating demon palace would have collapsed. However, very soon, the extreme aura that erupted from the purple gold divine sword and the peerless saber began to recede like the tide. The most powerful aura in the world began to retract. Swoosh! A ball of purple gold divine light appeared on the purple gold divine sword. A blurry figure appeared in the void, but the purple gold divine sword disappeared. Gu Fei smiled when he saw this. The god of the purple gold divine sword had agreed to help. Although the figure formed by the purple gold divine sword was blurry, it gave him a sense of déjà vu. This is Song Ke, who was standing next to Gu Fei, could not help but feel his heart palpitate when he saw this. It should be known that the flawless divine weapon was equivalent to an extreme, supreme being coming in person. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying the strongest Tao weapon in the world was. The eighth layer of the demonic formation seemed to have sensed the threat from the purple gold divine sword. The destructive demonic power in the killing formation became even stronger. The three supreme demonic weapons in the killing formation vibrated slightly. It was as if there were countless terrifying demons roaring and howling in the killing formation. The monstrous demonic chi that rushed out from the extreme Tao demon killing formation enveloped the entire void. The entire killing formation was like a terrifying hell. Three terrifying demonic figures stood in this hell, overlooking the entire hell. At this moment, the peerless saber also disappeared. It was replaced by a burly figure with a blurry figure. No one could see his appearance clearly. Did you wake us up to refine this world? The figure formed by the peerless ominous saber emitted a wave of divine will, and a voice directly sounded in Gu Fei's mind. This figure only needed a single glance at the extreme demon killing formation to know what Gu Fei's goal was. This was because the extreme demon killing formation was protecting a clump of heaven and earth source energy. This ball of world origin is too primitive. A world like this seems to have lost the potential to transform into a complete world. The figure continued. The reason why I'm refining this heaven and earth is so that I can find an extreme demon book that's hidden within this heaven and earth. Gu Fei said to the figure formed by the peerless ominous blade, Extreme demon tome, the god's will of the peerless ominous saber, and the god's will of the purple gold godly sword were slightly moved. In the next moment, two unimaginably powerful waves of divine will instantly penetrated the seal of the mountain and river diagram and shrouded the entire small world. Soon, the two gods retracted their divine wills because they couldn't sense anything at all. They were existences at the extreme Tao level, yet they couldn't sense where the extreme demon tome was hidden. Extreme demon tome, interesting. Let's do it then. However, after we're done, you have to let us study that demon tome. The god's will of the purple gold godly sword said. All right. Gu Fei agreed, without hesitation. In the next moment, The gods will of the purple gold godly sword, and the peerless ominous blade disappeared into the void. When they reappeared, the two gods had already arrived at the place where the gods will of the mountain and river cauldron was. Big brother, do you also want to study that extreme demon tome? The gods will of the peerless ominous blade, asked the little old man. Why can't I study it? The little old man glanced at the gods will of the peerless ominous blade and said, do you want to take the strengths of 100 schools of thought and merge them together to make the final breakthrough? The gods will of the purple gold godly sword said, cut the crap and do it. The little old man scolded, rumble. In the next moment, for extremely strong extreme Tao forces exploded. Then, the little old man held the three boundaries monument and broke through the 8th level of the extreme demon killing formation before he charged in. Haha, reckless fellas, come on in. I'm going to turn all of you into ashes. A loud laugh came from the extreme demon killing formation. It was the divine will of the extreme Tao demonic weapon. The extreme Tao demonic weapon in the formation was actually awakened. Outside the extreme demon killing formation, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. There's going to be a good show to watch, Song Ke said. Song Ke said, this was definitely a wonderful show. Even he felt a little nervous. He couldn't wait to watch the show. Rumble, as the little old man ferociously charged into the killing formation, the entire extreme demonic killing formation began to operate crazily. Rays of destructive demonic light shot out from all directions towards the little old man in the middle of the formation. Ha ha, come on, I'm going to show you little demons what the strongest power is. The little old man laughed maniacally. A ball of light of the 3 realms exploded from his hand and instantly enveloped him. The demonic light that pierced through the formation was immediately blocked by the ball of light of the 3 realms. At the same time, a powerful force that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths exploded from the little old man's body. It was a force that could suppress the mountains and rivers in the sky. As the force exploded, the entire extreme demon killing formation shook. Countless demonic patterns intertwined. It was as if the extremely terrifying extreme demon killing formation was going to collapse in the next moment. However, 3 demonic figures appeared, and 3 waves of extreme Tao demonic powers exploded from the 3 demonic figures. In an instant, the entire extreme demon killing formation froze. Old man, you're old. It's time for you to die. One of the demonic figures emitted a divine will. Then, the demonic figure reached out with a huge hand and grabbed at the little old man. Aren't you two going to come in and help? The little old man said to the 2 gods, who were still outside the killing formation. He was not afraid of the huge hand. With just a thought, a beam of primordial chaos force transformed into a sword light and shot out from his body, destroying the huge hand. Boom! At the same time, there was a loud rumble. The god with the peerless ominous blade had attacked. The figure directly broke a huge hole in the extreme demon killing formation and charged in. An extremely domineering aura exploded from the figure, shaking the entire extreme demon killing formation. This was an explosion of extreme Tao power. It was extremely terrifying. If this had happened in the outside world, it would definitely have shattered the heavens and earth. Billions of lives would have been instantly destroyed. The god with the peerless blade made his move, and the god with the purple gold godly sword made his move as well. With a single slash, the supreme demonic killing matrix was broken, and the endless matrix patterns dissipated before his eyes. Chapter 32:21. In the 8th demonic matrix, at the end of the firmament, the 3 extreme Tao treasures attacked at full force. To be more precise, it was 4 extreme Tao treasures, because the little old man was holding the 3 world steel in his hand. At this time, the entire killing matrix was boiling. The power of the extreme Tao exploded, destroying everything. Countless demonic patterns and Tao patterns collided and intertwined, constantly destroying each other. Swoosh! A dazzling purple gold sword light broke through the seal of the extreme Tao demon kill matrix, slashing out from the killing matrix. Everywhere the sword light passed, countless matrix patterns were annihilated. This was the strongest extreme Tao sword light in the world. It was unstoppable. Even the matrix patterns of the extreme Tao demon kill matrix could not withstand this kind of sword power. However, very soon, an extreme Tao demon light blocked the power of the purple gold divine sword. That was the demonic light emitted by an extreme Tao demonic weapon. It was extremely powerful. Only an extreme Tao demonic weapon of the same level could resist the purple gold divine sword. There was no doubt about this. Clang! The sound of stone piercing through metal rang out. The purple gold divine sword and the demonic weapon collided fiercely. Two extremely powerful extreme Tao forces exploded. In the next moment, the void around the two extreme Tao treasures collapsed and was annihilated. Even a corner of the extreme Tao array diagram nearby was destroyed. The two extreme Tao treasures separated and each transformed into an extreme Tao figure. Then they collided again and fought fiercely. The power of the extreme Tao was vast and mighty. It was as though the entire void was about to collapse. At this time, the little old man that the cauldron of mountain and river transformed into was also fighting with an extreme Tao demonic shadow. Primordial chaos power exploded, forcing the extreme Tao demonic shadow to retreat continuously. Rumble, rays of primordial chaos divine light rushed out of the little old man's body. The primordial chaos divine light transformed into 9 primordial chaos sword light. They directly pierced through the retreating extreme Tao demonic shadow. Roar! The extreme Tao demonic shadow roared angrily. A ball of extreme Tao demonic light rushed out of his body and transformed into a demonic shield in front of him. The 9 primordial chaos sword lights instantly pierced the demon shield. The 9 primordial chaos sword lights pierced through the demon shield and the extreme Tao devil shadow. The extreme demonic shadow dissipated and turned into an extreme demonic weapon. This demonic weapon was a square demonic seal, and a terrifying extreme demonic power erupted from it. Buzz! The extreme demonic seal of the extreme Tao shot up into the sky and pressed down on the little old man. The power of the extreme Tao that descended from the extreme demon seal locked down the space below. It also imprisoned the little old man below. However, in the next moment, the space that had been locked down by the extreme demon seal was shattered by the little old man, and the power of the 3 realms erupted from the little old man's hand. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. It was terrifying to the extreme. The 3 boundaries steel was displaying its might. An ancient steel flew out from the little old man's hand and flew towards the extreme devil seal. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The 3 boundaries steel and the extreme devil seal clashed together, and the resulting shock waves were unimaginably terrifying. This was a clash of extreme Tao energies. One must know that extreme Tao energies were the strongest energies since ancient times. The extreme devil seal was directly blasted away by the 3 realms energy that erupted from the 3 boundary steel, and the 3 boundary steel was almost blasted away as well. However, under the control of the little old man, the 3 boundaries steel did not truly get blasted away. At this moment, monstrous demonic flames rushed out from the extreme devil seal. The demonic flames were vast and mighty and rapidly condensed, turning into a terrifying demonic shadow. That was the extreme devil fire, one of the most terrifying demonic flames in the world. As long as one was burned by this demonic flame, even a true extreme Tao sovereign would not be able to escape unscathed. Extreme devil fire seal. The little old man held the 3 boundaries steel in his hand as his expression turned incomparably solemn. At this moment, the demonic shadow in the sky directly pounced towards the little old man, and a scorching aura swept down from the sky. Slash! The little old man did not dare to be negligent. He immediately used his strongest move. Boundless primordial chaos chi converged and transformed into a resplendent saber light that slashed towards the demonic shadow that was pouncing towards him. The blade light broke through the layers of demonic flames and collided with the extreme devil fire seal. The extreme Tao saber light shattered in the void and turned into countless extreme Tao patterns before dissipating. The extreme Tao demon fire seal was also shaken. However, even a god as strong as the mountain and river cauldron would not be able to defeat an extreme devil weapon in a short period of time. At this time, the other extreme demonic shadow and the peerless ominous blades gods were engaged in an extremely intense battle. There was no doubt that the peerless ominous blade god was powerful. Exterminating blade light constantly rushed out from the peerless ominous blade god, slashing everything in its path, colliding with the extreme devil shadow's blade light, and dissipating in the void at the same time. The extreme devil shadow was also formed from the extreme devil blade god's saber soul. The peerless ominous blade and the extreme devil blade were locked in a stalemate, and it was impossible to determine the victor within a short period of time. However, this extreme demon-killing formation was directly shaken by the extreme demon-killing formation's power. If not for the 3 extreme demon weapons guarding the formation, this extreme demon-killing formation would have collapsed long ago. Even with the 3 extreme devil weapons holding down the formation core, it was still difficult to completely block the power of the mountain and river cauldron and the other extreme Tao weapons. Countless living beings in this small world of inheritance were terrified to the extreme. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. This killing formation has not been broken yet. Outside the extreme demonic killing formation, Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. The might of the 8th layer of the extreme demonic killing formation was truly heaven-defying. If it was an ordinary extreme demonic killing formation, God knows how many of them would have already been destroyed. Seeing this scene, Song Ke was also terrified. It should be known that such power was enough to kill him in his current state. How about we join in as well? Gu Fei suddenly looked at Song Ke and said, "What?" Song Ke could not help but be shocked when he heard Gu Fei's words. If he were to join in, he would definitely be affected by the power of the extreme devil-killing formation. It would be very dangerous. Let's work together and destroy this extreme devil-killing formation in one move. Gu Fei said to Tsang Quebec. Tsang Ke's expression changed. He really did not want to join in, but he could not refuse because he knew that if he could return to the ancestral god realm, Gu Fei would be a great help to him. He had left the ancestral god realm for so long. He did not know if the inheritance he left in the ancestral god realm could still be passed down. It was probably very uncertain. Forces without an extreme grade powerhouse overseeing them would often be annihilated by other forces with extreme grade powerhouses overseeing them. This was the manifestation of the law of the jungle. Countless thoughts flashed through Song Ke's mind. "All right," Song Ke said. Gu Fei smiled. Then he activated the power of the mountain and river diagram. A huge hand appeared in the void, emitting a powerful wave of extreme Tao energy. Rumble! The huge hand directly slammed towards the extreme devil-killing formation. The extreme Tao energy exploded, causing the void of heaven and earth to collapse. At the same time, Song Kei's body emitted a golden light. Sounds of bones and tendons cracking could be heard from his body. A wave of extreme Tao energy was emitted from his body. Kill! Song Kei roared in anger. The extreme Tao energy that erupted from his body instantly gathered on his right fist. Then he punched the extreme Tao demonic killing formation with all his might. 2 waves of extreme Tao energy exploded and struck the 8th layer of the extreme devil killing formation at almost the same time. Just as Gu Fei expected, the 8th layer of the formation began to collapse. A terrifying demonic aura spread out in all directions. Gu Fei and Song Kei were both blown away by this force. Gu Fei guided the power of the mountain and river diagram to protect himself and Song Quebec. Even so, they still suffered a great impact. This Gu Fei and Song Kei were directly blown away by the explosion of the extreme devil killing formation. After stabilizing themselves, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. Even with the protection of the mountain and river diagram and the heaven immortal battle armor, he was still injured. He couldn't help but be shocked. This extreme devil-killing formation was simply too powerful. As for Song Kei, he possessed the extreme Tao divine body. However, cracks had appeared on his body due to the explosion of the extreme Tao demonic killing array. Song Kei channeled his mystic technique. A ball of golden light emerged from his body. In the next moment, the countless cracks on his body disappeared, as if they were never there. Gu Fei glanced at Song Kei, then took out a peach of immortality and tossed it to Song Quebec. Song Kei quickly caught it. He could feel the enormous life essence contained in the fruit in his hand. He couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. Then he directly ate the divine fruit. After eating the peach of immortality, Song Kei's life force became vigorous. To Song Kei, this kind of half-immortal divine medicine was a life-saving divine medicine. Unless he was an extreme Tao sovereign, it would have no effect on an extreme Tao sovereign. At this time, Gu Fei was stunned by the scene in front of him. After the 8th layer of the extreme devil killing formation collapsed, the demonic energy did not completely erupt. Instead, it was completely devoured by another killing formation. A terrifying killing formation appeared between the heavens and earth, emitting an aura that caused all living beings in the world to feel extreme fear. The great formation was filled with darkness. Even though Gu Fei had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, he couldn't clearly see what was inside the killing formation. He could only see some blurry shadows. At this time, the little old man transformed from the mountain and river cauldron, the god of the peerless ominous blade, and the god of the violet gold divine sword stood outside the killing formation. Clearly, this was the final layer of the extreme Tao killing formation, the 9th layer of the killing formation. This was a killing formation that could make a true extreme Tao sovereign's heart palpitate. Even if the previous 8 extreme Tao killing formations were added together, they wouldn't be as powerful as this one. Moreover, the 3 extreme Tao demonic weapons in the 8th layer of the extreme Tao killing formation had also entered the 9th layer of the killing formation. Chapter 32:22. In the inheritance space of the god exterminating demon palace, the aura of the extreme Tao was boundless. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as though doomsday was approaching. It was extremely terrifying. Even with the obstruction of the mountain-river diagram, the aura of the extreme Tao couldn't be completely blocked. Some of the aura of the extreme Tao passed through the obstruction of the mountain-river diagram and appeared in the inheritance space. At this moment, all the living beings in the inheritance were terrified to the extreme. Even the most powerful guardians were kneeling on the ground in fear. Even their souls were trembling. Gu Fei was a little dumbfounded. The ninth level of the extreme Tao demon killing formation was really too powerful and terrifying. It was pitch black inside and was filled with demonic chi. Even with the martial path heavenly eye, he couldn't see anything inside. Countless formation patterns were densely packed, one layer after another. It was unknown how many layers there were, but the layers of formation patterns interweaved to form an ancient and mysterious formation diagram that gathered a terrifying demonic power. Although Gu Fei wasn't a formation master, he could still make out some clues. Rather than saying that this demonic formation was a single demonic formation, it would be more accurate to say that there were countless demonic formations. A demonic formation enveloped another demonic formation. This was simply the legendary ultimate killing formation. Good fella, the person who laid down this killing formation is definitely an incredible existence. Even the deity of the mountain river cauldron couldn't help but exclaim when he saw such a killing formation. This killing formation was situated between the heavens and chaos. It could devour the power of heaven and earth while refining chaos for its own use. It could be said that this extreme Tao demon killing formation had already fused with the inherent space and chaos. If the formation was forcefully broken, even this part of the heaven and earth would be affected. If one wasn't careful, it would be directly destroyed along with the extreme Tao demon killing formation, turning into nothingness. Humph, is there a need to use such a method to protect a lump of source of heaven and earth that hasn't formed yet? The deity of the peerless blade said disdainfully, for existences of their level, they could create as many small worlds as they wanted. When Gu Fei heard the words of the peerless, ominous blade god, he couldn't help but be moved. The place where the three gods were located was very frightening. Around the peerlessly fierce god, there seemed to be countless vague shadows of dragons roaring, as if they could devour all the living beings in the surroundings at any time. On the other hand, the god of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have a world around him. The sun, moon, and stars kept rising and falling in the void around him. Looking at the gods will of the purple gold godly sword. A world of swords appeared around the gods will of the purple gold godly sword. A lonely figure stood in this world. When the three god clans stood together, it was like three miniature, perfect worlds had appeared in front of Gu Fei. This made him extremely shocked. This was the Tao charm of flawless. He seemed to have a feeling that the thin veil in front of him was about to be removed by him. However, it was just a little bit away, and he just couldn't remove it. It was too difficult to cultivate one's Tao to the flawless realm. Since ancient times, there were definitely not many existences who could reach this realm. As for the human clan, there were only a few extreme grade powerhouses. Gu Fei knew that if he really removed the thin veil in front of him, he could take the final step and become an extreme grade martial venerable. However, this was not an easy task. He could feel that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to take the final step, now was not the time. He was still lacking something. Of course, the perfect Tao displayed by the three gods was still beneficial to Gu Fei. He could use the Tao of the three gods to verify his own Tao. He could learn from the strengths of the three gods to make up for his weaknesses and move forward. This is very tricky. At this moment, the little old man that the god of the mountain and river cauldron had transformed into frowned. He stared at the shocking killing formation in front of him and could not think of a way to break this final extreme grade demonic killing formation. What's so tricky about it? I'll break it with a sword. The god of the purple gold godly sword said, indifferently. There was no emotional fluctuation in his tone. This was the performance of someone who had cultivated the immortal Tao to the highest realm. As the saying went, Taishang was emotionless and Taishang was emotionless. In this world, there were definitely not many things that could move the god of the purple gold godly sword. Even in the face of this super extreme grade demonic killing formation, the god of the purple gold godly sword still gave off a cold and unapproachable feeling. Attack! The little old man glanced at the god of the purple gold godly sword. That's exactly what I wanted. The god of the peerless ominous sword nodded. Since ancient times, he had been extremely domineering and had never lowered his head. Even when he became the god of the peerless ominous sword, he was still the same. To the peerless ominous saber, backing down was something he couldn't do. Since ancient times, he had never backed down. However, the little old man was very tactful. If he could not win, he would run. He never thought that playing the hero was a rational thing to do. It was just a stupid thing to do. Then you guys take the lead. I will support you from behind, the little old man said with a smile. What? You're the big brother? You should take the lead. The god of the peerless ominous sword was displeased. This old man had existed for too long. When they were born, the mountain and river cauldron had already existed for a long time. In front of the god of the mountain and river cauldron, both the god of the peerless ominous sword and the god of the purple gold godly sword were merely underlings. These fellows, Gu Fei watched this scene from afar and did not know whether to laugh or cry. These three fellows each had their own unique characteristics and styles. It was already a miracle that these three fellows could stand together. Aren't you guys the ones who want to attack? Naturally, you guys will take the lead. I'm not the one who said we should attack. The little old man said disapprovingly. Humph! The god of the peerless ominous sword did not say anything else. The god of the mountain and river cauldron was definitely the strongest among them. However, this fellow was not willing to go all out. However, the god of the mountain and river cauldron was still the big brother. Even the incomparably powerful god of the peerless ominous sword did not want to offend such an existence. Then we'll take the lead. The purple gold godly sword said indifferently, as though it did not matter to him who took the lead. All right. The saber soul of the peerless ominous sword nodded. He. The little old man's figure flashed as he retreated behind the god of the peerless ominous sword and the god of the purple gold godly sword. This fellow. Chapter 32:23. Just as the peerless saber and the purple gold godly sword were attacking the 9th layer of the extreme demon killing formation, a loud noise suddenly came from a valley in the small world of inheritance. A figure rushed out of the valley and directly rushed towards the end of the sky. As for the valley behind this figure, boom, it directly collapsed into endless dust. A few extremely powerful figures rushed out of the collapsed valley. As the valley collapsed, the surrounding area of the valley seemed to have come to an end. The mountains collapsed, and the ground sank. Deep in the ground, earth, water, wind, and fire surged out. Dust rose high into the sky. Countless living creatures in the mountain range died instantly. They were swallowed by this collapsed area. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out. The living creatures in the entire small world were terrified to the extreme. The person running in front was the demonic rock lady. The ones chasing her were the 3 strongest gargoyle demons. Apart from the 3 gargoyle demons, there was also a demonic figure chasing after the demonic rock lady. The 3 gargoyle demons were not enough to threaten the demonic rock lady's life. The reason why the demonic rock lady wanted to escape was because of that terrifying demonic figure. Outrageous! That guy is not completely dead. The demonic rock lady muttered to herself. The demonic rock lady muttered to herself. The demonic shadow's speed was extremely fast. An extremely strong demonic chi spread out from the demonic shadow. Around the demonic shadow, there seemed to be a demonic world faintly appearing. Countless demonic shadows appeared in this world. The aura of the flawless extreme demon path spread out from the demonic figure. No wonder the demonic rock lady wanted to escape. This demonic figure was actually an existence of the extreme demon ancestor level. It had a flawless Tao. Even the demonic rock lady, who was once the extreme demon ancestor, did not dare to fight with such an existence. Since she did not want to fight with her life, she could only escape. The speed of the two of them was extremely fast. The demonic rock lady displayed the extreme speed of the chaos demonic rock race and quickly rushed into the depths of the sky. However, the demonic figure was not slow either. He stepped in the void, and a demonic rainbow appeared under his feet. That demonic rainbow extended into the depths of the sky. The demonic figure stepped on the demonic rainbow and instantly disappeared into the void. The three stone demons were left far behind by the demonic rock lady and the demonic shadow. Although the three of them were equally powerful, they were puppets refined by the ancestor of the god-destroying demon palace. The chaos demon ape, the dragon head devil, and the supremine demon spider were all ancient species that were exceptionally powerful. After being refined into stone devils by the old ancestor of the exterminating demon palace, the spiritual bodies of these three fellows underwent a shocking transformation. Shwa. Three powerful figures streaked through the void, disappearing into the endless starry sky as they chased after the demonic rock lady. The aura of extreme Tao that descended from the sky seemed to have no effect on the demonic rock lady. Yes, just as the peerless ominous blade and the purple gold divine sword were about to attack the ninth layer of the extreme demon killing formation, a figure rushed over from afar. What? There's actually a supreme demon ancestor in this small world? When Gu Fei sensed a mighty demonic aura coming from below, his expression changed. One should know that it was an aura that was not weaker than the peerless ominous blade's aura. Gu Fei knew very well how terrifying such an existence was. How troublesome. The little old man shook his head helplessly. Then he took a step forward and instantly passed through the seal of the mountain river diagram and appeared outside. At this moment, the demonic rock lady had already rushed over. When she saw the little old man, she was surprised and overjoyed. She quickly rushed towards the little old man. The little old man waved his right hand and actually tore a passage in the void that was sealed by the mountain river diagram. A terrifying aura surged out from the passage. The demonic rock lady staggered when she was hit by the aura and almost fell from the sky. Buzz. The demonic rock lady's body vibrated, and a ball of extreme demon light emerged from her body, blocking the mighty extreme Tao aura. At this moment, the void that the little old man tore apart was shrinking rapidly. Swoosh! The demonic rock lady did not hesitate and directly rushed in. At this moment, the demonic figure had already chased after her. However, it was blocked by the little old man. The two great existences were facing off, and the aura of the extreme Tao collided with each other. The void between the two was being annihilated. These two existences could already annihilate the void of heaven and earth before they even made a move. It was obvious that the demonic figure did not want to destroy the world of inheritance, and was carefully controlling the power of the extreme Tao in his body. Extreme Tao weapon. The demonic figure recognized the little old man's true appearance at a glance. Humph, it's just a guy who is 90% dead and still breathing. The little old man stared at the demonic figure and said disdainfully, he did not expect to encounter such an existence here. Within the demonic chi, the figure of a withered man in black was faintly discernible. Humph, even if I'm 99% dead, it's still a piece of cake to kill you. The demonic figure said coldly, is that so? Then come and try. The little old man said disapprovingly. Boom. In the next moment, an endless amount of demonic chi exploded from the body of the demonic figure. In an instant, it shrouded the entire void of heaven and earth as lines of demonic marks spread out from the body of the demonic figure. With the demonic figure as the center, a killing formation was laid out just like that. Torrential killing intent swept out in all directions like raging waves, shattering the void. Within the demonic formation, the sky was dark and gloomy as a sinister wind blew. The entire void of heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a terrifying demonic domain. TSK, trying to kill me with a demonic formation? You're thinking too highly of yourself. The little old man did not care about this fella and the killing formation at all. He had been around for countless years and had seen all sorts of scenes. To him, this sort of method was nothing. Kill. The demonic figure did not say anything more and immediately activated the killing formation, attacking the little old man. In the next moment, the power of the entire demonic formation seemed to be able to topple the mountains and overturn the seas, completely obliterating the little old man. The little old man smiled and shook his head. He had no intentions of attacking at all. At the moment when the extreme Tao demonic chi was about to be obliterated, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared from his body and shrouded him within it. The extreme Tao demonic chi obliterated everything. The void around the little old man was instantly annihilated. However, the void that was shrouded by the shadow of the ancient cauldron was not obliterated. Even though it was just a shadow, it was able to block the power of the demonic figure's extreme Tao demonic formation. What? Chapter 32:24. No one would have thought that there would be an extreme demonic shadow hidden in this small world of inheritance. This extreme demonic shadow was naturally the ancestor of the god-destroying demon palace. Perhaps even the guardians of this small world did not know that their primogenitor was in this small world. At this moment, the ancestor of the god-destroying demon palace was fighting against the little old man transformed from the mountain and river cauldron at the end of the sky. The god-destroying demon palace's ancestor was not only an extreme demonic ancestor, but also a formation expert who was proficient in formations. He could form formations out of thin air. At the end of the sky, the mountain and river diagram blocked most of the extreme demonic aura. However, there was still a portion of the extreme demonic aura that could penetrate the mountain and river diagram and appear in the small world. Now, with the addition of the battle between the god-destroying demon palace's extreme demonic aura and the little old man, the small world could not withstand it anymore. Black cracks kept appearing in the void. The earth was cracking and sinking. Countless living beings perished, but in the end, only the strong survived. The weak could only end up as cannon fodder. At this moment, the little old man made a move, and the god-destroying demon palace's ancestor actually retreated. Rumble, the extreme demonic formation, was in operation. Rays of demonic light that could be seen with the naked eye flashed in the void under the formation, tearing the void. The god-destroying demon palace's ancestor, who was standing in the eye of the formation, waved his hands. Rays of demonic light were guided and turned into a supreme sword light that pierced towards the little old man. This was the extreme demonic sword light that could destroy the starry sky and destroy the world. However, when the terrifying sword light of destruction pierced the ancient cauldron that emerged from the little old man's body, they were all sent flying. Boom! The ancient cauldron's shadow shook, and the entire demonic formation shook violently as if it could collapse at any time. Even the extreme demonic shadow was affected. Invisible extreme demonic force spread from the ancient cauldron shadow around the little old man. Countless demonic patterns were immediately obliterated in the void. "Little guy, you're still too inexperienced. You actually want to fight me?" The little old man looked at the demonic figure within the extreme Tao devil array as he spoke in disdain. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. The primordial chaos energy could suppress the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this time, the little old man's primordial chaos energy exploded from his body. Strands of primordial chaos energy rushed out of his body and turned into 9 divine chains. They broke through the layers of demonic patterns and entangled the God-destroying primogenitor in the formation. The primogenitor of God destruction was shocked. In the next moment, his figure blurred and disappeared into the void. The 9 intertwining primal chaos divine chains actually missed. The little old man was a little stunned. This fellow didn't seem to have an undeserved reputation. Just then, a ball of demonic light suddenly tore through the void from within the extreme demon formation and disappeared into the primal chaos. Preposterous! When the little old man saw this, he couldn't help cursing. That fellow had actually escaped. This was a great calamity. Although he himself wasn't afraid, Gu Fei wouldn't be able to handle such an existence. Gu Fei wasn't an extreme Tao sovereign. He didn't know how strong and terrifying existences at the extreme Tao sovereign level were. The little old man was very unhappy. A powerful primordial chaos energy erupted from his body, and the entire extreme path demonic array immediately collapsed. Countless demonic patterns, and they were all extreme path demonic patterns, were obliterated by the primordial chaos energy. "Next time we meet, I'll just kill him," the little old man ruthlessly said. With his seniority, he actually let a junior escape from his hands. This was definitely not something to be proud of. Boom! At this time, a loud sound rang out from the void that was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. A terrifying tremor that even the mountain and river diagram couldn't block came from the other side. Has it begun? The little old man directly passed through the mountain and river diagram and returned to the other side. Only existences at the level of the mountain and river cauldron could do such a thing. At this time, the boundary between the firmament and the primordial chaos was boiling. The peerless ominous blade and the purple gold divine sword gods really made their moves. Extreme Tao energy erupted, shattering the void between heaven and earth. It was the same on the other side of the primordial chaos void. The extreme Tao energy that erupted from the peerless ominous blade's god was extremely violent. Even the primordial chaos energy was directly destroyed, turning into the most primitive state of nothingness. Gu Fei, Song Ke, and the demonic rock lady were watching from afar. One had to know that everyone had the luck to be able to watch a battle between supreme existences at the extreme Tao sovereign level. Of course, Song Ke and the demonic rock lady were both once existences at the extreme Tao sovereign level, so they naturally didn't think much of it. However, Gu Fei was different. That kind of extremely perfect Tao rhyme, that kind of supreme aura, that kind of domineering aura that looked down on the common people were all his ultimate goals. He also wanted to become such an existence, looking down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths and defeating all enemies. How domineering and awe-inspiring was that? The extreme Tao power that erupted from the 2 extreme Tao sovereigns was too strong. Even Song Ke and the demonic rock lady found it difficult to resist, let alone Gu Fei. Seeing that the situation was not good, the demonic rock lady took out the heavenly demon blood flag. It was an extreme Tao devil weapon, and the chaotic Mo Peng clan's most precious treasure. As soon as the heavenly demon blood flag was taken out, it immediately expanded and enveloped Gu Fei and Song Ke, blocking the mighty extreme Tao power. However, the extreme Tao power that erupted from the 2 extreme Tao gods and the super extreme Tao devil killing formation was too strong. Even the heavenly demon blood flag could not completely block the power. Nevertheless, this greatly reduced the pressure on Gu Fei. With the protection of the mountain river diagram and the heavenly demon blood flag, he could watch the two gods' power with peace of mind. After the little old man came in, he stood behind the peerless ominous saber and the violet gold divine sword. He did not plan to make a move yet. At this moment, the super extreme Tao devil killing formation in front of them began to boil and operate crazily. An unimaginably terrifying devil Tao aura surged out of the super killing formation. If not for the two great extreme Tao treasures blocking this extreme Tao aura, who knew how many times this pocket world would have been destroyed by now? As the peerless ominous saber and the violet gold divine sword attacked, a few terrifying extreme Tao devil shadows also appeared in the super extreme Tao devil killing formation. Kill. The peerless ominous saber was extremely domineering. He directly slashed at the extreme Tao devil killing formation. The extreme Tao saber light erupted and destroyed heaven and earth. Wherever the saber light went, a corner of the extreme Tao formation was immediately destroyed, and a hole was cut in the super extreme Tao devil killing formation. Chapter 32:25. The ninth demon killing formation, set up by the founder of the God exterminating demon palace, was definitely the strongest supreme demon killing formation. This supreme demon killing formation was much more powerful than the previous eighth demon killing formation. Powerful extreme demonic power rippled out from the ninth killing formation, and there was more than one such ripple. The three extreme demonic weapons from the eighth killing formation had entered the ninth killing formation. This was the last line of defense. As long as Gu Fei could break through this supreme demon killing formation, he would be able to obtain the source of the heaven and earth inheritance. As long as he obtained the source of the heaven and earth inheritance, Gu Fei could refine the heaven and earth inheritance and become the supreme ruler of this heaven and earth. At that time, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping one's hand to find that extreme devil book? However, to Gu Fei's surprise, the ultimate path demonic weapon gods will in the ninth layer demonic killing formation actually open the demonic formation and allowed the peerless saber gods Will and the purple gold godly sword gods Will to enter the formation. Just like that, the two gods entered the super extreme demon killing formation without any scruples. When the mountain river cauldron's god saw that the two gods had entered the extreme killing formation, he also helplessly entered the extreme killing formation. It should be known that if the peerless ominous blade god and the violet gold godly sword god didn't have his help, it would have been difficult for them to deal with this extreme killing formation. Ha ha! Is there anyone else who wants to come in? An extremely arrogant voice came from the supreme demon killing formation. However, no one said anything. Both Song Ke and the demon rock lady would not enter this extremely terrifying supreme demon killing formation. Naturally, Gu Fei would not enter either because he was not an extreme supreme demon killing formation. Since no one else dares to come in, I'll deal with these three fellas first. Then, I'll settle the score with you. The voice from the demon killing formation sounded again. Then, the door that appeared in the void disappeared, and the passage to enter the supreme demon killing formation closed. There was only one way for the three gods trapped inside to get out of this extreme Tao demonic killing formation, and that was to break this killing formation. At this time, three balls of light of the great path lit up in this super killing matrix, dispelling the endless darkness in the matrix. It was as if three bright lamps had lit up in the dark world. In the void around the three lamps, there was a strange light. Sinister and terrifying devil shadows continuously appeared, wanting to pounce towards the three lamps, but they were all afraid of the extreme Tao energy emitted by the three lamps and did not dare to truly pounce on them. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Could it be that this extreme demonic killing formation really had the power to kill 3 gods? There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on breaking through. Since that's the case, we'll send you on your way. Specters could be vaguely seen in the super-killing formation. One after another, unimaginably powerful specters appeared near the 3 lamps and confronted the 3 gods. "You clowns, do you want to gang up on me?" The little old man looked at the terrifying demonic shadows in the darkness and said disapprovingly, in his opinion, this group of fellows could not take his life. "Yeah, I want to gang up on you. What do you think?" A disdainful voice came from the darkness. Then, a tall demonic shadow walked out of the darkness. It was a demonic shadow with 2 horns on its head. The demonic shadow turned into an extremely ferocious devil beast and charged towards the little old man. The entire void trembled under the feet of the devil beast. Swoosh! Just as the devil beast was about to collide with the little old man, a beam of sword light came from the side and slashed the devil beast. The devil beast immediately dissipated in the void, destroyed by the extremely swift and fierce sword light. Buzz! The sound of the sword rang out as the god's will of the purple gold divine sword displayed its might. Countless beams of sword light pierced in all directions. Wherever the sword light passed, layers of demonic aura were directly destroyed, and the demonic patterns were annihilated in the void. Boom! At this moment, the void trembled, and the extreme Tao demonic power erupted. An extreme Tao demonic shadow attacked and blocked the explosion of the extreme Tao sword light. The bright sword light immediately dimmed. Roar! At this moment, the figure of the peerless blade turned into a black dragon. This was an unimaginably powerful extreme Tao black dragon. The black dragon's huge body was like a black mountain ridge. The black dragon swung its tail, and a large area of the void collapsed. The entire super extreme Tao killing formation was shaking. Then it started to boil. A great battle of the extreme Tao level broke out. One after another, extreme Tao demonic shadows began to walk out of the dark void and suppress the 3 gods' will. The extreme Tao demonic power was vast and mighty. It was as if the entire void had frozen and was terrifying. At this moment, the god's will of the mountain and river cauldron had no choice but to take action. Beams of primordial chaos power rushed out from the little old man's body and turned into extreme Tao killing lights, piercing through the surrounding extreme Tao demonic shadows. Humph! A cold snort came from the darkness. A demonic hand directly reached out from the dark void and slapped towards the primordial chaos killing lights that pierced through the void. The demonic hand collided with the primordial chaos killing lights in an instant. The primordial chaos killing lights directly pierced through the demonic hand, and the demonic hand immediately retracted. A few drops of extreme Tao demonic blood dripped down from the void. The scene was too realistic. It was as if an extreme Tao demonic demon was really injured by the little old man. Clang! At the moment when the little old man repelled the extreme Tao demonic shadow, a bell rang. It was the extreme Tao demonic killing sound. This extreme Tao demonic killing sound spread out in an instant, and the 3 gods were all affected. The little old man's body shook, and the shadow of an ancient cauldron emerged from his body, blocking the extreme Tao demonic killing sound. At this moment, the huge black dragon emitted a domineering and terrifying aura, and then directly rushed into the depths of the dark void. Where was the extreme Tao demonic shadow? The 2 experts immediately began fighting, and the terrifying aura of the extreme Tao spread out. The extreme Tao demonic killing sound emitted from the demonic bell had a limited impact on the black dragon. It was the same for the gods, while with the purple gold godly sword. The illusory figure took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the other extreme Tao demonic shadow. Swoosh! Where the sword light passed, the extreme Tao demonic shadow instantly disappeared into the void. However, the next moment, the extreme Tao demonic shadow appeared behind the purple gold godly sword without a sound, and then directly attacked the purple gold godly sword with a palm. Boom! The extreme Tao demonic shadow's palm exploded with extremely powerful extreme Tao demonic strength. The purple gold godly sword also instantly disappeared into the void, and the palm hit nothing but air. However, the void that was enveloped by the extreme Tao demonic shadow was immediately annihilated. There was no suspense. This was the terror of the extreme Tao demonic force. It could destroy everything. Rumble, the entire super extreme Tao demonic killing formation shook, and terrifying extreme Tao demonic strength erupted. The extreme Tao demonic shadows within the formation emitted even more powerful extreme Tao demonic strength. Layers upon layers of formation patterns appeared in the void, and the extreme Tao demonic strength was activated. Terrifying destructive power obliterated the three great gods within the formation at the same time. The three great gods were fighting the extreme Tao demonic shadows, but at the same time, they had to deal with the obliterating destructive power. Even so, the three great gods were still not at a disadvantage. "Is this all you've got?" The gods will with the unparalleled ominous blades said. Humph. A sneer was heard from within the unparalleled killing formation. Then, an even more powerful and terrifying demonic aura erupted from within the formation. An extreme Tao demonic weapon transformed into a black phoenix, and it pounced towards the black dragon that the unparalleled ominous blade had transformed into. It was extremely ferocious. The huge black phoenix enveloped a large area of the void. Countless formation patterns appeared in the void, bringing with it the power of the extreme Tao demonic force. The black dragon and the demonic phoenix fought, but the demonic phoenix was quickly defeated and sent flying by the black dragon. However, before the black dragon could chase after it, another demonic spear pierced through and almost pierced the black dragon's head, killing it in one fell swoop. Clang! The black dragon whipped its tail and sent the demonic spear flying. The spear disappeared, and a demonic shadow appeared in the void. The black dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, and the demonic shadow immediately flew towards the black dragon's bloody mouth. It was about to be swallowed by the black dragon. At that moment, the demonic phoenix that was sent flying by the black dragon charged again, forcing the black dragon to dodge and allowing the demonic shadow to escape. The battle of the extreme Tao demonic force was extremely intense. The unparalleled, ominous blades god was caught in a bitter struggle. It was unrealistic to think that he could break this unparalleled killing formation in one go. It was worth noting that there were countless extreme Tao demonic weapons in this unparalleled ominous blades god. One extreme Tao demonic force after another appeared and attacked the three great gods. At that moment, the three great gods all felt a great deal of pressure. The purple gold godly blades god transformed into an immortal sword light from time to time, directly slashing through the void and breaking through the layers of formation patterns. However, he was still trapped here, unable to break out. Two extreme Tao demonic shadows were engaged in a fierce battle with the purple gold godly blades god. They wanted to kill the purple gold godly blades god, but it was definitely not an easy task. Among the three great gods, the one who had the easiest time was, of course, the little old man. This guy was simply playing around. There were three extreme Tao demonic shadows attacking the little old man. However, the little old man still dominated the rhythm of the battle. He could leave whenever he wanted, and he could shake off the three great gods at any time. "Ha ha! The three of you can just follow behind me and eat my dust." The little old man laughed heartily as he directly rushed out of the encirclement of the three extreme Tao demonic shadows and directly went far away. What? The three extreme Tao demonic shadows were inexplicably shocked and immediately chased in the direction that the little old man had disappeared. At the same time, layers of demonic formation patterns appeared around the little old man, trying to imprison him. Chapter 32:26. The battle between the gods was terrifying to the extreme. The entire super-killing formation was boiling. Countless formation patterns appeared in the void, but they were destroyed by the eruption of the extreme power. The three gods who had charged into the super-killing formation attacked with all their might. The void was shattered and countless formation diagrams exploded. However, the super-killing formation was still standing strong between the heavens and the earth, imprisoning a part of the void. There were no signs of it collapsing. Rumble, seeing this scene, Gu Fei and the others who were watching the battle from outside the formation were dumbfounded. This scene was too shocking. This was the little old man, transformed from the god of the mountain and river cauldron. The formidableness of primordial chaos energy was undeniable. Everywhere the enormous hand passed, it crushed and obliterated everything in its path. Roar. At this moment, several extreme demonic shadows roared at the same time and attacked with all their strength. The strongest extreme demonic force exploded and attacked the chaotic primordial hand at the same time. Boom! With a loud bang, the chaotic primordial hand was blocked. However, the extreme demonic shadows were all sent flying by the chaotic primordial hand. "All right, the warm-up is over. Send these three guests on their way." The incomparably arrogant voice sounded again. Then, the destroyed formation patterns and formation diagrams quickly gathered and reformed. A complete super-killing formation was restored in an instant. "Ha! Send me on my way? Can you do it?" In the super-killing formation, the little old man laughed heartily. At this moment, the primordial chaos hand that had been blocked shook, and a transparent ripple immediately spread out from the hand. Countless demonic runes and formation runes were instantly obliterated. However, at this moment, a destructive demonic light fell from the sky and directly pierced through the chaotic, primordial hand that the little old man had conjured. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant hand formed from the primordial chaos power instantly exploded. The explosion of this extreme power caused the entire demonic array to be impacted. The chaotic, primordial hand expanded and opened up thousands of miles of the void. The space inside the extreme demonic killing formation was incomparably huge. It was like a real world. The incomparably arrogant existence hidden in the extreme demonic killing formation had just said that he would send the three gods on their way. This was definitely a slap in the face. Rumble. At this moment, the entire extreme demonic killing formation was operating crazily. 7 demonic shadows of the extreme demonic killing formation appeared in the killing formation and guarded in 7 directions, trapping the 3 gods in the center. 7. There are actually 7 of them. I am so scared. The little old man said in fear. The one extreme demonic killing formation. The peerless ominous saber said, 7 great demonic weapons. What kind of concept was this? It was hard to imagine. How could the founder of the god exterminating demonic palace obtain so many demonic weapons? Demonic formation. The voice from the demonic killing array said. In the next moment, the 7 extreme demonic shadows moved. 7 extreme demonic powers burst out from the 7 demonic shadows at the same time. The 7 powers instantly merged into one. This definitely wasn't a simple 1 plus 1. When the 7 strands of demonic power converged, the 7 demonic shadows actually dimmed. An ancient demonic diagram was awakened and appeared in the void. That devil diagram directly crushed down on the heads of the little old man and the others. The terrifying destructive power was vast and mighty, obliterating everything. The little old man lifted his head and looked up. This time, his expression was extremely grave. It's actually this kind of thing. The god of the exceptionally fierce blade was also very shocked because this kind of thing actually existed. This was something that was even more ancient than the era they lived in. The demon diagram that had descended from the sky above the little old man and the others was not complete. It was only a corner, but it was enough to threaten the little old man and the others. Who would have thought the purple gold divine sword also sighed? He, who had already reached the realm of supreme indifference, was finally moved. This was because the origin of this demon diagram was too shocking. I can't help but admire you guys. Even at this time, you can still be so calm. The voice in the demonic formation said, "Humph, if it was a complete demon diagram, we might have some reservations. However, this is only a corner of the diagram." The little old man said disdainfully, "Is that so? Ha ha." The voice laughed loudly. "You want to use this thing to kill us? What a joke." The god of the exceptionally fierce blade said coldly, "Whether it's funny or not, you'll know in a moment." The mysterious voice in the demonic formation said, "At this time, the corner of the demon diagram in the sky was about to crush down on the little old man and the others. Although it was only a corner of the diagram, the power it displayed seemed to be stronger than the power of the extreme demonic path. In that case, let's fight." As the little old man spoke, his body shook, and he reverted to his original form. A simple and unadorned cauldron appeared in the void. Boom! In the next moment, endless primordial chaos power rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. Streams of primordial chaos power rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron like a huge dragon and collided with the corner of the demon diagram. The demon diagram was immediately blocked. When the existence in the demonic formation saw this, he could not help but be shocked. He did not expect the ancient cauldron to be so powerful. However, at this time, 7 extreme demonic shadows appeared on the corner of the demon diagram at the same time. In the next moment, the corner of the demon diagram moved again and crushed down on the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! At this time, the god of the exceptionally fierce blade roared angrily and also revealed his original form. A black blade appeared in the void and emitted an extremely domineering aura. He directly slashed upwards. The extremely overbearing saber light instantly chopped down on the corner of the demonic diagram, and the demonic diagram immediately trembled. The mountain and river cauldron and the exceptionally fierce blade worked together and once again blocked the corner of the demon diagram. On the ancient corner of the demon diagram stood 7 extreme demonic shadows, each of which was as terrifying as a primogenitor demon that split the heavens and earth apart. The 7 extreme demon phantoms continued to erupt with even more powerful Devil Tao power. As the extreme Devil Tao power was devoured by the Devil diagram, the Devil Tao aura emitted from the Devil diagram became even stronger. This Devil Tao aura was incomparably ancient, as if it had existed for countless years before the primal chaos. Chapter 32:27. What's going on? Outside the extreme demonic killing array, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He sensed a very special demonic aura. That aura seemed to have come from an endless period of time. causing him to have an illusion as if he had returned to an era that was even more ancient than the primal chaos. The chaos was the beginning of heaven and earth. That was what countless living beings believed. However, some powerful living beings who stood above all living beings were exploring that the extreme path realm might not be the end. The chaos was not the beginning either. There might have been another world before the chaos, but that world might have already collapsed and turned back into chaos. In that ancient era, some extreme path supreme masters began to search for something and collected some ancient things that were obviously different from this era. That's something left from the previous world. At this moment, Song-K suddenly said he had been watching the changes in the extreme path demon killing formation. When the corner of the demon diagram appeared, he was extremely shocked. In the ancestral god realm, this was definitely something that the extreme path god ancestors fought for. Those extreme path god ancestors wanted to know if there was another world that existed before the ancestral god realm. The extreme path demon ancestors in the chaos demon realm were the same. When some extreme path demon ancestors obtained some ancient things from the chaos, it shocked the entire chaos demon realm. In that ancient era, many extreme path demon ancestors were exploring. There might be a realm above the extreme path realm. Whether it was the chaos demon realm or the ancestral god realm, the realm above the extreme path realm was a legend, because no one could break through the extreme path realm and take another step forward. It seemed that the extreme path realm was the ultimate realm. No one could cultivate to a realm higher than the extreme path realm. However, there were still many extreme path existences who were exploring how to take that step. Some extreme path demon ancestors even found something in the chaos that could prove that the realm beyond the extreme path realm really existed before. The ancestor of the god exterminating demon palace actually obtained that thing. Magic Rock Lady, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said with a trembling voice, the corner of the demon diagram was definitely powerful enough to threaten an extreme path supreme master. If it was a complete demon diagram, even an extreme path supreme master would be killed and obliterated. That's a real taboo item. Song-K said, a forbidden item. Gu Fei was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It wasn't that he was ignorant, but this thing was only circulated among extreme sovereigns. Those below the extreme Tao didn't have the qualifications to know of its existence. This is a legend. Chaos, perhaps the end of a world, but at the same time, it is the beginning of a new world. Song-K's face was solemn as he looked at the corner of the diagram in the supreme demon killing array. What? What do you mean? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. According to what Song-K said, there was another world before the primal chaos. The old world was destroyed and turned into primal chaos. Then, after an endless amount of time, a new world was born from the primal chaos. This is just a legend. Although some people have discovered something, it is not enough to prove this speculation. The demonic rock lady said she was also a creature born from the primal chaos, but she didn't know if the so-called primal chaos was formed from the destruction of a world. It's useless to talk about this now. You'll know everything when you become an extreme supremacy. Song-K said to Gu Fei, at this time, in the supreme demon killing array, the purple gold divine sword also made its move. A divine sword appeared in the supreme demon killing array. It was the strongest extreme Tao sword in the world. The extreme Tao sword light soared into the sky, breaking through the void. It destroyed layers of demonic patterns and diagrams and instantly collided with the corner of the diagram. The three great gods made their move, destroying the void below the diagram and turning it into nothingness. Three extremely strong, extreme Tao powers blocked the corner of the diagram. No matter how the 7 extreme Tao demonic shadows activated their extreme Tao powers, the corner of the diagram was fixed in the void and didn't descend anymore. How is this possible? In the supreme demon-killing array, the mysterious voice was extremely shocked. These 3 guys could actually block this corner of the formation. How is this possible? The power of this demonic formation was absolutely unquestionable. One should know that this demonic formation had once killed an existence at the extreme Tao realm. But now, this killing array couldn't do anything to the 3 extreme Tao treasures. At this time, the supreme demon killing array changed again. Endless extreme Tao powers gathered from all directions and poured into the corner of the diagram. In the next moment, the corner of the diagram emitted a mysterious aura. As the aura appeared, the 3 extreme Tao treasures below the diagram vibrated at the same time. Cracks appeared on the mountain and river cauldron, as though it could collapse at any time. The supreme ominous saber and the purple gold godly sword were in a similar state. Cracks had also appeared on these 2 supreme Tao treasures. This shocked the gods of the 3 supreme Tao treasures. That aura was so strong that it seemed to be able to shatter the extreme Tao treasures. At this time, the entire demon-killing array was shrinking rapidly. The power gathered by the entire demonic formation was continuously gathering towards the corner of the diagram. The corner of the diagram could actually devour such a huge amount of extreme Tao powers. This scene stunned Gu Fei and the others outside the demonic formation. Taboo items are really so powerful. Gu Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the corner of the diagram. He felt that what Song Ke had said was not as simple as rumors and guesses. That was because the corner of the diagram actually had the power to shatter extreme Tao weapons. To be able to shatter extreme Tao weapons, it was definitely an unknown power that surpassed the power of the extreme Tao. Could it be that in that distant era, those supreme beings who were invincible throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths disappeared because of these things? Gu Fei felt that he seemed to have touched upon the greatest secret of all time. As long as he could uncover this secret, he might be able to find out why the extreme Tao Supremes had disappeared. This was undoubtedly the greatest mystery of all time. Humph, you're not the only one who possesses such things. The voice of the little old man rang out from the cauldron of mountain and river. Then, a small piece of bone flew out from the cauldron of mountain and river. It was a finger bone. It looked ordinary, but the moment the finger bone appeared, the strange aura emitted from the corner of the demonic diagram actually retreated. Chapter 32:28. Inside the super extreme demon formation, the battle between the 3 gods and the extreme demon formation had reached its climax. The mysterious existence inside the extreme demon formation had used its final trump card, which was an incomparably ancient demon diagram that the gods suspected to be something that did not belong to this world. This thing was too mysterious, and no one knew where it came from. However, it also possessed a power that made even the extreme supremes shudder. After that corner of the demon diagram had devoured the endless amount of extreme demon power, it had been stimulated to an unimaginable level of power. The corner of the demon diagram trembled slightly, and the mountain river cauldron, the peerless ominous saber, and the purple gold divine sword suffered a great impact. Cracks actually appeared on the 3 extreme Tao weapons. This caused the 3 gods to be extremely shocked. After all, there were very few things in the world that could harm existences at their level. The power of that ancient demon diagram was too frightening. If it was a complete demon diagram, wouldn't it be able to easily kill an extreme supremacy? It should be known that, to a certain extent, the mountain river cauldron and the other 2 gods were a different kind of supremacy. Preposterous. Facing that corner of the demon diagram, the mountain river cauldron naturally would not sit and wait for death. In the next moment, a finger bone flew out of the mountain river cauldron. It looked like an ordinary finger bone, but it was able to repel the terrifying power that surpassed extreme Tao power that was released from that corner of the demon diagram. What the originally arrogant and conceited voice in the extreme demon formation cried out in surprise. At that moment, the mountain river cauldron and the other two extreme Tao weapons felt their bodies lighten, and the cracks that had appeared on them immediately disappeared. The finger bone shot up into the sky and collided with the corner of the demon diagram. In the next moment, the corner of the demon diagram disappeared in the void. The 7 extreme demon shadows fell out of the void and turned into 7 extreme Tao demonic weapons. However, in the next moment, the 7 extreme Tao demonic weapons also shattered in the void. This, outside the demonic array, Gu Fei and the others who saw this scene were already shocked speechless. This was too inconceivable. It was just a finger bone, but it actually destroyed a corner of the demonic diagram and 7 Supreme Path demonic tools. Could there really be a power that surpassed extreme Tao power in this world? How is this possible? Song Ke, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said with a trembling voice. This scene was truly unbelievable. He was very clear that even a true extreme grade sovereign wouldn't be able to destroy 7 extreme grade demonic weapons at the same time in an instant. An extreme path magic tool wasn't an ordinary magic tool. It couldn't be destroyed so easily. Maybe the legend is true. Demonic rock, Lady suddenly said. Legend has it, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He stared at the finger bone in the middle of the devil formation as his eyes turned profound. He had never thought that such a seemingly ordinary finger bone would have such a terrifying power. No, at this moment, a heart-wrenching wail rang out from the 9th layer of the extreme demonic Tao killing array. The entire killing array was collapsing, and a phantom appeared in the middle of the array. That was the formation spirit of the demonic formation. This extreme Tao demonic killing formation had already developed its own will, turning into a formation spirit that controlled the entire extreme Tao demonic killing formation. The owner of the incomparably arrogant voice from before was the formation spirit of the demonic formation. Gu Fei only saw the finger bone vibrate slightly, and the figure of the formation spirit disappeared into the void. The formation spirit that had painstakingly developed its own will was destroyed just like that. That's too awesome. Gu Fei didn't know what words to use to describe what he had just seen. He could only say this. If I had known this would happen, I would have released this forbidden item at the first instance. The voice of the little old man came out from the mountain and river cauldron. Then why didn't you release it earlier? The god with the ominous blade said unhappily. He had to admit that under the power of the demonic diagram, he felt that his life was threatened. This feeling of his life being threatened made him very unhappy. Humph, the god with the purple gold godly sword snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He still gave off a cold vibe. What? Are you guys trying to rebel? The god with the mountain and river cauldron said fiercely. The ominous blade, was speechless. This guy's seniority was terrifyingly high, and his background was also mysterious. This ancient cauldron had already existed before the ancient age. In the ancient age, there were many experts. The ominous blade was born during that era. As for the mountain and river cauldron, it was very likely an item from the immortal era. In front of the mountain and river cauldron, even the incomparably ferocious, ominous blade didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Kids these days don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. The god with the mountain and river cauldron said, "At this time, the entire extreme demonic killing formation collapsed from the inside out. Countless demonic runes and formation diagrams were annihilated in the void. An extremely terrifying extreme demonic killing formation was destroyed by a small finger bone, just like that. This really is a legendary forbidden item. The ominous blade's attention was attracted by the finger bone in the sky. The finger bone floated down from the sky and fell directly into the mountain and river cauldron, disappearing just like that. The 9th level of the extreme demonic killing formation was destroyed by the finger bone, just like that. Endless demonic aura dissipated in the void, and the entire world became bright. It was no longer dark. However, at this moment, a ball of heaven and earth origin divine light rushed out from the collapsing demonic formation. It wanted to rush into the chaos and escape. Within the ball of heaven and earth origin divine light, a demonic figure was faintly discernible, trying to escape. Gu Fei was overjoyed when he saw the ball of heaven and earth origin divine light. He hurriedly used his 8 steps extreme speed and rushed forward. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the ball of heaven and earth origin divine light. Rumbled, the heavens and earth shook. A huge chaotic hand appeared in the void. The vast power from the chaotic hand instantly sealed the void in front of it. Kid, are you courting death? The ball of heaven and earth origin divine light emitted a wave of divine will. In the next moment, a demonic power exploded from the ball of heaven and earth origin divine light and broke the sealing power from Gu Fei's chaotic hand. What? Gu Fei was shocked. He did not expect the demonic figure in the ball of heaven and earth origin divine light to have such combat strength to be able to break his sealing power. However, although he was shocked, he still made his move. In the void, a mountain and river diagram appeared. It sealed the void and went to trap the ball of heaven and earth origin divine light. This was an extreme Tao tool. The ball of heaven and earth origin divine light struggled left and right but could not escape. In the end, it was sucked into the mountain and river diagram and was trapped inside. Ha ha! Gu Fei laughed. He took a step in the void and entered the mountain and river diagram. He wanted to refine the ball of heaven and earth origin divine light, and then refine the entire world. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron, the saber, and the purple gold divine sword all turned into a ray of divine light and rushed into the world inside the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then there were violent collisions. There were strong living beings attacking the heavenly demon blood flag. They wanted to break through the power of the blood flag and rush in. Humph, you're courting death. The demon rock lady laughed coldly. She then extended her right hand, and the sweet blood flag that sealed the entire void flew back into her hand. At the same time, 3 extremely strong figures rushed towards the demon rock lady. These 3 guys were the 3 demonic stone statues from before: the chaos demonic ape, the dragon head demon, and the extreme demonic spider. Before these 3 guys were refined into demonic stone statues by the primogenitor of the god-destroying demon palace, they were existences with limitless potential. They had the chance to break through to the extreme Tao realm. However, after these 3 guys were refined into demonic stone statues by the primogenitor of the god-destroying demon palace, even though they could no longer break through to the extreme Tao realm, they had obtained extremely strong powers. The 3 demonic stone statues charged towards the demon rock lady at the same time, causing a torrential demonic aura. The entire world seemed as though it was going to explode. Song Ke could not help but be shocked. He did not know that there were 3 powerful beings outside. Of course, the heavenly demon blood flag had isolated the auras of the 3 demonic stone statues. Therefore, it was understandable that he did not sense the presence of the 3 demonic stone statues. At this moment, the demon rock lady let out a furious roar and charged towards the 3 demonic stone statues. Boom! With a loud bang, the silhouettes of the 3 demon emperors collided with the figure of the magic rock lady. The void exploded, and a huge hole was formed. The battle between the demon rock lady and the 3 demonic stone statues spread out in all directions. The disappearance of the extreme Tao aura had caused the countless living beings in the small world to heave a sigh of relief. However, as the battle between the demon rock lady and the 3 demonic stone statues resumed, the terrifying aura descended upon the countless living beings in the small world once more, causing them to feel uneasy once more. There's no end to these outsiders. The guardians of the small world were both shocked and furious. However, they did not have the strength to change anything. That was because even the strongest ancestor beast of this small world had been killed by these outsiders. The guardians were well aware that they were no different from ants in the eyes of these outsiders. These guys, could they be? At this moment, Song-Ke, who was staring at the 3 demonic stone statues, suddenly thought of something. His eyes could not help but narrow. Just as the 3 demonic stone statues and the demon rock lady were engaged in a huge battle, Gu Fei was seated in the void within the mountain river diagram. He was circulating his Xian skill with all his might, refining the heaven and earth source god light before him. Roar! Chapter 32:29. The forbidden item broke the 9th killing formation. Gu Fei was able to use the mountain river diagram to collect the original divine light of the world. He sat cross-legged in the world inside the mountain river diagram. The original source of the world was imprisoned in front of him by the power of the mountain river diagram. It was a ball of divine light the size of an adult's head. Above the divine light, images kept appearing. Mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, and living beings kept appearing. It was the projection of a small world on the divine light. At this time, the 3 extreme path Tao soldiers flew back and were taken away by Gu Fei. He carefully examined the original divine light in front of him. He saw a demonic shadow appear inside the divine light. Sometimes it took the form of a human, and sometimes it dissipated like black fog, a remnant thought or a remnant soul. Gu Fei stared at the demonic shadow inside the original divine light and couldn't help but ponder. The demonic shadow was imprisoned in the light. Even he couldn't use his divine will to sense the state of the demonic shadow. Who are you? How dare you covet the small world I created? Do you want to die? The black fog condensed, and a demonic shadow appeared in the original divine light. A wave of divine will came from the divine light. What? Gu Fei was taken aback when he heard this. This guy was actually the ancestor of the god exterminating Demon Palace, who had disappeared for countless years. The progenitor of the god exterminating Demon Palace had actually left a mark on this ball of heaven and earth origin divine light. Gu Fei thought of many things in an instant. Humph, your end is here. I'll send you on your way. Without hesitation, Gu Fei activated the power of the mountain river diagram to refine the demonic shadow inside the original divine light. Rays of divine light descended from the sky and rushed towards the original divine light in front of Gu Fei. They were like immortal divine chains that entangled the divine light. The clanging sounds continued to ring out as the divine chains formed by the power of the mountain river diagram wrapped around the ball of divine light. In the next moment, streams of divine fire emerged from the divine chains and burned towards the interior of the divine light. The origin divine light of heaven and earth wasn't threatened, but the mark inside the origin divine light was roar. The demonic shadow in the divine light of the heavens and earth roared as the divine fire of the great path burned it. The demonic shadow only struggled a few times before it was burned into a wisp of green smoke by the divine fire of the great path and dissipated into the void. It was that simple to erase the mark of the destroying god-demon palace's ancestor in the original divine light. Then, Gu Fei used the divine seizing secret technique of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. He split the power of divine will and condensed it into a mark, imprinting it into the original divine light. After that, a blurry figure appeared in the original divine light, sitting there cross-legged. It was impossible to see what it looked like. At that moment, the power of the mountain-river diagram had disappeared, and the original divine light was no longer sealed. Gu Fei's mark had replaced the position of the destroying god-demon palace's ancestor. It's done. Gu Fei stood up in the void and waved his right hand. The original divine light immediately flew towards him and landed in his hand. With a thought, a portal appeared in front of him. He took a step forward and walked into the portal. In an instant, he arrived in his own inner world. Then a ray of sword light flew out from his body and shot into the sky. It flew towards a mountain in the distance and landed on it. Another Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder at the top of the mountain. The purple gold sword fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground in front of him. The other Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, did not even open his eyes to take a look. He remained motionless like a stone statue. This was Gu Fei's clone, standing guard in his inner world. Previously, he had moved the ancestral land of the demonic rock women into his inner world. After all, it was a demon palace. No one knew if there were any experts hiding in the demon palace. Hence, he left a doppelganger with the purple gold divine sword to guard the place. Nothing special happened in the demonic palace. It was just that the demonic aura coming from the palace grew stronger and stronger. The area where the demonic palace was located was corroded by demonic aura. It seemed to have become a demonic domain. With the purple gold sword here, even if there were extremely powerful demons hiding in the ancestral land of the demonic rock women, they wouldn't be able to do anything. At this moment, all the clansmen of the Meng family in his inner world had been baptized by the immortal transformation lake. Their flesh and bones had become even stronger. The immortal transformation lake was a sacred lake for people to ascend to immortality. There were also quasi-mortal peach trees growing by the lake. At this moment, there was a fragrant scent in the peach forest. Every immortal peach tree bore many immortal peach fruits. These were quasi-mortal peach fruits. Even though their effects couldn't compare to real quasi-mortal peach fruits, they still had the effect of reviving people from the dead. They could also increase a cultivator's cultivation. Gu Fei walked around the inner world without alerting anyone. Then he left this side of the world and exited the inner world of the mountain and river diagram. Then he reached out his right hand and drew a line in the void in front of him. A crack in space immediately appeared in the void. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He took a step forward and passed through the crack in space. He appeared in the outside world. The moment he appeared in the outside world, an extremely powerful aura immediately hit him in the face, causing him to be taken aback and hurriedly look with rapt attention. He saw a few extremely powerful figures moving quickly in the void in front of him. They were fighting intensely. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. He had already killed the ancestor of the god-destroying demon palace. But how could there still be such powerful existences in this small world? At this moment, Gu Fei realized that Song Ke was watching the show with his arms crossed. A battle of this level was nothing to Song Ke, but to Gu Fei, he was intoxicated. It was as if all the problems that had troubled him for a long time had been solved. Gu Fei felt as if he had been enlightened. Rumble, The heaven and earth shook. The demon rock lady and the three demon kings fought as they walked. Everywhere they passed, mountains collapsed, and the ground sank. It was as terrifying as if the end of the world was coming. At this moment, Song Ke had already sensed Gu Fei's presence. He immediately rushed to where Gu Fei was and came to Gu Fei's side. What's going on? Where did these three guys come from? Gu Fei said to Tsang Quebec, I don't know where these three guys came from either.